Hey-ho. Hello. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Reality Express 25. I'm super glad you made it. I'm glad we have this new venue, which I think is in a nice neighborhood. I like the open space. I like there's people in the balcony down here. So thank you. I'm Märt, head of EEVR, which is the fine organization putting on this event, the Estonian VR AR Association. It's the second event. We have 4 tracks every year. That's kind of a tradition, and hopefully it's a little bit interesting for that reason every year, because we can kind of adjust those 4 tracks to whatever is more current in the industry. So we have fine sponsors. I think you can read their names. Probably don't need to call them out or anything. And I want to basically quickly do like a 10-minute overview of what we are, what the rough last state of the industry is, because we do an annual survey every year, and then basically cover a few things in housekeeping, and that's it. So some of our things stay the same over the years. Like basically, in the very big picture, our mission is to grow hand in hand with the Estonian startup sector, which is the technology sector, which grows about 30% every year. Very roughly, the idea is that it will be a really big player in the economy as a result. It already is, but then it will be like even bigger, because eventually, getting to like 30%. I think now it's like around 5%. If you talk about the whole tech sector. But even for the VR, AR, and related technologies to grow at the same pace, it's actually quite remarkable. And if we do look at the results, we measure like industry revenue basically, and it's been going up every year. There are different trends, and I wouldn't stop on them too long, but what made the difference from last year is that even though some businesses declined, we had increase mainly because we had several companies appear in defense sector, which we now consider part of XR, and we had some changes in the last year. Still, there was quite a bit of uptake in the virtual world segment, which now actually has gone back down again, but that's not reflected in the report yet, because that's for the 2024. And also we saw a lot more revenue as part of export. I think it was like 80 before, like 2023, and now it's like 95. And this report you can find in, that's an old screenshot on the right, but you can find the 2024 one basically on our website, which is evr.ee. Here are the current members. The membership is roughly around 20, give or take. It's been 25, I think, at heights, and 18 at the lower points. There's 5. We have 5 universities, and we have different companies from different spheres making up the rest. And these range from like 1-person shops to 100-person companies. So. But we welcome everybody. Here are some slides breakdown. Again, these are found. You can find them in the report, but I just pasted a few things to give you an idea of what it looks like in Estonia. And and you can see actually, even though the revenue has gone up, the employees in the sector has decreased slightly from 2023. And what else is interesting here? I think mainly like we don't need to go into details. You can find these numbers. And I don't have a prediction yet for the 2025 revenue. I'm assuming it will be up again, because a lot of the companies that are part of our current roster here are really doing quite well and increasingly well. And maybe a couple of words. So EEVR, we received a grant from Startup Estonia, basically for 2 years to support companies in a bigger way. This also motivated us to put on this event, and I'm pretty sure we'll keep going, because it seems there is a nice ongoing interest in the next year. And we, the other kind of services other than this event that we try to provide to the companies in Estonia and actually in the Baltics as well. In Estonia, we can send them to conferences, so the window is kind of closing now. We've been doing it for a year and a half, and this year this grant will run out, but we've been able to send them to conferences, which I think is a pretty nice perk, because you could basically go to some conference in US or Europe and get 70% covered. And we also can, for the same principle, we can also arrange some mentorship, and then we conduct this survey, and then we also do meetups on a more local level, like perhaps quarterly is a good cadence. And other kind of custom events, like Eva went to the whiskey show, for example, to do some VR, which is pretty funny, but cool. Here's a long list of things we've done, events that companies have been to. And yeah, I pretty much covered all this actually. And we also have our lovely friends from Latvia, Lithuania. I think there is maybe, are there any Latvians this year? Oh yeah, there's one. Hey, cool, welcome. Nice to meet you. Yeah, so we really actually, so one plan is to kind of expand this conference to Riga or Vilnius or Kaunas maybe in the coming years. So let's see how that goes. We're kind of not bound to Estonia anymore, as this was kind of the condition for our grant. And yeah, so this I also mentioned today. So we have 4 tracks for you. We're starting out with Dave from FOV Ventures, who will give a nice overview, and I think as he yesterday teased a little bit, he'll go a bit deeper into what he sees happening in XR and adjacent fields from his VC perspective. Then we have a gaming track, which is, I think it had 5 or maybe 4 speakers. We'll find that out. And then we have lunch. We have a few quick sessions that we added to the schedule this morning, 10-minute sessions that start us a bit early after lunch. So lunch is like 48 minutes, and it's basically some very fine pizza being brought in. But you're welcome to venture around in Telliskivi and find yourself something else if you like. And then we get back from, we have basically an agency track after lunch, and then we have defense track, which is going to be great. And then also academy track following that. So I think we'll do the introductions of the tracks as we get there, and you can see some details on the schedule. And also, I wasn't able to get the Meta and Ray-Ban display glasses, which have this very cool fidgety new controlling scheme that you can just work with your fingers and control things in your field of view. That's kind of some say it's the new paradigm after the touchscreens. I wasn't able to get a pair here. A few of us have tried them in different places, but we can have a really, there's a guy called Sander Saar I think he's like a futurist in LA. He works for Red Bull as well, and a bunch of other, he sees all the cool tech like right away, so he will be able to give us his impressions over a quick video call. I hope to find that exciting. I do. And then, after 7 p.m. it's dinner, and just complete relaxing communication. Hopefully, we'll have enough energy for all of that. Quick housekeeping items. So obviously, there is coffee upstairs. You can hang out there or down here. Probably should say that the talks are recorded. I think they're also live streamed. And later they'll be on YouTube. If any of you has anything you don't want put on YouTube, let us know. There is coffee upstairs. It's a good reason to go there and check it out. There's mate drinks down here. I'm a big fan of these, and they sold like they were drunk really fast last year. So this year we got a bit more. Let's see how we do. There is passion fruit and lemon. Those are good for energy as well. And then all the other drinks you can get at the bar. So please use the bar. It's on your expense though, but they're good. They have, I think, most things you would want. Food-wise, like I said, we have pizza coming, and for the rest of the stuff you can get it outside in Telliskivi. Here there are 3 potato salads left, I see, if you want something different. But then, they don't have food today. Normally, they do serve lunch here. And then we have dinner at 7. So I think, did I miss anything, Eva? Okay, great. So thank you very much again for coming. And let's put your hands together for Dave.
Thank you. How does this work?
You can figure it out. This is the pointer if you want to hold it down. And we also have a Slido, actually. Oh, that I didn't mention. So during the talk, you can ask some questions. Up now.
All right. Thanks. Excellent. Hello and welcome. A few familiar faces in the room. A few people that I met last night as well. So yeah, excited to be here. And thanks to Märt for the invitation. It's awesome that Estonia and the Baltic region have a VR association. So really good to come and try and support the local ecosystem as well. Right, we should get going with my slides, but I don't actually see them on the...
Yep.
All right, excellent. Okay, can I also see them on the thing here? Sorry. It's like doing a VR demo. It never quite goes right, does it? Okay, awesome. We've got it now. Okay, so good stuff. So yeah, I'm going to be talking about investing in the next era of computing, and fully think that VR and the extended realm of spatial computing is part of that next era. So in the talk today, really, I'm going to talk a bit about what we do as FOV, but then go quite quickly into just how we see the VR and the XR industry at the moment, and then also some broader trends around that as we kind of zoom out on the sector a little bit. Okay, so for those who don't know, my name's Dave Haynes. I'm based in the UK, but love traveling to places like Tallinn. I'm a founder by background, so entrepreneur, had several companies in the music business, which got disrupted very quickly by technology and was a trend that we kind of had to lean into. That really got me very excited about. I was at a company where we raised a lot of venture capital, and it opened my eyes to kind of, actually, if you're growing a business, not every business is right for venture capital, but actually the ones that are, if you can give it that rocket fuel, you can actually build kind of, category defining or almost generationally defining companies. And that's what we were trying to do at Seedcamp. I joined the team in 2014. Actually, just before I joined, Seedcamp had invested into Wise and also GrabCAD, which are two local companies that have also done very well. But there we were investing first checks into many different sectors. And actually, if I look back, I was trying to tally up the valuations of, we had 6 unicorns in that, the fund that I was investing from, with a combined enterprise value of over 100 billion. So it's kind of insane that we were coming to places like Tallinn, writing these 75K checks into companies, but that turns into 100 billion. So I think that's kind of testament to the power of what venture capital can do when it's deployed well. But Seedcamp was a generalist investor. That's where I made my first VR investment, investing in a company called Wave that did virtual, or still does do virtual music concerts in VR. And actually that was kind of really, my mind was blown and open. I think most people in the room here have had that like aha moment in VR. And for me, it was kind of putting on a haptic vest and a PC VR and kind of dancing for 2 hours in VR, like sharing virtual drugs with people. That was a pretty cool experience. So that led me to Vive, where we're investing out of a 100 million fund, really to kind of catalyze the ecosystem. We had a portfolio of maybe 40, 50 very early stage VR companies that expanded over the years. And now that's led me to be doing my own fund, FOV Ventures, FOV. Most people don't know this, they call it FOV Ventures or FOV Ventures, but it's short for field of view. So we do everything around visual technology, so it seemed like the right name. So we invest in the next era of computing, and we really think about that as being one that's less about 2D screens and boxes, and one that's more spatial, so more kind of representing the real world around us, more intelligent, so infusing everything with context, relevance, and intelligence, and ultimately more human. So we have about 30 portfolio companies, currently kind of actively investing whilst also raising a new fund. And how we invest, we like to invest as early as possible into founders, probably no more than kind of rounds of up to 3 or 4 million. And we're typically putting in 100K to 1 million alongside other investors. So that's the pitch on FOV. If you are raising, feel free to come and find me, or if you know other people that are raising, then also come and find me. But I think for us, we have kind of focused a lot on kind of spatial computing, but for us that is a much bigger term than maybe some other people would define it. It's also a bit of a nebulous term, so we'll leave that a bit fuzzy. But we're very excited about the convergence of a number of technologies. Like all of these technologies here have like come in different waves and have had different hype cycles. But I think at the moment what's interesting is that all of these disciplines are starting to become intertwined, and it's really at the convergence points where you're seeing the true power being unlocked. And actually, with those themes, it gives us, although we're a very specialist fund, it gives us a really broad surface area to invest in. So in Fund 1, we've done a lot of kind of game and game-adjacent stuff. But we've also done a lot of stuff now more recently in kind of industrial areas, in enterprise settings, and with B2B use cases. But probably the majority of the fund has, well, not the majority, but the biggest category in the fund is those kind of developer tools, the things like infrastructure and even some deep tech topics around like chips and optics that we kind of need to push us into this next era of computing. All right, so that's a bit about FOV and our worldview, and I'll kind of return to some of those broader themes at the end of the presentation. But maybe just to talk about, because this is a VR event, we could call it XR, we could call it MR, but really there's a broad spectrum that I think has come to play. This is a horrible diagram, so I'm not even going to try and attempt to read it. But I think what's interesting I remember getting up on stages in 2014, and you'd talk about the spectrum, and it would just be like a very crude. I think now we're really getting a handle on kind of, as kind of the use cases proliferate, there's like different classes of devices that like suit different needs. So, very broadly speaking, we've still got that spectrum from like full enclosed VR where I'm like, might be doing, pilot training and I just need to be in a completely different place, all the way through to the kind of lightweight AR glasses where I kind of might not actually have any visual overlay. And then seeing companies like the Varios of this world go and really kind of specialize and super serve an enterprise niche where VR is caught hold, but then also trying to see where the industry is developing those lower end devices that are still powerful and functional, but bring a lot more people into the category. And VR is still growing. It's funny, again, like if you think back to that early wave, I think an analyst chart would probably have this kind of exponential curve, and that was probably the cause of a lot of the misplaced hype in the early days. I think some of these predictions have got a lot more sane. We're growing. I mean, there's lots of different numbers floating around, but like I think of it as we're growing at kind of sub 10 million devices per year, which is probably not what the forecast would have said previously, but is a lot more realistic. I think you can see the breakdown here. I actually think the smart glasses category, that's where the volume could really pick up, but it'll be interesting to see how the more kind of VR and MR device class continues to grow or flatlines. So yeah, is still growing, but slowly, not exponentially. And unfortunately, I think everyone was excited about the Vision Pro. I literally flew out to New York to be the first in line in the New York store to go and purchase the device. Was very excited, but I think kind of already had my expectations set that this was probably a kind of more of a developer device or more of a kind of Apple just needed to get something out in the market. There was a lot of hype and a lot of interest, but I think that's kind of like tailed off a little bit, and it certainly wasn't the kind of the iPhone moment for XR. But I'd say that was probably predictable, and again we were maybe victim to kind of people expecting this and it kind of landing here. But I think it has set things up on a really good path. And we know that these things just take time, right? So you have to go through the different generations. If you actually think about the iPhone, we went through several iterations and the introductions of app stores and 3G and then 4G before we actually kind of got to the ubiquitous device that we most of us have in our pockets today. So in a kind of rose-tinted forecast, it would be great to see something like this from a player like Apple, right? So you have the Vision Pro serving the top ends for people like us and for enterprise, having the Vision Air, which would be a more lightweight, more kind of mass consumer device that was at a kind of lower price point, and then going all the way down into kind of almost like display accessories, so I can just kind of be working on 2D displays with a very lightweight device. So this lineup looks really great, but unfortunately, AR is eating VR, so it's kind of like VR is almost, the victim of AR's success at the moment. I think a lot of companies have seen the kind of unexpected success of the Meta Ray-Bans. The forecasts for those have been very good. The unit sales have been very good. So I think people inside at Apple, Tim Cook's always been AR is his North Star, and I just hope that VR isn't just like one step to getting there and that they take the category really seriously, because I think we do need more players, not just kind of Meta and others in the ecosystem to make it very healthy. So I'd ask, I mean, the question is, are glasses the iPhone moment for XR? I actually think they will be. I think when we have the right devices and we have a few players, including Apple, in the market, I think we're going to go from that sort of glass hole moment, where Google had the Google Glass, which wasn't the iPhone moment for XR, but I think actually the category is maturing, and I'm very bullish on the space. Okay, but I'll talk about AR again later on in the presentation. Zooming back in on VR, like as an investor, where have we been kind of looking for opportunities? I would say we are still bullish, but I sometimes feel like we're kind of fighting against the tide. It is very difficult to invest in a company if you know that your 10 peers aren't going to invest in the next round or invest alongside you, which is a bit of a challenge. And I picked these numbers out. I mean, again, like these forecasts, I'm not sure I ever trust the numbers, but the category, all the categories, everything dipped from 21, 22. That was just a giant startup bubble. But I think it's true to say that I would say currently the investor sentiment for VR specifically is probably, it could be better. But we are still, I would say, cautiously looking into the area. Around 10-15% of our companies in the portfolio are like AR or VR companies, but the rest is actually all of the other areas around it. And for us, we've seen gaming just being like a key driver for adoption. I think that's obvious to everyone in the room. So that has been a category that we've been taking seriously. We have one VR gaming studio in the portfolio and spoken to several others. And the good news is there is still a lot of money being made. These are slightly old numbers, but you can see there is money to be made in the Quest store. You have the runaway successes of the companies like Gorilla Tag. So as a category, it is very interesting, and whilst a lot of gaming investors are looking at mobile and saying, "Hey, look, the TAM for VR gaming is too low," like we would argue that actually, if you're one of the companies that are doing well, you can actually capture a fairly large size of that pie. So it is interesting. We did at the beginning of the fund, we also held a belief that alongside gaming, there would be an expansion in the lifestyle categories. And that's certainly an area that Meta was kind of investing into heavily, had this lifestyle app accelerator. So we added a couple of companies to the portfolio in areas like wellness and culture and a few other things. And I'd say that's maybe been a little bit more challenging because it is still gaming is still the key thing that people want to see when it comes to selling units and making a very good business from a venture perspective. But there are headwinds in this category. We have the gaming track coming up. You guys probably know this way better than I do, but I think Meta has kind of blown hot or cold. They've definitely been doing very good work and supporting the ecosystem, but I think it's challenging as they think about like how do they pursue strategies like Horizons? What does that mean for traditional gaming studios? I think there's still a little bit to shake out on that side, and it'll be interesting to watch. But yeah, one challenge there, if you're looking to build a venture-backed business here, is that gaming, on a macro level, gaming investment has just come down. A lot of money went into gaming in 21, 22, post-pandemic, and the returns haven't necessarily been there. The sector heated up quite a bit. So in the gaming sector specifically, which are probably the ones that are going to invest in a VR gaming studio, it is... Oh. If you are a VR gaming studio raising from the gaming funds, it is just quite challenging at the moment, I would say. We also, I think when the Vision Pro came along, one category that we got excited about again was immersive entertainment. It just seems like, media streaming was just a killer application for Vision Pro. And they've also been investing in the ecosystem and the hardware. And we thought that might catalyze a rush of kind of new people coming into that space. And also with spatial videos, I take spatial videos all the time. Every time I get my headset out, I kind of browse through my spatial videos. We had a lot of pitches from people trying to be like the Instagram of spatial. I don't think anyone's really quite cracked that yet, but there is some interesting stuff to be done there. We just haven't found it yet. But it is quite tricky for startups, right? Anyone doing media, it will be dominated by the Disneys and the people who have the big budgets. So it's hard to find a venture opportunity, but we have definitely seen a number of interesting companies being involved in more the kind of creative tooling side of things. So if you guys know companies like Gracia or Condense or Trickshot, these are people like building tooling to help creators like you and like other companies actually build those much richer, immersive formats. Again, productivity, this is, this hasn't quite taken off in the way that I expected. I've been using my Vision Pro a lot, mostly for 2D use cases, but I find when I am working in headset on, just to have a screen in front of me, it's very, very easy to hop on a call with another avatar or like go and do something else. But it's kind of interesting that most of the productivity use cases just seem to be like, putting much bigger 2D screens on. So as a startup, you can't actually add much more value to what a Meta or an Apple is already doing. So like we've been thinking about what are the kind of startup ideas that really kind of, embrace the fact that people will be, seeing 2D in their headsets, but then doing much more kind of 3D native workflows. So I think this is interesting. But again, it's kind of challenging because, in my household, it's my kids that are the ones that are using the headsets most often. They don't want to be doing, boring productivity stuff. So we kind of still need a device that has the kind of the user base that will adopt these. And obviously these use cases are things where it's kind of really useful if you use it, but you have 5 teammates also using the same hardware. And that just hasn't quite happened yet. You don't see teams of people unless they're like designers or kind of specialists or devs. Like you just don't see teams of people who might have access to a device at work or at home. But there is certainly a lot of interesting use cases. Enterprise, I think this, maybe gets overlooked because the startups there don't necessarily kind of shout about it, but I think we have definitely seen, when I was at Vive, it was very much about, we were still in the kind of, like concepting, you'd get an innovation budget and it would sound good, but it was still moving quite slowly. I think now there's been a long wave of companies that have proven ROI with particular use cases, especially in training. The challenge we found there is that there's some great companies, but in venture you really want to find the company that's kind of the one that takes them all. And in areas like training, it's been very kind of in specific niches or in specific geographies. And I've made a few investments in the VR training space, and it's been difficult to find that breakout. Like, what's that company in like enterprise training that's going to be $1 billion company? That's slightly harder to find. Defense, we got a defense track this afternoon, very timely. Also a lot of VCs, I think, are kind of, starting to look at that as a category more seriously, or kind of changing their agreements with their investors so that they can be more active investing into defense. You have, existing players like Varjo and Virgineers Varjo, I wouldn't say they've pivoted entirely to military, but they've really found the sweet spot in their go-to-market, like serving some of those use cases. I think you're going to hear from VRKiwi later on, so I won't steal their thunder, but I would definitely recommend going and listening to their talk. That's more AR, but thought it was worth calling out. And then companies like Distance. So Distance is actually founders that have come out from Varjo, and what they're doing is they're using the same optical stacks that you would use for glasses, but using that to build very immersive heads-up display onto things like full windscreens or visors or binoculars. So there is some really interesting stuff happening in this space, because obviously like visualization in intelligence, in training, but also on the battlefield is very key. Okay, so I wanted to, I've maybe been a little bit negative. Usually I come on and it's like, yes, everything's brilliant and we want to invest in everything, but I just wanted to maybe give a more realistic picture. But we definitely see some positive trends that I think could be inflection points in the kind of months and years ahead. We are seeing a new wave, right? So I don't know whether this is the second wave or the third wave, or I don't know, but like VR 3.0, maybe let's call it. And what's interesting is you're seeing Google, Samsung, and people like Valve coming back for more and saying, hey, look, we've been in this game, now we think is the right time to come back to market. We're very excited about Android XR. I think there's been some interesting thinking there in how they're designing that as an operating system for other manufacturers to get on board. And Samsung, probably a few of you have used the Samsung device already, and it'll be interesting when they actually launch that to see how that goes down. You will have seen some news around Valve yesterday. It's looking fairly certain that they're going to be bringing a device to market, and I think that's going to give a really big boost to a few different areas, but especially people have been like kind of optimized for areas like PC gaming. And I think Valve will also bring a lot of people along with it who might not have even spent a lot of time VR gaming. So. Also, I mean, competition is really great, right? And it's never healthy to have just one or two players. Like as soon as you've got a few that are kind of, trying to level each other up, that's a positive for everyone. It was very noticeable that like as soon as Vision Pro was launched, Meta kind of realized that they had a bunch of quality life improvements that they needed. And just some of those things, like now if I use my Quest, it feels like much better than it was like 2 years ago, just from a user experience. So I think the competition has been super helpful. And also content creation is getting easier. I mean, I say easier, it's never easier to create compelling content, but you have a lot of generative AI tools, you have companies building kind of, easier to use like AI NPCs and things like that. So that has always been one of the bottlenecks of VR, and hopefully that's getting unlocked. And shit's getting real. I think most of us in the room love VR because of the promise of being able to kind of really mimic reality, feel like you're in another place. And we've got companies, Meta has released Hyperspace, Gracia are leveraging some interesting technology to do what they do. So I think this is all really positive news. And actually, if you've been following this, companies like Google are developing these world models, and we're actually seeing a lot of companies come and pitch some fairly wild ideas for like next-gen entertainment and gaming. Lastly, I'll talk about robotics later, but it's been interesting to see this kind of convergence of spatial and robotics as well. Use cases like teleoperation, using people in headsets to mimic movements and then use that for training data for humanoid robotics, which I think is super interesting. Right, so that's all I'm going to say about VR. We are still bullish, but I think it's a slow and steady march rather than kind of an exponential curve at the moment. And I think the attention, and unfortunately probably the following hype, is now kind of moving towards AR. We're still very early in that journey. But Meta kind of accidentally realized that AI was the big unlock for AR, right? So I have my Meta Ray-Bans. Somebody nicked them out of my car a few weeks ago, which is really annoying. And I've actually noticed that I really miss them. Like today, I would have loved to have a pair so that I could have taken a quick picture of the audience or like asked, AI some questions on the way. And like it's kind of, I think it's really unlocked an opportunity that they can build on before they get to the full AR device that we've all been dreaming of, which is probably something like their Project Orion. This is what we have today. We're going to have a talk about somebody who's used this later in the evening. I haven't yet used it, but it's interesting. There's lots of different trade-offs when it comes to glasses. They've gone just for a monocular display, but I think for Meta, this is a real test of what is the consumer appetite for devices like this, and I kind of get the early sense that the sentiment has been very positive. Snap, I have a pair in my bag if anyone wants to see the last kind of developer version. They're very bulky, but I'm told internally they have some much nicer designs now. This is actually, they've spent 11 years and 3 billion to get to Gen 6. I mean, they spent $500 million just to acquire Wave Optics, which was good if you were an early investor in Wave Optics. But yeah, Snap will join the party. Google is making plays here with Android XR and really thinking about the AI use cases as well.
Hello. How can I assist you with
And yeah, in terms of startup opportunities, like we have companies like Spogan, where what you can see, it's somebody who's a heavy machinery operator who needs to know what these complicated controls do or needs to kind of make a safety checklist. And I think we're going to see some really interesting, not just consumer use cases, but also early industrial use cases with the glasses. But what's kind of interesting is like if you cast your mind forward a couple of years, like what actually happens when everybody like we've had companies like as soon as everyone had iPhones in their pockets, you could build a company like Uber, right? That just wasn't possible before. How do I go backwards? So I guess the question is like, if you cast your mind forwards 3 years, like what happens when everybody has a face computer on their face or cameras on their face? Like we've got some early hints. I don't know if you saw that Amazon keynote last week, but they introduced a feature where if everybody's got Ring doorbells, if your dog escapes down the road, and I know mine has quite a few times, you can actually start to link up the intelligence of all the Ring doorbells and have a feature where it actually says, your dog is at number 11, or I've just seen it racing past this. So like, yes, there's lots of personal use cases, but I think just the kind of, and lots of privacy issues that go along with it, but there's kind of some like crazy and wild, huge businesses that could be made in this next era of computing. Okay, so a few words on other areas that we're excited about. I'll race through these because I just have a minute left. So first of all, very obvious for VCs to stand up and say they're interested in AI, but I think what we're really interested in just kind of where is AI going? We've made a lot of bets in kind of perception AI or like more kind of traditional computer vision problems, but kind of leading all the way up to through agentic AI to physical AI, which then takes us on to robotics. So I think we have a robot over there who's kind of watching the presentation. I think it's going to be really interesting when entrepreneurs can, get a humanoid robot for like, $2,000, or they can 3D print their own robotic arm and try and solve a use case. If you pair that with the increasing sophistication of the VLAs and the VLMs, you can start to do some really interesting things. So I think it's almost like in 2008 where a dev realized that they could just use Amazon Cloud and like build a SaaS product and go and build Stripe. I think it might be the same where like really bright entrepreneurs, they want to come out of whatever they're doing and say, hey, we think there's a problem in the real physical world that we can solve with robotics, and therefore making a very large company. Also very interested about new interfaces and wearables. Let's see what happens with this. It's very interesting to see someone like Johnny Ive working with OpenAI. And then last of all, I mean, we invest in a lot of these kind of deep tech companies. Like, what are the companies that we need to make better optics? What do we need in terms of batteries? How do we do more compute at the edge? Like, there's all these kind of problems that need solving as we go into this era. So just like if you're investing in AR, if you were making an investment 5 years ago, you'd invest in Wave Optics because they're making the kind of the picks and shovels or the infrastructure for this. We're kind of thinking the same, like, what are the building blocks that we're going to need to kind of build what's going to be computing looks like in 10 years' time. Awesome. So I think I finished on time. I don't know if we have time for questions, but yeah, I'll leave that there. If anyone wants to contact me, my contact details are there as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave. We are presenting you a chocolate. That's actually, so Martin, who will do some hosting later, he will describe why he had a version why marzipan was actually invented in Tallinn. So I'm eager to hear that as well. But mainly we wanted to say that we basically donate to a charity fund, My Dream Day, instead of getting us a meaningless trinket. So I hope you appreciate that. And we have a certificate of appreciation.
Awesome. Wow. Amazing. Thank you.
And thank you so much for the great presentation. We do encourage to talk later. I think Dave needs to go at some point, but in the interest of staying on schedule, we are skipping questions now. But please do get in touch with Dave. And yeah, so next I would maybe, do we have a Slido slide we could show? Yeah, so I encourage you to open your phone, basically go in here with a QR code, and then you will see who is, you can ask questions, probably familiar environment, and then at the end of the talk we can do a rundown and go through the most relevant ones. Good. So I think it's Sabine now coming on stage. Tell us a bit about the booster program. Yeah, so we let every guest introduce themselves. All right. I'll just hang out here until she comes, so you don't have to. All right, cool. But yeah, get onto Slido because this slide will disappear, and then your questions you'll have to keep them in your head. Thank you.
Do I have a clicker too?
Yeah.
Do I get a chocolate too?
Yes, a clicker. Yes.
So let's see if this works. No, it doesn't work. Oh, I'm a little bit too fast. Oh, yeah. Can you put the first slide, please? Not me. Ignore. Good. Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm representing CDG-Booster, and as you can see, we are an accelerator program for companies specifically for VR, AR, and XR. Metaverse and game industry. We're doing quite well, I would say so. So, of course, we have a couple of our beeps here, which is a great honor. So, yes, that's my LinkedIn QR code if you want to connect. Yes, that's me. As you can see, I love outdoors, but the reason why, so my name is Sabine Suorsa, and I'm not a Finn. I'm Austrian. I'm coming from this area, which are the Alps. I am still a skier in a professional way too, but I'm representing the Southeast Finland University of Applied Science, also named XAMK. We are located in Kotka. I am coming from the Department of Digital Economy for Game Technology and Cybersecurity. We are just a unit since the 1st of September, but we're working already on this topic for a very long time. And yes, in my free time, I'm still doing that things. And I like to look back and see how nicely I have done. So yes. CDG-Booster, simple. I already make a little bit of joke yesterday with Lilith, for example. She was asking about the CDG. And actually, when you turn it around, so what it means is JDC. And everybody actually knows what means JDC. And this project was created at this time. But yeah. We had previous project. One was Games Camp, then was Baltic Explorers, and now we have this one. So we continue always quite heavily, and we're working in the industry since with this project, with this initiative since I think 2015 or 16. So it's a long trip already, and Central Baltic, for example, actually likes us because they always give us decent amount of fundings. So what we are doing is digital technologies, of course, and supporting the SMEs in Finland, Sweden, and Estonia, of course. And this time we have very great opportunity to have all kind of industry with us, not only gaming, but also like in other ones. So it's very interesting and a great variety as well. So this is actually looking a little bit, because we have a 12 months program, but this is just like what we did or what we are doing since August. As you can see, now we are where we are. Oh, realiti.express, we are here. So then comes a workshop. When we call them workshops, they are on site, but we have a lot of online sessions. Next week about leadership, then on the 30th about IPs, which is very important. And then we have one is the game track, which I, of course, would like to invite. And, of course, on the 18th of November, there is Magic XR, which is also very important to join. Online session, and then at the end, we continue, but also now we continue next year a little bit. So our next target would be a bigger workshop with the European Institute of Technology for Culture and Creativity. This will be in January, and then also Pocket Gamer. And by the way, we were at Pocket Gamers just a couple of days, and I'm very, very happy because our teams who pitched for the very beginning pitch competition, and unfortunately CDG-Booster won all of them. So I'm very happy for that as well. So they did a really, really good job. So this is just like from August until the end of the year, but we started in April. Why joining our program? I mean, there's a lot of things. We are doing quite a lot. We are communicating quite a lot with our teams. Our target is also to build trust. So that's why we are constantly communicating. We're knowing pretty much all of the beeps that are in our program. In the moment, we have 25 in the patch 1, but in our Discord community, there are 85. So there is quite a lot. They are also getting peer-to-peer support from others, which is very important. So we have good examples when somebody had, like the other day, Siim had a little bit and wants to develop something, and a peep from Finland helped him out, and it worked pretty good. And there's other examples as well. And we are doing, this is basically what, when you're joining or when you're struggling with something, especially investment, when we all know the game industry For investment, it might be a little bit challenging, but of course we are helping them, not giving you money, but of course supporting you with that. But the most important thing, what you should bring with. Yes, 5 to 7 years since establishment. This is a little bit what the European Union or Central Baltic is requiring. So maybe you can cut this out on the YouTube or online when I'm saying that we sometimes ignoring that. So please, it's different too. Because we all know when it comes on technology, the development is taking sometimes a little bit longer as expected. So we also have companies involved who are operating already since 10 years. It's fine. But this is our preferences, but achievement in the company. So we're not really taking early stage, what is an idea, because it's very difficult for our initiative to support. But when you're applying at our program, you need to basically show a 12 months roadmap, and we prefer it to have it as a one-pager. So that's very important to do it in a one-pager because we want to see it in one picture, and it's very important. And also competitions. And then we have a great board of participants who decide then at the end what is going on. And of course, sometimes when we are not 100% sure, we would like to have a pitch. Yes, a little bit about the time and value. As you can see, approximately we are investing per SMEs 10 to 20Ks, which is quite a lot. And you can imagine we have now 25 in the first patch, and now we have 25 hopefully in the next one, or even more. It's quite a lot of money that we have available for it, and that is a little bit the estimation that we have. Tailor-made mentoring, we have a great variety of mentors from Estonia, Finland, and Sweden. How we are picking them is totally according to the needs of our team, so we know quite well what our teams are wanting or needing. Because, for example, when we had the kickoff it was in the beginning of April, we talked quite a lot with our teams and we knew quite well what's going on. And then we are seeking for those mentors. In the moment, we have also investors as mentors in our program. They are specifically kind of very good when it comes on negotiation, and also very important when it comes on closing the deals. Then next week, for example, I'm talking to a publisher from PlayStack for mentorship, so that's also like very important. And yes, then next, this is probably very important for those in the audience who have a fantastic company and would like to get support by us. We are opening the new patch number 2 in January, and we will do the launch, this time maybe slightly a little bit bigger, as usually at the startup day in Tartu, which is really nice, and we are very happy about that. So we are opening. Application time will be January, March, and we will then actively participate, we as human beings, in those events and making kind of like promote our project. So that's or our patch. And yes, what you will get, this is a little bit what you get, but that's not everything. I mean, you get a lot of support. You will be part of we call it Baltic Sea region ecosystem. So it's quite huge because when we compare from the previous ones, what we have until now, it's the company amount that we have is tripled already from Gamescom time until now. So the last time even Central Baltic was asking how much revenue, well, we are not producing revenue, but how much money we kind of like achieved during the whole years of this, and it was quite a lot, so they were happy about that. And yes, you can get specific mentorship, key mentorship, and those are some kind of topics that we have. But of course, there will be always more according to the needs, and of course industry event participation for top teams. The requirement for that are also quite high, but we are supporting you, and of course all your pitch decks, all your one pages, everything what is needed is ready or need to be ready, and this is how we are supporting you guys with that. So question to you guys. Are you actually ready for that? Or are you ready for innovations and market-leading solutions? I guess yes. And this is something very important. So I'm coming to an end. We have a Discord community. Here is an opportunity to join if you want. But if you join, we kindly ask you not to put your nickname there, because it's very difficult to call you, for example, Gold Apple, and not knowing who you are and where you are coming from. So we are on the first and last name basis, including the company name, because that helps us quite a lot. And yes, patch 2 application starts in January. And yeah, it's quite fun. This is a little bit, as you can see, some familiar faces. Always busy. That was up there, was at JDC in 2022. So you see us all in masks. That was quite fun. And yeah, so that's just a little bit. And with them, so you can see the Swedish game industry. There are 2 universities, and we are the lead partner of this one. So I'm basically the lead partner, or how you call this, project manager. And then, of course, Tartu Science Park. And it's wonderful always to work with those since years. So we have an extremely good relationship, and we continue. And we, by the way, applied already for the 5th call. And fingers crossed, everything will go through. Hopefully, we're here soon. And thank you. That's my... I still have 3 minutes. If you have any questions, please.
Yeah, let's check out the Slido. There is a question for Dave. No, there's a comment, but not for you. That's
oh.
But basically, I think it can be also read for you.
Okay.
I really enjoyed your overview.
Oh, thank you.
Of the program.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
And yeah, and I want to, in general, if you have any questions,
please go ahead.
Please.
But for example, if you want to know kind of like insights from our participant, I think Maru VR is here.
Yeah, how many participants are here from the program?
3, yeah. I think 3 or 4, yes.
Yeah, there is Egla Blu-ray in the back.
Yes.
Then someone else, wasn't there?
Siim, but he's so concentrated.
Siim, yeah, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for having such a fantastic program and for helping making our gaming track happen.
Yes.
All the support.
Yes.
Great, so we have a similar kind of certificate for you. We're donating to the charity fund My Dream Day on behalf of your...
Wow, that's nice.
And there's a little chocolate to kind of keep the tooth to go with the coffee.
Is that with marzipan?
Marzipan, yes.
My favorite. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Sabine. All right. Next we have Samuel from VRKiwi. There he is, going to tell you about his highs, lows, and lessons learned. There you go.
Thank you. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Yes, you can hear me. Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm honored to be here in Tallinn, and especially when can be together with XR-related companies and businesses. It's always a pleasure. This is something very needed. I think we are often very small units working by ourselves, so this is something very good. So thank you for the organizers. So I have asked to give you a presentation, and I thought quite much what could I say to you. And I thought going through our company briefly and perhaps take some real cases from good experiences and not so good experiences and things that we probably have learned, hopefully, and maybe something that you can learn of. All right, let's go. So we go all the way back to 2014. That's when we started as a company. The idea just started from making this kind of application. So the founder just pitched the idea to some friends and got some money and thought that he will make an application to manage all the calendar issues. Well, it didn't work that well, but in the team there was people to be able to create a game. Oops, I think we lost some. How do I go back? Okay, sorry. So they made the same kind of from the same kind of creature, the penguin. They made a game on the mobile. Well, also that was a nice thing, but didn't generate any money. So as you can see, the beginning or at the end of 2014, the revenue was zero. So the question next was, we're running out of money. What should we do as a company to not run into bankruptcy on the first year? So we started to look the skills, what we have in the company, and what we can do, the basic stuff. Probably you're familiar with this. You start need to sell your services, whatever you can do, to start providing. So all these kind of things that possibly the team can do, that's what we started to sell out. So trying to go even almost door by door, asking if websites are needed or anything related. And we started doing some of those. Also, we had the pleasure to make this app for the kids about taking care of the teeth. It was a fun project, but the company who ordered this from us ran into financial issues, so we got again a problem to go forward. We were again out of money. But we started to generate some of revenue, so that was a good start. So just more sales, more B2B services, and yeah, we made some HR automation tool with AI. We sold some concepting. In Finland, we have this 5,000 kind of bills from the state to make innovations. So, of course, we sold all of the possibilities for companies to make different kind of concepting and other applications. But then at the same time, while selling the services, our gaming spirit, our gaming team, they wanted to start making a game. And that's when we started to make the VR game Cave Digger. So now we had a game team in the company and the B2B services selling company. And revenue, yeah, it's going a little bit higher. Yeah, sales are doing a little better. Again, more sales, more applications, any kind, which just can be getting any kind of restaurant, map things. All sounds good. Next year, okay, didn't do that much. A part of the team were doing the game, and just more sales, more stuff, and we made some application for kitchens to make some delivery stuff. Okay. Also some Hollow Monsters mobile game. Maybe you have heard about this. Still today, working applications for a construction company going on the fairs, some presentation for them, and you name it. All what can be done with the skills we had. Some app for schools too. Some physical devices integrated to the teaching in the schools. So how to get the students focused more on the studies with physical things. So interesting too as well. So 2018, Cave Digger was out. So that was a big thing for the company. So we officially felt like we are a VR gaming company. And also by this time, also I came to the company. I wasn't from the beginning. So, and I came mainly to run the B2B side on the company. And again, more apps. We have a lot of those, but we won't show everything. But Stealth started doing good. Cave Digger was selling actually quite good. We were very pleased. Not because I came into the company, this happened. You know, just the things were on the right spot. And then we also made this art pulse VR experience thing. It was actually bought from a school, and we after make the experience as a game. So we get it as a second game. And also we made this kind of a demo using the Vario glasses, and we also made this a gun, which is very original, but it's made of plastic. But you get the real feeling of the gun, and we made this very immersive experience of the Winter War. And so you could see the gun, you could see your hands moving it, and then of course you had the immersive view of the winter and the war. Okay, then we came to the point that we want to stand out more as an VR or XR expert for the companies as a B2B side. And we met together with our team to brainstorm and think out what can we do to really stand out. We were a quite small company. And we started to think on making some kind of event together, maybe invite people to our premises and explain those. But we wanted something bigger. Let's think bigger. We want to really stand out, and then we figure out that let's make a premium event around XR, and yeah, then we started to think about keynotes, people who are deeper in the XR or VR, and we thought about companies that are already doing XR or AR, and let's invite them. So just one day, all related to XR, and we also had booth at the side for our competitors. Actually, we invited all of them, and we wanted to make something big that we could stand out as our company, as our brand. And we made something. It's a short video about feelings of the event. Cool. Yeah, we thought that was great. That was something that we really stand out. The timing was very critical, as in 2020. You remember about February, March. That was already the very dangerous time of the pandemic, and we were supposed to go with the polar bear pitching as a side event, but they canceled it 2 weeks before. So we were under very high pressure on should we also cancel or should we just push through? But we decided to go, and we handled it. After 2 days, it was total closed down. So no more events for a long while. So it was a nice timing on that sense. All right. Well, 2020, the COVID was challenging a bit. But at least we did some good marketing from our perspective. And we wanted to go, of course, higher. We set the goal. Let's try to break the 1 million on revenue. We had the gaming team, we had the B2B team, and the gaming team, we were looking that you can break the 500,000 revenue. And as a B2B team, we tried to sell another 500,000. And yeah, now we started to receive some more XR-related projects to do. And also we were teaching in schools about different AR, VR technologies. And yeah, some Christmas things, of course, as well. And yeah, we made it. We made it. It felt like, okay, we got this. We know how to do the thing. Games are selling great. We started to make the Cave Digger 2. Let's make it even bigger, better. The first one was selling quite well, almost 1 million already. So let's make the second one to sell even more, easily 3 million. And then B2B side was looking okay that we can also go forward with that. But this was the moment when we made the mistakes. We were looking that we can go easily higher from that. So that was the moment when we started to change the location. The team was growing. We went on the new place. We invest on everything new, the electric tables, the chairs, the equipment, and we made a massive investment on that thing. And also we started to look for funding and also Business Finland loans to go forward. And and few, of course, the games that we published also. We started the publishing services as we realized that we can do that. Yes. So the year after, Cave Digger 2 was out, but we were not able to make it to the Meta store. We were stuck on the App Lab store, and as you know that it's a playground where all the games basically just gets hidden and really can't sell at all. We were really disappointed. No sales at all, and some of the publishing services, of course, still. But yeah, that was the big hit to us, and we realized that we're making a heavy loss on the business, 500,000. So that was something that we need to do quickly. We need to fix something. And okay, the year after, going still down. The publishing with new games, okay, doing again well. But then we had to make bigger cuts in the company. We were having, after the Cave Digger 2, we started to make our third big game. And we just had a loan from Business Finland and other investors for 1.4 million. And it was quite heavy. We almost spent all the money already. And we were seeing that the sales are not just being enough. We cannot make so that we can stand with the plan. And we had to decide to stop the third project and basically put all the 20 people we had in the gaming team out until we come out with something. And as you know, we were of course trying to get some investor in, but the time wasn't the very easiest moment for that. So reducing the personnel, making a lot of adjustments, trying to break all the costs as low as possible. Then, of course, the loss was a bit smaller, but still, of course, needed to fight harder. But then, at the end of last year, we managed to fix the direction. After all the cuts, after all the polishing on our strategies, forgot to mention that we also stopped the B2B services around 22. So the only income was from the games. So yeah, but started to look good again. Look like we are back on a track. So we just have to focus more on that. The publishing thing is the one thing, and try to get back on our own gaming development. All right. Well, slightly what we get from the company. Well, basically the company we do everything related to VR games. So anything concepting, design, development, marketing, publishing, etc. Cave Digger was the first for a Finnish company to be on the MetaQuest. Yeah, we have experience on PSVR 2 and Meta. And of course the own IP and publishing. And yeah, between the first companies working mixed reality. We also made some smaller XR game for Meta. And yeah, that was something crazy to launch our game in every existing platform. Something very crazy. Technically, just the 3 biggest ones are the ones that really works, but it was something nice to try. And of course, the relationship with the platforms, what we have in the company. So, but after all this long journey, there was a lot of difficult moments, a lot of downs, often the feeling that how can we handle the salaries after 2 months? Is it something that we can make, or what's going to happen? Really difficult. I don't know. I hope you haven't experienced this kind of challenges. But this question, I think this is one of the key things, to come back to the point when you started with this field, with this excitement on XR or related to this. What is the passion? What is what you were looking? What is driving you on? I think you have to get back on those feelings, and if you have gone on the side from that, then it would be good to take a few steps back to really get back on the passion. At least that's what it's for me. The question personally is that what is my personal passion to go forward? All right, I think that this was pretty much about that. So please feel free to connect. This is my LinkedIn profile, so please connect. And if you have any kind of questions or comments, I'll be happy to talk about. I'll be very open. And yeah, seeing quite much. Still much to see, but if there's something I can help you with, I'll be happy to do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Samuel.
Thank you.
Thank you for being so candid in expressing that making stuff in VR can be hard. Yeah. Great. Here's enjoy the marzipan, and here's also a donation we made on behalf of you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks so much. Any questions? Actually, let me check. Did we have questions? So I should. Sorry. Yeah. Is the Winter War experience still available somewhere?
Well. Yes and no. We have, of course, the software still. The guns we kind of still have, yeah. So it's let's say it's possible to pull it back if needed. So yeah, that would be the answer.
Okay. Oh, there's more. Do you use a Slido or? I'll take the ones here first, and then I'll come to you. Okay. Do you have any? Oh, there's too many already. How does VRKiwi go about choosing a target group for an XR game?
Oh, that's a good question. Well, XR games are quite interesting. It seems that Meta is very interested about the XR games, and Meta is investing on XR games. But then, personally, we haven't seen too much success on the sales when it comes to XR games. So, yeah, I would say it's an experiment more than a business.
What's with the Kiwi?
Oh, that's a good question.
It's from an anonymous person. Like.
Yeah. It's very good. Nothing to do with New Zealand, yeah. But yeah, well, the guys founded the company. They, of course, they went in the bar, and they started thinking on the name of the company. And I think they were a little bit inspired about the Apple. So they thought that, well, you know, Apple has these iPhones, ISO, and so. So instead of I, let's put me. It was Kiwi was the first name of the company, and the Kiwi, as a fruit, of course, Apple was taking, so just the Kiwi. So Kiwi was originally, and then when we changed to go just for the games, we already had the VRKiwi as a brand for games, so we switched on that. So that's shortly the story behind. So from the fruit, we changed, of course, to the bird because it's much better than the fruit, more personal.
Wait, can you try the microphone?
Yes. Thank you for being here. I'm curious about your relationship with Meta, specifically with the Meta Quest store. Because you said that Meta kind of like didn't put you into the Meta store, and over the last 10 years, I've seen a lot of problems with Meta, that they're very selective, very close-gated, and not really open to anything else than what they personally know. Has that changed? Will that change in your opinion, or will it get worse?
Well, that's a good question. I hope they do change. We, of course, did have challenges, to be honest. It was quite difficult to keep this good conversation with them. Maybe I can talk more in person about details, but yeah, Meta seems to have very strong own path they're going, and of course they want to get all people around and related to that to work in their plans. But I really hope that they put more focus on smaller and indie companies. From their perspective, I believe they feel that they are doing it, and they of course they're funding also, but still, I think their own agenda is speaking stronger than what it should be.
Just to add to this a little bit, I personally would be very cautious about Meta, because the current political situation drifts in a very weird way, and Meta is only there to make money for themselves. So to wait for them to look out for us small developers is probably a long arm that they will dry us out. So I think overall here as a community, we should start looking like what other venues are there, and do we need to build alternative venues than Meta?
That's a very fair point, and I agree that that's something that needs to be considered. And I can say that PlayStation as a platform, that's really good. That's more stable, and if you have the game that it's good looking, then that would be the platform to consider. We have games that have been selling better in PlayStation than in Meta.
Great. And let's do last question. Is it Vaidas? You had one?
Yeah. What's the future for VRKiwi?
A big question mark.
You teased us with your passion, but I don't think you answered.
Oh, my personal passion?
Or the company's passion. Yeah.
Right. Well, I think we are a company of passionate people. I think we all are in this field. I think that's something that unites us on this XR thing. We have passionates on gaming, of course. We have passionates on growth. And I've been thinking, actually, what is my passion, to be honest? Because I'm not a gamer, to be honest. I haven't done that much. I have been always related to company business side and being as a CEO for other 2 companies. So I think my passion personally is being able to unite these passionate people to do fire out of that. I think that's my kind of like the core passion. Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Samuel. Next up is Vaidas to give us his perspective on the VR gaming market. Thanks.
Hello, friends. Does it work? Right.
Yeah. You can trigger that out. Big button forward, small one back. You can point as well.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to continue with the thread that Samuel started, and I'm going to share our experiences in the weirdest of them all, the VR gaming market. But before that, I have actually questions for you. I want to understand the audience. So who of you has launched a product for a consumer market? Okay, not so many. Do you think it was a success? Yeah, what about, did it pay off? No. Okay, so yes, entering a consumer market is pretty big step. I was in a company that worked with tech for a long time. I really pushed them go into from B2B to products, and well, I failed, so I started my own company more or less to do that. So the company is called Chark. We are based in Lithuania in 2 cities, Vilnius and Kaunas. And my name is Vaidas. I'm a producer/director in the company. My own backstory, I'm coming from humanities, but I always loved technology. So I kind of combined this into one career, let's say so. And I've been working with creative tech for probably like a dozen of years. B2G, startups, B2B, and now like my passion is like doing products and video games. So we do video games, which are both for flat screen and VR and mixed reality. So I worked with VR, started working with VR around 2017 or 18, and I didn't go into that. I saw the promise, right? But I thought it's a niche of a niche. What do I mean by that? You have to have a gaming computer, it's a niche already, and you have to buy an expensive peripheral. So it's a niche of a niche. I just did not see the scale. But then, when Quest 1 came out, I was super hyped. I think I was the first person in Lithuania to order the Quest 1 when like I was waiting just to press the button when it came online. In 2019, I got some government funding, and we did first location-based co-located experiences already with Quest 1. Probably the first ones to do prototypes with hand tracking when it released, so I was super hyped about it, still am, and I said that I'm gonna work for 10 years in XR or VR since then, so it's 6 years have passed. And my prediction was that in 2024, 5 years after the Quest 1 release, is gonna be like consoles. The VR headsets will be like consoles. So I had this prediction, like I looked at PlayStation 4, which at the time had sold around 100 million. So I was like, I think we're gonna go there, right? In 5 years, we can do the console market. So how did it fare out? Yes, VR headsets can be considered consoles. That's where the money comes in, and it's mostly about gaming. But the numbers are not there. Pandemic really did help. I think we have like more than 20 million headsets right now. But it's not in hundreds of millions. So after the pandemic, I burned out. I really wanted to do products and games, and this tongue-twisting game came into the existence. We've been doing it for a couple of years. It's a flying game, and please enjoy the picture. It's the only nice picture in the presentation. This is our key art. The game is about you being a bird person who has wings and can fly around these beautiful environments and explore different vistas, archipelagos, and race around with their friends or foes. So, our approach. One thing I saw with VR, it's all about the body, right? For me, what distinguishes from consoles is being fully physical. So, our tenet, full use of body. 360 freedom, right? When you're flying, it's not about going on a track, 2D plane. It's about using the 360 environment. 0 buttons, no inputs. It's all about you having the controllers and moving your body in a specific way. So it's all about your own physicality and how you move your body. And as the team is small, we went for arcade gameplay because we can't really build huge worlds, narrative games, etc. So this is our line, the best flying game for VR, and I believe we have it. Pitch for consumers or for investors was, we are making kind of a Sonic for VR, or if it's a multiplayer, it's a Mario Kart for VR, right? We're just using the modalities of VR and bringing the gameplay to virtual reality. So, how weird is the market that we now entered? I would say it's pretty weird. So let's start talking about the storefronts themselves. So I just listed a few of them here. It's Viveport. It's like a subscription-based. I know there's an Estonian game there, Into the Radius there. I'm not sure how they're doing. There's a PlayStation VR. A small, kind of niche, very passionate community. I think, however, the PlayStation has ditched VR for now, and there's like a very slow-moving platform. We have a page there. It doesn't really do well. Pico has 2 markets: Europe, Japan, and Singapore, more or less, and China. Right? So there's like 2 different storefronts. They're not doing well again, considering what happened during the pandemic, the whole growth. So we were not approved there. And Steam is good for like premium games, very high quality games. It's not really. We released a demo on Steam, and it wasn't like lukewarm, let's say, at best reaction. It's for like Half-Life, Alyx, or Estonian quality level games, right? It's not for casual gaming. And of course, our main market is Meta. We always had a focus on that. But Meta Store has a long story of different changes, right? So at first it was a very closed store. So up until last year, there were only 500 games in the store. So from 5 years, only 500 games were on the store. So there was a side quest, right? Then they opened up App Lab, I think, around the pandemic. So it was like an answer to the side quest where you could play games that were not in the closed store. But then in 2023 or 24, kind of Google started doing this thing with Samsung, like we're going to release a VR headset for ourselves. And of course, if it's Android, it's going to be open. So Meta has decided to open up the store. It was pretty crazy. I think they migrated all the App Lab games to open store, and we were stuck in a limbo. At the time, there were some technical issues, and we just could not migrate because some of the buttons were just grayed out for us. It took like 4 months of connecting with Meta to solve this out, but eventually we went to the store to be visible for launching soon. Okay, so another issue is funding. So during the pandemic, and we saw from the Dave's presentation, there was a big funding right now, and it's not going so well. We saw that in these 2 years we've been developing the game. We talked with publishers, and they were quite excited to have us. And then during the process, came down The whole market started to show bad numbers and stalled sales. And some of the companies we talked with, publishers just went bankrupt in general. Also, the audience has changed during these several years. So we saw the signals during the pandemic, and that's where we kind of started doing the game. You probably know that, but it was the hottest Christmas present for your kid in the US. So while Meta was still talking about, that their audience are like millennials or even like ladies in their 50s, the signal was that kids love VR and they're getting it for Christmas, for Black Fridays, etc. So we heard the signal, and we kind of knew that we were doing a game for kids. And this is what kids bring about, right? They're very physical, they love chaos, and they love interaction. So we kind of focused on physicality, but we couldn't just find out the chaos part, or the interaction part. So this is very important. We learned just by playing the games that kids love, that these are 3 components you have to aim for. One more thing is very important for us and for you if you're ever going to the market for younger audience, is that they really don't care about the polish or excellence. This is the generation of Roblox or Minecraft. They love trash aesthetics. They don't really care. It's all about memes and just quick interactions. And the thing that we did a lot, like working with specific music direction or art direction, it's not really that appreciated for a 10-year-old kid. You should treat it, and we should treat it, as a playground. This is the new mentality. Kids spend their time at school, then they go back, and instead of going out like we did, right, my generation did, go out in the yard and play together, they just play games, and VR is very popular right now, exactly for this reason. VR is now a playground for them where they express themselves, and physicality is a very big part of that. Right, so the other part, the weird part, is the money, of course, and it's related to the audience. Why? Because kids have small wallets. But kids' audience is the biggest right now in the VR market, especially on Meta, right? So when I say kids, it's teenagers and young adults too. So what do we have? We have big audience, but low spending power. And I wrote a sad phase here, but I removed it because this means that like kind of mobile game mentality comes into VR, and we've been seeing that for a year, more or less a year. So what does it mean? It means that free-to-play games are now meta thing, right? There's a huge audience that wants content. They're not unable. There's a barrier of entry for them to buy them. So now everyone's transitioning. Not everyone's, but even the games that were premium before are going to free-to-play model. So we developed the game as premium single-player experience. We thought we're going to add the multiplayer after the launch. But this year was like, if you have a product, if you manage a business, this is like for a couple of months, I was like, what to do with our game? Like for us, either small success or huge failure would be the same, right? So eventually, we had decided to like transition, and we integrated multiplayer much faster than we expected. And we decided to do a free-to-play game with live services, what means that we do produce updates quite often. And we made some kind of a trick, let's say. So the game is not like free-to-play, but it's a freemium game. What do you mean by that? You can download the game for free, and there's only a portion of the game that is for free. If you want to get more content, you just buy an add-on that gives you the full game. So this is like an insurance policy for us, and it worked very well. so far, because we see there's a parity between like full game purchase inside the game or people just buying cosmetics, which is basically the free-to-play model, right? So we released early access this summer. We have great numbers and not so great numbers. Right, some advice for you if you go into this market. So we've been to MetaConnect, invited to MetaConnect this year. We were part of the Developer Summit. So I learned a lot from other developers, from other game creators who are more successful or less successful from us. We tried the new glasses, and I learned a lot about the Horizon, which is a pretty huge thing in the US, which I did not know, that there's a lot of studios doing Horizon worlds and getting paid by Meta, of course. The money that was before spent for game dev in VR right now is flooding the Horizon worlds. It's crazy. So the general sentiment is the same. It's free to play, and kids and young audience is the thing that's right now ruling the Quest Store. The other thing is that what Meta is also, like everyone is seeing, that VR competes with other medias, and what we see is that the growth of TikTok and YouTube Shorts is growing, and that's one of the reasons. It's not only that VR competes with other games on flat screens, is that the attention of potential audience is going elsewhere, and TikTok and YouTube Shorts is one of the culprits, so to say. One other interesting thing is that part of the younger audience is not on social media at all, right? The parents just don't let them be on TikTok or Instagram, etc. So one interesting thing is that word by mouth is very important. So kids talk about the games during the school. They just share about, I found this game, he's on early access. Like being on early access is cool right now. It's like something hidden, So they share about it and they go back home and they play the games. So one other big thing that we found out the hard way, right? And I learned from other developers is that cosmetics for free-to-play games is not enough. So the most successful games that are free to play on the Meta Store, they're very clever. Like I couldn't understand that. I tried to play them before. I could not understand. This is like, again, the chaos part. The being the Gen Alpha thing. I just did not get it. But they're very clever. These creators kind of start with the progression at first, the monetization and the gameplay ideas, and then they build the game around it. And they're very successful. Like they're doing the numbers that we've seen. They're beating the numbers, I think, from the pandemic numbers, because they release very often. They do mimetic stuff, and they cater to the audience, and they have these really interesting progressions, which are not cosmetics, but also not free to play. It's like purchase. It's like I was saying to you. I think it's like pay for fun, right? So you want to have more fun. You have to pay a little bit more, right? It's very clever. The other very, very important thing is that everyone's in the mercy of the algorithm eventually, right? This is the most important thing is the algorithm right now. We had troubles last year. Everyone had troubles with the algorithm, the visibility on the store. They were changing it. There are a few things that you should know about the Meta Store. Optimize for retention. If your game has a good retention, you'll be more visible on the store. It means that people are coming back to the game, right? Be relevant. What does it mean to be relevant? It means that if a person comes in and checks your store page, if it clicks, wish list or download or buy, it means you are relevant for your audience, right? So they take into account. If you are relevant, if you make people interested, it means a lot. You're going up. One other very important factor that we understood and we kind of confirmed is that you have to have an external traffic. If there's external traffic coming from your social media, from Discord community, everywhere else, it kind of says that your game is legit, because when Meta Store opened, there were thousands of games. It was really trashy. And now they're really trying to coordinate and curate the store. And one of the signals is there external traffic coming to the page. Oh, cosmetics are not enough. I think we talked about it. Other thing is that experiment and release early access as soon as possible. Don't be afraid. Don't be perfectionists like we were. We were too late for early access. So I wish we had early access earlier. Just launch the game, see how it performs, build a community, improve it on the way. Kids are very, I'm looking for the right word, but they are lenient, or like they don't really care. If you release early access on Steam, flat screen game, and it's not really good, people will judge you. No one judges on the Meta store really. It's like, it's early access, cool. Let's go. And the other thing is just we have to understand where we are, what market is, right? So the Stardew Valley Reddit, one game has more members than the whole virtual reality Reddit subreddit. So it's just a small market, It's just a small market. There's huge competition. There's always learning, and there's always understanding how it works. And so free-to-play, yeah or nay, right? So free-to-play, audience are kids. You have to be very dynamic. You have to be very mimetic. You have to understand how it works. And you have to update quite often. One thing we heard, and I do agree, is that kids play updates. So on Friday, when you drop the update, on Saturday morning, everyone just jumps in and plays the game. And we can see that from our numbers too. Yep, that's it. That's our learnings from the Word market. Still have to serve 4 years in VR. So if you want to connect with me, do it on Twitter or just write to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaidas. Oh, it's me. Thank you, Vaidas. Here is your. Oh, actually, I forgot your most important certificate. I think it sounds like you're like Tarantino, who makes 10 movies and then is out. So you take 10 years in VR.
Thank you.
It's a little donation. Enjoy the marzipan.
Thank
we
you.
have a few questions so far. If you want to add more to Slido, please do. Did Exergale free-to-play approach pay off?
Not yet. We can pay salaries, but we're not thinking about still thinking about paying off. We always have an opportunity to experiment on early access as a free-to-play game, and then when we finish, the whole product, we can do premium out of it. There's still a possibility of that. Meta even encourages that for products that don't do well on free-to-play. So there is a possibility to do both. You experiment early access as a free game, and when you polish, when you understand what's the best product you can get, you can do premium out of it.
Very interesting. And do you have a timeline for that?
I think we're going to do a full launch Q1 next year.
Oh, cool. And all right, do kids really play multiplayer other than VR chat?
Oh yeah, I mean, this is the big thing is kids. We have from 500 to 1,000 new players every day. New players. It's the numbers are really huge. We never expected that. Of course, we did well on the Meta store. On the algorithm optimization, but there are really millions of kids right now in VR playing social games, mostly social games. And this is you have to understand that this is the playground thing. They socialize physically in VR with one another. They meet. I received a father of our player, of a kid, a girl, found me on Discord, and he wrote to me that it's her favorite game, and she's meeting her online friends for the first time there. So there's this big thing of socializing between kids.
When do you think Horizon Worlds will come to Estonia? Or
I don't really know but one thing is I went in there and there was they gathered 200 Horizon World creators across the US, and I was like, really, is this a thing? And they pay money for them just to create the world. So it doesn't really matter if you have monetization inside the world, but they just look at the retention. So if there are people in the Horizons like world, they just grant you money for that. So yeah, so as you probably saw from MetaConnect, they're doing their own engine. They're really pushing Horizons very hard, and there were more creators. There were more creators from Horizon Worlds than from the Meta Store invited to this event. So there's a big push towards Horizon there.
Yeah, and I think just to comment that Meta, I guess, always is kind of pushing content in the way that they want the market to go. And in a way, I think Boz has said in some interviews too that if basically Horizon Worlds doesn't become like Roblox, it doesn't make sense for them to do the platform at all. So it's really important for them.
And it's not. They're kind of saying it's VR first, but it's like there is a parity, and I think they have better numbers on mobile than right now. So they're still
is the case with Rec Room and
yeah, exactly, yeah. So they are doing the parity thing, but the numbers are on the mobile, not on VR.
Cool. Okay, one more question. Do kids socialize in VR with online friends or friends they know in real life?
Both.
Any idea?
Both. As I said, they talk in school, go back and just continue socializing with their friends, but they also meet their new friends. And they're very open. Like if you have kids, just put them on the headset. They kind of, oh, who are you? Hi. They really like to approach other kids and just talk. It's even if they're shy. My small cousin, she's very shy. She doesn't know English, but she's like, she tries just to go nearby and just maybe physical touch of some sort. There's this thing. They kind of see. Like kids are so receptive to VR. There's one big thing I would love to touch is that they learn the game so much faster than the adults because for us it's physicality, and they just love to experiment. They love to move. It's a thing. VR is a thing for a younger audience.
That's really cool. And then just a comment that probably if you think there are some people who are a bit too old to hang out with kids, and anyway, I'm talking about, I guess, a criminal segment. And in a way, it's good to. In VR, you basically hear the voice, right? So if you're like, let's say, some old pedophile, then it's pretty hard to pretend you're like a 5-year-old or 10-year-old. When you're actually in that environment.
It is true.
Unless you have some voice filter, I guess.
No, it's true.
So it's really like with chat and so on, it used to be a lot easier, I guess. So it's that sense VR.
And we have reporting too, and we see that it's pretty funny reporting. Like funny and sad too when you see who reports what and for what.
Yeah, because you always have to think about safety when you develop products, right?
The N-word and...
Yeah. Good. So thank you so much, Vaidas.
Thank you.
That was really interesting.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Now we have Rein. He's our permanent fixture in all the great VR conferences and meetups. He will give us an update on Bootstrap Island. And I think he's got a really interesting perspective this time, how the client work has shaped the game development. So thank you. Use Slido for questions, and let's go.
Okay. Genius. Hello, everybody. My name is Rein Zobel. I'm the creative director and co-founder of Maru VR, and the other co-founder is Lilith Palmer. She's also the CEO. And my background before I came to VR is in film, but I'm also always been very, very passionate about games. I'm one of the hosts of Estonia's longest running gaming podcast, which has now been a weekly show for 13 years. Today we'll share a little bit of our perspective and our story. So Maru VR was created in 2016. We are almost 9 years old, based in Tallinn, Estonia. And before we made a pivot to gaming and started working on Bootstrap Island, we did a lot of client projects, like over 40, which is probably the biggest number of any companies in Estonia who have worked in the VR sector. And this has taught us a lot, and today we're gonna share a little bit about that journey. So the projects that we made were often for public use, location-based entertainment for museums, for training apps. For example, we made one experience to train firefighters in an environment where you can't see because the room is full of smoke. Or one where you go on top of the Tallinn TV tower and circle around it on a magical chair. And all of these projects where the end user of them was a completely random person. So basically we made games for people who weren't gamers, who might be very young or very old, and they might have zero experience previously with games or using controllers. So we learned a lot from the feedback of the clients and also the actual users. And we were also lucky enough that we had very nice clients that we were working with who gave us a lot of creative freedom. So we were free to experiment and try out different technologies, different narrative structures. Basically, with any project, we tried to experiment with something new, to try and learn something new about the VR medium, which I personally think that is very strong, a strong medium. And then we took that experience into our game, which is called Bootstrap Island. And it's a Robinson Crusoe-like virtual reality survival game. And the idea is that everything is very immersive, very interactive. You play as a 17th century shipwreck survivor who finds themselves on a tropical beach. And you have to work hard to find water, find food, make a fire before the night comes. The game is out in early access since February 2024, so 1.5 years in early access. Currently it's only out on PC VR. We are, of course, looking at other platforms as well, but I have nothing to announce today. But the Steam early access, the Steam full access is planned to the beginning of 2026. And now I would like to show you the trailer of our last update, which we released this summer, and where we added the new area called the Riverlands into the game. So please. Thank you. Very quickly, the overview of how the game is doing. This screenshot is a little old. Now we have over 800 reviews on Steam. The feedback currently is very positive. I think about 83% of the reviews are positive. We made it to the Steam VR best-selling list last year, which only had, I think, 5 or 6 new releases. All the others were old games. And social media has also been very kind to us. A lot of content creators have made videos on YouTube and other platforms, TikTok. And somewhat surprisingly, we also received the Estonian Game of the Year award last year, which is very heartwarming, especially because the game is still not ready. We're still working on it. So, but on to the lessons that we received from the client projects. One of the first things I would suggest if you're making VR content is that meet the expectation of the magic of VR. A lot of people have notions from movies such as The Matrix or Lawnmower Man that when you put on a VR headset, something very special, something very magical will happen. Your mind will be blown. Life will never be the same again. But oftentimes you are instead greeted by blurry text, logo screens, license agreements that you have to read, and very slow-paced learning of the experience and explanations of how the controllers work, which kind of ruins the immersion and doesn't build a lot of goodwill. If people have a choice in a museum, then they might just take off the headset and say, this is not what I expected, this is not for me, I'll try something else. But if they buy a game, then they might just close the game, uninstall it, and ask for a refund. So you have only one chance to make a first impression, and I would suggest front-loading the fun in VR, so the person who puts on a VR headset and experience what you're trying to show them has fun from the first moment. Lesson number 2. If you are trying to create an immersive experience, then lifelike interactions are really, really important. If you give players hands in VR, they want to interact with everything. And this is something that's really unique to VR, because when you play a regular screen game, a shooter or a platformer game or an action third-person game, you don't have the expectation that you can do everything and you can interact with everything. But in VR, you're immersed, you feel that this place where you're in is realistic, and then you want to do everything like you would in real life. It will be a huge disappointment when you try to pick something up in VR and your hand just goes through it. It doesn't have collision, it doesn't have interactions. Then it feels like a bug, and it also feels like the game doesn't care about you as the player. Like if the game didn't care about realism or giving me options to do as a player, why should I care about this game? It's definitely a good thing to have interactions which mimic real life. This can be very, very hard to do. We have been doing it for years, because when one tiny thing is not correct, then it reminds you that you're in a game, you're in this artificial environment, and that's not what we want. Gabe Newell from Half-Life said that when the game doesn't acknowledge you, when the game ignores you, you get a narcissistic injury, and I think it's absolutely correct. Realism realism is a choice. It's not like every game has to choose a realistic style. It's completely up to the creators. But when we started out and tried different technologies in creating VR content, the huge difference that we saw was that when we tried to make the experiences more realistic, then people responded with much more emotion. A bad example would be that somebody takes off the headset and says, "That was good, that was fun, I liked it," but in a very unenthusiastic way, versus what we actually saw was that people were screaming, they were laughing, tears coming from their eyes. We actually had a few cases where people tried to run away with a VR headset, and almost slammed into walls or got stuck in cables. So That's dangerous, but also it's proof that people who try VR are connecting with it emotionally. So just small things like realistic lighting, correct scale of things, very high quality textures for things that you look up close. These things pile up, and all these little things combine into an emotional experience. And this is something that we have seen that it's very hard, even when somebody's actively trying to not be immersed. It's hard to convince your brain that what you see is not real. User interface is your enemy. When you play a VR game, then a lot of times you have these floating icons and you use a laser pointer which is coming out from your hand and you use it to push things around. We don't actually have a real life counterpart to that. We don't actually do that in real life. So why should it make sense that we interact in this manner in VR when the idea is that you are supposed to be in this believable environment? Of course, we also use in Push-Up Island sometimes for the pause menu. That's the best way to select things, is that you have a virtual little laser pointer going on. But basically in gameplay, we try to have very, very minimal user interface, basically none, so that this forces players to engage with the world in a realistic way and also harness what they already know. You already know that wet boot doesn't catch fire, and we don't have to teach that to the player. When it starts raining and trying to make a fire, then they seek for a shelter. This is a natural thing to do. So we always try to have these naturalistic things in the gameplay, which motivate the player to actually think of a solution and feel very smart and rewarded when they figure out what they should be doing. One keyword here is abstraction. When you play a regular shooter game, you press a key and then you see an animation of these 3D hands reloading the weapon. But in VR, you do things manually. You can always have some abstraction even in VR, but what we have discovered is that players actually like interacting with things. We have the 17th century gunpowder pistol where you have to put in the gunpowder, then put in the bullet manually, and then cock the weapon manually. And doing all these things is gameplay. It feels rewarding when you succeed, and you get better, and then you have the feeling of mastery, which is also an important part of the gameplay. And last but not least, audio design. I can't stress enough how important audio is in VR. We as developers tend to focus on the visual side and on the interaction side, but audio design is your partner in creating this kind of content. It's not only to have good audio as part of the immersion, but it also helps the players anchor themselves into the world, and it helps them navigate. One example in Push-Up Island would be that you hear the ocean before you see it. So when you're lost in a jungle, you venture deep, and then you hear the sound of the waves crashing from far away from one direction. This tells you where you are, and also you see this big volcano from everywhere on the island. So you have two landmarks basically, and you can already position yourself. This is very helpful and immerses the player and helps them navigate in a natural way. And there's also a guidance that you can get from sound. For example, when you hit a coconut against a rock, it makes this juicy cracking sound, which tells you that you're doing the right thing and you're going in the right direction, versus when you hit a coconut against a piece of wood or against sand, then it just makes this very, very unenthusiastic thumping noise, which tells the player that this is not the way to achieve your goal of opening the coconut. So these type of things, players might not register them knowingly It might be subconscious, but it makes you feel like you, as the player, are the person who figures everything out, and this feels very rewarding. So all of this knowledge that we took, it didn't just affect the way that we designed Bootstrap Island. It's very deeply woven into the DNA of the game, and we used this knowledge to conceptualize the game. We didn't have the idea of making a survival game in VR, rather than we thought of what works best in VR. And we knew that people like interactions, but it's very unrewarding to just randomly interact with things if there's no meaning to it, if there's no drama. And survival is a great situation where you are under constant time pressure, you are under constant threat, and your figuring out of interacting with things is what saves your life in that situation. So it made perfect sense for us from the beginning, and also because we chose stylistically to have very realistic looking graphics, as realistic as we can make with a small team, and a spatial cinematic sound, it means that it's also a game which is easy to watch. And this is something that has been proven by content creators over and over again. Because when you're trying to catch a fish with a spear or chase away animals with a torch, this is something that anybody who walks into the room instantly can understand what's going on. You don't have to explain. So this is also because the game is not linear, it's open world, it's systemic, it allows for content creators to show their personalities, to engage with the game in a humorous way or serious way, whatever their audience expects them to do. And this extra touch of personalization, this player freedom, is something that seems to be working very well for them. So to reiterate, our 5 lessons from custom-made VR experiences to gaming is to meet the expectation of the fantasy of the VR, use as lifelike interactions as possible and as little abstraction as possible, try to have some manner of realism to fool people's brains, avoid UI as much as you can, and focus on audio design. That's it. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello. We do have a few questions.
Oh, nice.
There you go. Okay.
Thank you.
What about cyber sickness in Bootstrap Island? How did you optimize against it?
The fun thing about making a game and putting it up on Steam is that your audience is the people who have a VR headset and the PC. And you can already assume that these are the people who really don't have a big problem with VR and cyber sickness. Our way of countering cyber sickness was that we have a teleportation system in the game, but it's not actually teleportation because that would break the game. In a game where you have constant time pressure, just instantly teleporting yourself would be game breaking, and players, there's this nice saying that given the chance, players always optimize the fun out of the game. So we made a system where it's basically the screen goes dark and you see your character walking over to the place where you go. So people who don't tolerate free locomotion just have to spend most of the time in darkness. And over the years, we have had absolutely 0 comments about that. So basically nobody is using it. So the gaming audience doesn't really care that much about cyber sickness, is our conclusion about that.
Yeah, it's good to test versus, I guess. Why the VR only for focus for Bootstrap Island? Why not also make it a screen game or a mobile game or something?
Because the company name has VR in it.
Oh.
And that was kind of the choice that we made early on, that we are making VR games, and we conceptualized and made the game to be the best VR game out there. I think creating a regular screen version adds very little value to it. I mean, sure, there's some people who want to play it, I guess, but yeah, this is the approach that we took, and we really believe the medium, and we want to see it grow, and we want to grow with it.
Great. And last question so far. To make realism, you need higher-end hardware support. Is this game able to run on standalone devices like Meta Quest?
This is one of the choices that we made early on. Maybe today we would make different choices, but currently the game is out only on PC. We are looking into other platforms, but nothing to announce.
Okay. Great answer. We're good? Oh, one more? Don't have Slido?
No.
Okay, sure. Sure.
One question. Have you thought about
Yeah,
the
microphone.
shareability of the experience? Because this game really looks like, to me, it's great for a single player, but it's also a great game to be in a small social setup. So do you have a mirror function in there where you can watch the main game basically on another second screen?
The mirror function.
Yes. So to show what the viewer, the player is seeing on a second big screen, so the others in the room can see what he's doing or she's
like
doing.
casting or something, I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, sure. I think almost all PC VR games have the game running on a regular screen as well, or I think PSVR calls it social screen output or something like that. We actually have one extra function where when you're watching the game, you always have the little counters in the corner, like what's the health, what's the thirst, what's the hunger of the player. So it would be better to see how the player is doing, because the viewers otherwise might miss something. But we basically from the beginning we designed the game to be watched as well as played, so it would be fun to watch. As for multiplayer, also nothing to announce, but yeah, we see how it would be fun. It's the experience of being alone on a stranded island and then adding other people to it still seems like fun, but maybe something for the future, maybe something for the sequel. Let's see.
Great. Thank you so much, Rein.
Thank you.
All right. We're done now, aren't we? We're having lunch soon, is that correct? No. One more. Sorry, I'm a bit loopy. You getting on, Villem? Oh, yeah, we're going to talk about audio design finally. Okay, yeah. Actually, I had a good segue for that, because Rein mentioned that spatial audio design is like super key, half of the game, basically.
I agree.
And we have the guy here to tell you about that. So there you go. Take it away, Villem. Thank you.
Okay.
Awesome.
Hello, I'm Villem Rootalu. I'm the audio lead on Unloop. And basically, I'll introduce the game, because I'm happy to talk about an Estonian game made. And also some of the audio things, and basically giving creatives tools to use to develop the game, to make it better. So here's, not a high quality GIF of the game, but basically Unloop is a single player puzzle game where you're basically in different escape rooms, solving puzzles, going to the next level. There's a unique mechanic where once you die or once the timer runs out, all of your actions are recorded and you start a new loop. So basically every level you're working with yourself to complete the puzzles and going over and over. Basically, you plan out and get maybe frustrated with yourself, and you die a lot just to finish the level. And finally, one of the copies or you will be the one finishing the level. So the puzzles get more difficult. There are new mechanics added as the game progresses. And there are some internal rules, we decided that every level has to have a puzzle where you can't complete the level without at least one copy. So imagine maybe pushing a button and one door opens and another door closes. So you always need one copy to actually finish the level. Also, we have a laser gun, but there's no combat in the game. It's just for different mechanics in the game. Quickly, we some background information. Our company is SUPERPOSITION NULL. The game is published by CM Games. The company SUPERPOSITION NULL grew out of CM Games from an internal incubation program. Basically, the people could pitch different ideas, and they saw the potential in the time loop idea. And so a team of 3 started developing it in 2023. And in 2024, there was a playtest that was received very positively. I myself joined in the spring this year. And the full version was released this September on MetaQuest and Pico. And there's a Steam release coming up at the end of the year. Today, our team is 9 members. Okay, so one of my favorite features, and I think the coolest aspect of the game, which doesn't actually help you at all to complete the puzzles, is basically recording the voice of the player as well as the actions. So whenever you start a new loop, you're working with yourself, but you also hear all of the happiness or the frustration you basically had first going through the previous loop. So I'll show you a short video from a YouTube VR streamer who is ending one loop and finishing the next loop with his copies.
It's a simple, beautiful thing. Goodbye, friend. I miss you. And then I, the real wolf. These were just fake wolves. I will be the one that escapes. I'm the champion, the real winner. But I'm going to. Look at the incompetence of this. Look at you. You think you could be the real wolf? Ugh.
Oh my God.
I know.
No, man, it's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing for all of us, yeah. But at least you picked up the battery this time, so that's good. And you didn't explode it. Love it. Great. Get down there and raise me. Raise me to my exit. Thank you. Appreciate it. Bye, everybody.
Okay, so I think this is a really cool thing, especially for streamers. If there's a lot of interaction with maybe viewers or someone, then you get all of this, which is kind of noise, but also entertainment and a really fun thing for people to watch. So quickly on music, unfortunately it's a small budget, so we didn't have original music. We used library music to get like this jazz noir aesthetic. You're basically a person investigating a mysterious ship. So we have some non-diegetic music, which is menu music and stingers when you complete the level. There's also diegetic music, which means that it's music inside the level that the player can hear. We have radio points all over the levels, maybe in some lobbies or airlocks in between levels that actually play this distorted or kind of radio sounding music for the player to hear and maybe give a little bit of atmosphere to the place. So about tools, there's a really cool thing in Unreal called blueprints and meta sounds, which I'm very happy about. These are visual programming languages, so you can do stuff in the game without actually knowing real programming. The blueprints covers the whole game, and meta sounds is kind of specific to audio. So Going over this picture, we see a battery and a battery holder, which powers things inside the level with the battery. But when we were developing, there's all these questions like how do we teach people to use them? How do we give enough feedback? Like what are the states of the battery? Can the player use it? So of course, audio can help. This is like a visual of meta sounds. We see battery states. There is a green charged battery, overcharged battery, unstable battery, and an empty battery. And the cool thing about meta sounds is I as a sound designer can make the whole audio system have an ambience loop that plays that shows what the state of the battery is, but also have a pickup sound for the battery that's different depending on the state, which is really important because in VR you might be looking left and grabbing things on the right, so you always need to know like what you're touching and what the situation is. So here is a little demo of the battery sounds. We have the ambient sound switching. And going to the pickup sounds. Yeah, and the cool thing is that all you need basically is just the state of the battery from the engine, and you can do this all by yourself. Okay, another thing is like here blueprints is the general logic in the game. Our development is kind of like hybrid, where the programmers are working in C++, building the game, and all the creatives are using blueprints to build upon the code that is made. So here, for example, we have a force field, very common. You probably wanted to make a sound in the game, but the question is that in every level it might be a different size and a different orientation, so how do you cover that? So a good thing you can do is place the sound emitter basically on the force field closest to the player and have it move with the player. So this is something that you can do in blueprints. You can of course do it in code, but this is something you as a sound designer can develop by yourself without always going back to the programmers and asking them to fix things. Because otherwise, maybe you could place sounds by hand, but if things change or there's new levels added, there's always more work coming up. But as a counter example, in the development, we had the switcher blueprint, which is made by the programmer as a tool for creatives, which is really, really helpful because there's in every level there's something happening, there's changes happening, and basically a switcher blueprint is triggered by any of the buttons or the doors or the things inside the level, and it's open for all of the creatives to add their own things, like art can add, or lighting can change, or I can add audio to change on different triggers, basically. So this is a good place to kind of butter your programmer and make these general big systems that are very helpful when developing these levels. Okay, here's the laser grid, which kind of looks simple. It's just a base moving around and a line coming out of it. But of course, it also needs audio because it can kill a player. So now the question is like, how are you gonna play every sound if it's moving around? You can also place it on the line, but now since it's moving, you need to check like a bunch of times every second where it is. So this is also a great thing for blueprints, for basically developing. It's a good way for the sound designer to kind of experiment and find their own logic and fine-tune the system, so that I can't imagine sitting with a programmer and asking, can we change this variable a bit, and then going back and checking and then asking them to change one more thing. This is another thing that's excellent for kind of iteration and tuning these sound systems. Because also you need to check if maybe if the player is too far, you don't want to keep checking the player position, and the overhead and the performance is going to suffer for it. Here's a similar thing, like conveyor belts. That's just these are in different levels, different sizes. So since Art is already using the logic to populate the conveyor belts, you can use the same thing to populate it with sound. So why it's great? It's gives the option to do independent work, develop and iterate yourself for all of the creatives. It's modular. You can use it in different levels. You can reuse variables because, like, imagine making a sound for a car. You don't always need to calculate the speed of the car because probably someone else is already calculating it. And it's working without code, which is a big deal for a lot of people. And another thing is test environments. For me, at least, testing in VR can be a bit of a pain. Like, you want to do like small changes, but every time you put on the headset and try things out, and maybe it's not working as intending completely. So just open like small side projects, test there. If things work, then bring them in the real game. Have people make test environments in the real game where you can like throw stuff around and break things, so you know if it works, and then you can finally add to the final product. Yeah, and just mentioning resonance audio is a plugin we were using. It's unfortunately not developed anymore by Google, but it's still integrated in Unreal Engine. And it's very useful because it gives you HRTFs, which are head-related transfer functions. These basically position sounds in the room and kind of use your head shape and like the way your ears work to realistically simulate sound propagation in the room. Also, the resonance has reverb volumes, which was very useful for us because we have a lot of geometry in our levels. You might be like in a small corridor or under a bridge or in a great open space. So reverb volumes really helped like simulate different reverb types and switch between them easily. So it's visual, and you can switch easily between them. And quickly, I'll give a shout out to Wise and Fmod. These are middleware programs that are also used for audio. We didn't use them. We were using Metasounds. But if you are starting a new project, I really recommend using Wise or Fmod because these are like Metasounds, but even more powerful. You can basically make the whole sound of the game already in the program and then just connect it to the engine. And mentioning concurrency, since performance is important, always check like how many concurrencies is how many voices are playing of a single sound. So you want to limit and control those. Ambisonics is a really cool thing. It's something we are adding to the game. It's not yet in, but I've had great success with it before. Ambisonics is a sound field, so if you have one channel audio, it's mono. If you have two, it's stereo. But Ambisonics is kind of all around you, and it has a single direction, so it fits really well. So if you are moving in the environment, you hear a realistic sound field around you. So yeah, I recommend using Ambisonics for at least ambience. And for what's next is we have our 1.1 update coming up. We are working on adding new features, new mechanics, and just improving the player experience. And I think that's it.
Thank you so much, Villem. Here's a little token of gratitude and a certificate for the donation we do on your behalf. I got 3 questions so far. First one is, says, why didn't you use audio middleware?
Well, one answer is that I wasn't part of the team in the beginning, so maybe if I was, we would be using it. Okay. But I think for a small-scale project, you can get away with not using it.
Okay, got it.
But yeah, I would recommend using it.
Okay. And then this may be a related question that why not use some XR simulators? The person believes in Unity there's some simulators to do the testing.
I think...
Because you were talking about creating a new environment, I guess.
I think, well, we will have to look into that.
Yeah, you should discuss it, and then maybe there's a great sharing of information happening. Okay, and then third question also on the technical side about the comments from the player protagonist. Are they pre-recorded or are you using microphone to record snippets of player comments?
That's all the real microphone on the headset.
Yeah,
so that's...
the guy in YouTube who was just talking to himself many times over.
Like, it's the things happening just minutes before, basically, playing over and over. And if you get up to like 10 copies, then it's like a whole mess around you.
Cool, sounds fun. And do you have any way to manage it? Or is there any maximum? Can you make like 100 copies of yourself? Or?
I think we don't have like a hard limit.
Really?
Probably the game starts breaking at one point.
That seems like a fun way. Okay, cool. So check out Unloop on all the stores, basically, I guess.
Yeah,
Metapiko.
it's coming to Steam also.
Steam end of the year. Great. Thanks so much, Hans.
Thank you.
Villem. Good. And now we basically have a bunch of pizza there. Go nuts, have lunch, and we'll be back at 1:30. So there's almost an hour. Hello, hello, hello. So welcome back. Feel free to finish your coffees and so on, and then kindly get to the more actionable position where you can see the stage. So we have 2 last-minute additions, actually 3, who will have a 10-minute presentation, and it's going to be the punch here, I think. First one is Ali. Medutechs, he's going to talk about, he's going to tell you more about it, but they're doing some cool training in VR for doctors. I'll let him take it. Thank you.
So thank you for having me, first of all. So I'm Ali, founder of Medutechs. We're working on XR and AI. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about how XR and AR and combination these two can facilitate medical education and change the feature of medical education as well. So I got 10 minutes. I'm going to have a 10 minute then. So can I have the slides, please? Yeah, it's me. Next. Yeah. So let's start from the issue that I have when I was student. My background is in medical. And been 10 years working in virtual reality and bring this innovation to the medical to make a peace between these two. So I was a student, and my first encounter with anatomy was like, okay, They divided us into the 6 group. Then after 10 hours of waiting, they invited us to the cadaver room. It was cold room, dark, and you couldn't smell anything except alcohol, formaldehyde. In front of you, you just see one thing, dead body. All around you was full of skeleton, not the not the moulage one, the real one. All anatomy part everywhere. So still after 10 years, I have the nightmare of that one. It was a spark for me that I need to make a change in some part. So it wasn't actually only problem. The issue in medical education is still we using 19th century's tools in 2025. You can imagine 2D's picture for anatomy, it's awful. 10 hours of waiting for creation or preparation of one room for one cohort is not sufficient. And it's really limited. The modules, moulage, and the cadaver, dead bodies is really limited to access. So students always suffer from that. They don't like to be on that environment. Plus, always they forget it. It's really fast forgetting. As soon as you get out of the class, you forget everything. So imagine you're going to the doctor and they don't know exact anatomy part. The anatomy is fundamental for all the part of medical. Believe me, I'm MD, then I know. So we come up with the virtual reality in medical. Right now, we're working with most accurate 3D model. We hire professors around the world, especially under supervision of Berlin. They're creating all the pieces of art, let's say, to have the really amazing high quality 3D model of anatomy. It is not just having full piece of anatomy. We're working to optimize it for the standalone VR headset. Imagine we have a real-time GI as well in a standalone headset. It's like a ray casting in the computer-based like lighting. It is really amazing quality. Plus, it is academic. It's really accurate in academic level. People, students from 8th grade to the surgeon level can use our application because it is curriculum-based. It was meant to be, but it is not all the stories. The thing today I'm going to emphasize on is our AI.
I am Medutechs Anatomy Assistant. I'm here to provide accurate, detailed information on human anatomy, physiology, histology, embryology, and related medical sciences. Let's dive into your questions.
Hey, how is it going? What does this muscle do?
The eye ring muscle is called the orbicularis oculi. It's a circular muscle that surrounds your eye, almost like a ring. Its primary job is to close the eyelids. When it contracts, it helps you.
This is real-time AI understanding, directly connected to the anatomy you explore. Every response you hear is grounded in science, interpreted through data, and delivered with clarity, bridging knowledge and experience in one seamless interaction. Behind each frame lies precision, muscles and organs recreated in lifelike 3D, with textures and lighting that bring the human form to life. The result is not just visual fidelity.
So I'm going to skip it because of limitation of time. You can see it on my YouTube and the LinkedIn as well. Let's deep dive on some diagram to see what we are doing exactly, why it's important in Europe. Basically, all of us knows that AI is restricted by law in EU to be used in medical. There is a reason. Most of publisher of books in medical, they restricted their license to be used in training any LLMs or any AIs. That's why GPT is not authorized to answer academically, or Gemini or any others. What we have done is, for years, we developed our data set. we create our atlas of anatomy data, all pieces of anatomical with the whole description, what it is, what it can do, what is the functionality, what is the origin, and so on and so on. Academically, all the professors in the best level working on it. Then we use fundamental GPT real-time, GPT-5, and fine-tune it by our data, our own data. Right now, it can answer academically, and we are going to get the approval in Europe to be the first AI anatomy AI that can be used in medical universities. As you can see, the graph shows actually accuracy of answer, clarity, terminology, and the completeness of answer. As you can see, our AI, the green one, is way better than GPT and Gemini. So that's why we call it innovation. It's been like a year we're working on it. Hopefully we can get the approval and use it in the market as well. So it is another piece of art of our anatomy. You can see how full detailed this anatomy is. I don't want to go under the hood, actually, unless you have a question. We had some pilot and we saw the result. 90% of students was more than actually satisfied with our application, and their learning efficiency 90% increase, and 60% of preparation time for each cohort was reduced by our application. The another thing is we try to also be working with sustainability as well. Each classes can produce 2 tons of CO2. It means CO2. It means 5 times travel from London to New York, back, going and back. It is awful. So with our application, with using technology, also we can be actually in peace with environment as well. So it was a quick introduction of our application and innovation. I hope I could actually push boundaries in this actual limitation as well. So thank you for having me. If there is any question, I have a minute. So perfect. I have it ready. If anybody needs to see it or talk with the AI, can actually join me and I can show you. You can talk with it. Cool. It is real-time conversation. It is like you have a professor in front of you. Awesome. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ali, and we'll do it. Oh, the robot is leaving.
Yes, let me change this.
Thanks so much, and yeah, everyone talk to Ali. Thank you so much. It was great. So next we have Aryan somewhere. Coming, yeah. So basically, I'll do a quick intro. So Alpha 3D has been around many years, 6 or 7 in the kind of the XR scene. They basically they've done a number of pivots, but the basic idea is still that they want to create great 3D assets out of 2D images using machine learning. And they did some. They have some new announcements, I believe, maybe something to say how they're doing. Aryan is the CTO, who is going to join now. And same thing, 10 minutes, pay attention. He's going to do a live demo. That's why he's got his computer. And yeah, and you can talk to him afterwards. There you go. Thanks. Hey.
All right. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Aryan. I'm the CTO of Alpha 3D. Probably a lot of you guys know it already. It's my first time in Estonia, so happy to be here. Over the past few years, we've been working over basically transforming text or images to 3D, but it's always been a challenge. So nowadays, if you hear somebody does it, it's a good thing, but when you get to the demo, there's somebody in the background behind the curtain that's actually creating the models. There is always a challenge with especially the enterprises that if they want to go into anything in 3D, whether it's training, whether it's e-commerce, etc., it requires a very high upfront investment. So the whole idea of our company is to kind of break that process down. And for all the reasons that you all know, okay, yeah, the new generation is consuming more content than ever before. So interactive content is more in demand even. And the challenge is, let's say if you have a furniture company like Vitara or Vito or something like that, and then you have suddenly 10,000, 20,000 SKUs, yeah, good luck converting that with less than a few million euros. And that's all upfront without knowing if it's actually going to help the brand, the conversion, or anything like that. It takes hours and hours, months and months, depending on the size. It will take up to years to do something like that. And the quality, because the quality needs to be really good, it needs to be human made. So I'm going to skip through all of this because, well, you all know the 3D. We know that we want to turn the images to 3D. So this is kind of a behind-the-scene demo. It's not connected to anywhere. This is our server. So my hands are here as well. So there's nobody behind the computer somewhere. I'm going to demo you two things. First thing is that we're going to do one picture. Let's say this is a game type asset, and then we do one other, which is a little bit more complicated. So this is pretty simple. Let's say, I don't know if you actually see it.
Yeah, sorry about the sun. I'm trying to figure out if we can block the light from up there.
No worries. Let me see if I can also just open it. That makes it a little bit easier.
Yeah, we're organizing the cloud in front.
Okay, so this is the picture as the reference that I'm trying to make it to 3D. This is pretty simple, just a box, but if you have done photogrammetry, you're usually faced with two challenges. First of all, if you do it with photogrammetry, the file size is so big, and all of it is one material. So yeah, good luck also using the same model. I just uploaded the same picture here, although you don't see it, but trust me, it's the same picture. And then we just push it. So this is right now being generated. Again, my hands on here for a very high quality PBR material, so physically based materials. It takes more or less around 100 seconds-ish, maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more, depending on the complexity. So in the meantime, I'm going to go back to the presentation. I have personally, before I joined Alpha, we had a 3D AR company. So this was our particular challenge. So whenever we would talk to a company, okay, great, they want to do it. They have 10,000 SKUs. And then you give them a code for 2 million euros upfront, nobody's going to even reply to your email. So this is the exact challenge that we have faced. And there was two parts to it. First was the generation, that, okay, right now you also have some companies, I believe in Turkey and a few in India, that they have this scanning pipelines. It makes it faster, but it doesn't make it cheaper. Or necessarily it doesn't solve the problem because you still need to have a lot of hours for the people to separate the materials and then be able to, let's say if you have a shoe consists of two different parts, or a furniture, and you want to have different cushions or different colors for the feet. Yeah, it's a bit challenging. Okay, still working. And what we have done, we are slightly better at hard materials, so anything that is still. So if you have sort of clothing, etc., we can't really yet kind of replicate the physics of it, but we can create a shape of it. So that wouldn't be an issue. And yeah, depending on what you need. So if you need it, for example, for a normal game, let's say a mobile game where your assets doesn't need to be really that fine-grained details, like you can have boxes or stuff like that, which is in the background, and you need assets for that, those are usually 100% automated. You don't need to do anything, it's already there. If you need something to be hyper-realistic, photorealistic, we save anywhere between 50 to 90% of the workload. And the pure reason for that is we generate the mesh. The mesh is almost there, depending again on the fine-grained details, how much detail you need. And yeah, there we go. For example, for this one, do you guys see it actually? Yeah. Okay, cool. With this one, this is again generated in real time. As you can see, it's almost there. I personally cannot find any details that it's not. And the good part of it is that if I download the mesh, you can see that it's only 5 megabytes. And then if I go ahead, upload it here, this is just a 3D viewer online. Mesh one, yeah. So this is real-time generated. So this is something that we are right now doing it with the enterprises. And a pure reason for that is, well, it requires some GPUs. We can do around 5 to 10 concurrent requests, depending on how heavy the workload is. But for the enterprise scale, for let's say the 5,000, 10,000 SKUs, we are deploying this as a separate GPU node. So we are exposing it with an API so they can kind of bulk generate it. And maybe you think it also costs a lot of money for having the GPU, but actually it's not. It would be around 2,500 euros a month if you completely have your own GPUs. We also have another set of pricing that we charge per model. This was one demo. I can do something that is also slightly more complicated. So I have a toy horse here. Again, I'm not sure if you guys see it. Do you see it? Okay, this is increasingly more complicated than just a box. So I'm just going to go ahead and try to generate this as well. In the meantime, let's do a text prompt. So I'm going to do, let's say, a horse eating a carrot. Yeah, give me ideas. So. Kind of an awkward silence with live demos.
So this is running locally on the local GPU, or?
Well, no, I don't have a local GPU, but this is connected to a node on DigitalOcean. Yes, directly. If you see also the URL, it's not the most conventional URLs. This is directly connected here to the server that it's running. Yeah, so the GLB file that you get is with the separated materials, with it just got lighter, with a separated material with separated textures, and as much as the machine can understand it. So if you have one color, for example, and just one box without anything, and it's just brown, yeah, okay, you get one material. But for example, like the box that we made, it had also the rope on the side and the chain. Those are different materials because it also, especially on the newer version, we have 2 separate modes. We do also generate the PBR material. So what do you call it? Yeah, I tried, guys. Sorry. But the point is, like, this is directly using a diffusion model, but with the new, let's say, the nano bananas or the images, etc., you can actually generate the proper picture that you like from a normal AI and then just feed that into our system, and then, well, you get a better result than a horse trying to eat a broken carrot. So, okay, this is also generated now. There we go. And again, if I download the mesh, by the way, you can also download it in different formats. Keep it, I go here. I think there was some. There is the random mode wireframe. I mean, this whole model is around 7 megabytes, and majority of it is textures. So if you optimize the textures a little bit further, usually what you get with the photogrammetry, it's above 25, 30 gigabytes for something like this, which is crazy, and you can never use that. Like, it's impossible to use that on a production level. Any questions? Please go ahead. Yes, the challenge that we have right now with that, we can generate we can get as an input up to 4 pictures from 4 different angles. The only thing with that is that it doesn't generate the PBR material. So it gives you the mesh with the same accuracy and it gives you the textures, but you have to play with the roughness and the type of the material to get that same effect that you like. So if you have, for example, glass on one side and what do you call it, like a metal, and for eyewear, for example, we had this exact case. Within one picture, we can generate the PBR materials. But if you give it 4 pictures, the mesh is more accurate, but it's as if there's no lighting. So the textures are a little bit damp, so you have to work with that, but you can work with it. Any other questions?
think we're pretty much out of time, but let's thank you so much, Aryan.
Thank you.
And to try the tool, you just go to alpha3d.io.
Yes, you cannot try right now.
Uh-huh.
So you have to talk to us, and then we send a link to you.
So to talk to you is to basically send you an email, yeah?
Yes.
Or?
You can send me an email.
Cool.
Thanks.
So it's, we'll connect that later. Thank you so much. Next up, I believe, is Timo, who's ready to go. Thanks again. That was really good. Timo, please.
Yes.
Tell us about AR projects in Mobi Lab.
I will. I think the previous presentation was a pretty good segue because the content creation is our biggest issue.
Oh.
Perfect.
And you have your...
Yes.
Okay, you can connect to Slido. I think we're back to questions and the full length presentations. And you're using your laptop, right. I see. Mm-hmm.
I am. Oops. And... All right, so hello, I'm Timo. I'm from Mobi Lab, and today I will talk about some of the successes and failures that we've had related to augmented reality projects. So in general, Mobi Lab actually is focusing developing software for mobile devices and also designing them. And we have a really small part of augmented reality solutions as well. Previously, it has been only like custom tailor-made solutions, but we have developed or like found out that there is one thing that we can that is like common for all the experience that we provide, and we made like an internal tool out of this. But anyway, the background is that for Mobi Lab, it's the most important, or our mission is to make things simple, and this is what we aim to do. And usually with this AR, it's not always the case whenever you're doing like a consumer-facing product. So this is what we try to solve. And we made an internal tool that, I think it's as simple as it can get. You scan a QR code, then you're directed to a web page, or you will get this view automatically, which will actually place some content in front of you. It will anchor it to the floor so that you can see it in front of you. And there is no app installation required. The user experience is pretty smooth, usually. And we got into this point where we decided that this is what we are going to use, because there was a time where we created a huge augmented reality content management system. And we learned the hard way that people usually don't want to use it. They prefer to have like full turnkey solutions because they want to get everything. They want to get the stickers and everything on the floor, and so that it works. They don't want to deal with, dealing with different model formats or helping customers, for example, if they run into any issues. And this is how we end up with this technology stack. All right, so next up. So usually how do we get the customers? We are using Google Ads, and this is where people find us. This is the usual case. And the other one is just recommendations by other customers who are happy. And the first step we do is that we try to map the needs and goals, because sometimes we see that AR is not what they actually need. They need something else. But in other cases, for example, if let's say that you're a salesperson and you're going to sell UFOs, which usually are like quite big, very difficult to carry with you, then maybe this AR actually has a value in there. You can just take it out from your pocket and present it to your potential customers. And another thing that we don't do is games in there, like the common sense, or like yes, we don't focus on games. We only use our platform as a tool to help businesses in other ways than games. All right, so next up, let's say we have a customer, we are talking, so we need to start excluding some of the technical stack and start to make decisions. So for this, we use our decision tree. So I think the main question is that should the content be anchored somewhere? Or it can be opened from anywhere. For example, if we take museums, is it necessary that the content is available only in one place? I can see this plant and I want some animals like in front of the plant, or I can actually take this experience with me to home and view it at my home, and maybe I will get the plant with it as well. So this helps to find out what you need to, which tools you would need to use. Then, of course, it's device options. We are focusing on mobile devices and not any of the headsets, because currently we see that people don't have headsets. Many of our target customers don't, at least. And this excludes a lot of them. Then it's interactivity. Because our tool is very simple, there is almost no interactivity possible. So you can't click on things to get some extra information. So, and this has to be solved with some other tools. You can have like physical stickers somewhere that would help the whole customer experience. Or inside the content, there should be something that helps end user to understand what is going on, why it's like that. But there is no like clickable interactivity. And then it's the content, because if we take different types of customers, then some have their own content. For example, when you have an e-commerce store and you have maybe like hundreds of chairs, then maybe you also have like 3D models for those. Then it's very easy to get those into the system if they're in the correct format, or as previous presenter said, maybe it will be like a huge amount of cash needed just to get them in the correct form. So it's either this or that, but it's important to understand where the content is coming from. And then it makes sense to understand what is the budget, like initially, because this also sets very high limits to the content creation part as well. Okay, I feel like I'm rushing again, but let's go forward. So Mobi Lab, our biggest issue is the content creation. We don't have anyone in-house who would actually know how to do 3D models. Except me, I can make a box in Blender and texture it. And this is where it ends. So we are usually like buying it in from our partners. Or there are some other options. For example, you can just use pre-made assets from the store, then convert those. And then later on, I will show you what quite often happens with this approach. And yes, we have tried like all of them. And so far, we see that the approach that we chose is to use a partner. And through lessons learned, you get this like minimal set of requirements that you can forward to your partner, so that it's easier for them to validate if they are actually creating the content that should work in your system. And I think this is really important, because otherwise you will create the long tail and you will start to do this back and forth communication with the partner, because maybe it works in, I don't know, Blender, but when I locally convert it to other file format, then it does not work correctly. And this creates like really unnecessary communication, and this like it's costly for every party, and nobody wants this. So it's good to have this limited set, and we actually have this written down. Our system, which I showed previously, it is using native components under the hood, which means that for each platform requires different file format. Android requires GLB, and iOS requires a USDZ format. And they're different. They're different in size and their structure. And for example, this USDZ, which should work out of the box on any iOS device or any of the Apple devices because they're pushing it really hard, then you can see that it works on your mobile phone. Then I tried to bring it into this Keynote, and like the hands of a 3D model were not moving. They were just like static. Although it's exactly the same model, it works in the same ecosystem in one place, but it doesn't work in the other. So I think this illustrates like really well what is the issue that you don't think of when you actually start with the project, but you need to deal with this. And then you need to start rearranging the content to make it work. Yes, then there's this interactivity, because we've had projects where we actually do create the interactivity, but this is more like you click on something and then you see a pop-up. And then it's the budget. And as I said before, like the simplest and the cheapest is to buy something that's pre-made, probably from the store, and then just convert it, fingers crossed that it works, and then you'll validate the results. Okay, and now it's the file formats. I think this is like one good bad example that we worked together with Visit Estonia. Their goal was to have to create augmented reality experience where you can just take Estonian nature with you. And they were in, I don't remember where it was, but it was somewhere in Middle East. There was like a really big fair, and Visit Estonia was present. So we created some assets for them. And one of them was this like Estonian bears. And there's a mother bear, although it's like really hard to see. And there are two cubs. And actually, they should be moving all the time. But what you just saw was like butt sliding here, but this was not what it's supposed to do. And how this happened is that initially, it was a GLB format. It worked out great. Later, I will show you exactly how it's supposed to look like. And we converted it, and it's like totally messed up. And you need to put in extra resources now when you think that it's almost ready, and you need to start dealing with this. And this gets more expensive over time. And this is how it's actually like supposed to look like. And let me check. Yes. And usually the issue is related to the animations. For example, recently we also had one other project, and there we also saw that when we converted using like the industry standard conversion tools, then they were not like working correctly. And sometimes it's really difficult to figure out like what exactly is going on, like why it's not working as expected. And then you need to really go under the hood and see if all the hierarchy is set up correctly and everything in the 3D scene itself is valid, formatted correctly, and working as expected. But this is a good example. We collaborated with Dada. Indrek is also in there. If you want to get some like first-hand experience talks, like how difficult it was to create this kind of animation for 2 different file formats. Because I understood it wasn't easy, but the end result is quite beautiful. And you can see this as an augmented reality experience in Pargi Keskus in this winter. They are going to have a campaign. They wanted to like, stand out a little bit, so they are going to use it in their venue. Yes, there will be 3 of them. All right. So Next up, let's say that the content and everything is done. You think you're good. You send it out, and now comes the feedback. And this is like the most fun and sad at the same time. For example, the user experiences vary a lot. Initially, with one client, we thought that, okay, they wanted to create invitations. And then on the invitation, they put QR code so that people could actually scan the QR code. And then they saw some 3D content with voice overlay, kind of like, come visit us somewhere, something. And we did this. We set the scale. We thought that people would use the phone to scan the floor and then see it. But actually what happened was that they received the email. Email was opened in front of the computer. Then they scanned it really closely. Then they took the phone away, and it's like, poof, like huge 3D model in front of you. You heard the noise, you didn't say anything, you didn't understand. And then we needed to change this. But this shows really well that sometimes there are things that you may not think through, but you need to like quickly react on those. And I think with one museum, we had the use case where we thought that people would come in, then somehow they would install the app, which is already like a huge barrier, but they will download the application. Then they will go and point it somewhere so that they could see the augmented reality experience, which is really beautiful on paper. But what happened was that people didn't know like where to point, like where should I point? And me as a user, I don't want to walk around with the phone like all the time. So what happened was that initially everybody wanted to avoid QR codes or extra physical stickers, but in the end still you would need to have some kind of like markers like, hey, scan here, so that you still guide the user. And then it's always this works for me, because we test it out, of course, before we send it out. And then come people who don't have, I don't know, they can't install the application. For example, you go to a museum, you don't have a Wi-Fi. Then to download the application, maybe you need to insert like a credit card or something to the store. And basically it means that the museum needs to convert their stuff, kind of like a tech support. That the people just come and help with, hey, I have this Android issue. Yeah, okay. So this is like an extra overhead that you don't think, but you should be aware when you provide this kind of service. And we've learned it the hard way. And what you think is simple, like I presented in the second slide, that it's really simple. Scan the QR, just point it to the floor, and it works. Sometimes it's not working. Whenever, I don't know, let's say the download fails, or sometimes you see really weird results like textures are not loaded. And since we are passing it to the system, we don't have any control over it, and we can't do anything. But you will get this kind of feedback so that you can't actually control it, but you need to deal with it somehow and minimize those. Then what we see at the moment is that we've gotten 2 leads who are event organizers. And when big companies are creating procurements to organize events, recently we see that they have put in a line that we want something related to AR. But I'm not sure if they know what they want or why or how. And then those event organizers come to us like, okay, can you provide us AR? And they were like, of course, yes, why not? We can make like all the AR you want. But on the other hand, we know people who come in, for example, with Pargikeskus, they just wanted to create like a beautiful experience for people visiting their shopping center. And for them, it's a possibility to stand out a little bit, get like natural conversion as well. And in general, we see a slow uptrend compared to last year. There are more AR-related quotes needed or more inbound leads. I think that's it. Yes. I have 1 minute left. Last time I did an AR presentation, I had a 20-minute slot, but I had 6 slides, out of which first one was intro and the last one was this one. And then the organizer called me and, "Are you sure that this is like maybe not enough slides?" And I was like, yeah, I will definitely talk about like everything for so long. And then I talked like 7 minutes and I was like, done. But luckily there were so many questions, so it worked out great.
Great. Let's give a hand. There you go.
Aitäh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions here now, but I got one. So there are AR glasses coming down the pipeline. Do you see any of your kind of current use cases, I don't know, customer interest pointing towards any kind of projects potentially in that field?
I think we're rather on the like slow adopter spectrum.
So you're like Apple or something?
Yeah.
Later? Okay.
Yes. Because I think maybe it's because we got hurt. We really tried to jump on to this VR bandwagon initially, but this did not work out great for us. And I think maybe based on this, we are just like taking our time to see. And we try to do like really simple things, because we see that even with those simple things, you've got so many things that could go wrong. So we want to be really good at this really simple one thing first, and then see if it works.
That makes sense. I guess for consumer especially, but there's probably like the, so to say, enterprise or maybe the museum market or whatnot, where you could just put the glasses there and hope nobody would steal them, and you know, create the kind of experience that's a bit probably more user friendly than the big bucket of a headset that you walk around in. So.
I do think that there's also a value in there, that when you visit the museum and you actually like, I don't know, you pay maybe something extra, but you will get this physical thing to your head, and this experience it gives more value in there compared to like, okay, I'll download the application, I have this phone with me like all the time. So I think there's some value, but I'm waiting a bit.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. Any more questions? In Slido? Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, wait. Content-wise, any experience with live footage or thoughts on this?
No, we don't have. But I'm pretty sure that the streaming eventually will be the thing, that streaming 3D content into the experiences. And also one other thing that we've thought is that, for example, when you have, I don't know, a smart house module or something, then you want to display something in AR, then you should have this real-time data, and you should generate this 3D content from the real-time data that you get. So I do think that this will be the future.
Good. Let's put our hands together once more.
Thank you.
Thank you, Timo. So next up we have Siim Soonsein from VRtikal telling us about AR industrial results. Take it away.
So how AR is driving real-world results. I'm Siim Soonsein, founder of VRtikal and also a developer. I have here co-founder Rosi, who is doing everything else I'm not able to do. And from next year, Markus is joining us as a 3D artist. So I will talk about the industrial side and some use cases, but also about the research, what have been made during past years, and a prototype of our own training simulator, what we have been developing past months. But first about who am I? I have a background in mechanical engineering. I studied in Tallinn Technical University product development and worked as a mechanical designer for 10 years. Then I became a 3D enthusiast when I had a first CAD software lesson in university. I was so amazed about this stuff, and later on I have worked with different engineering softwares, mostly. Actually, right now I'm also using Fusion 360 for doing 3D models for the AR simulators. And I'm probably a bit better than Timo. I have reached a bit higher than a box modeling. I can do a low poly tree, but with the help of YouTube tutorial, so I'm not very good at that. And from the surface modeling side, SketchUp, which I also use a lot, mostly for whiteboxing. I somehow joined Tartu Art School. I'm colorblind, by the way. I don't know how they have kept me 15 years there. And the past 8 years, I have been leading the 3D department there. And video games got me. I started to drag my students to the game jams, and I didn't know anything about games. When I went to the first game jam, or maybe it was the second one, my task was, as I didn't know about surface modeling, then one thing I can do, I can texture mushrooms in Photoshop. So this was my first task. But then the game engines got my attention, and I started learning game engines by myself first, and then I discovered there is an awesome curriculum in Tallinn University, the digital learning games. Had a lot of fun, new friends, and we made a lot of small, now almost working games during game jams. I made broken games, and with two co-students, we made games also after the school, so participated more game jam. Marianna, actually, she released the game Korter 1996 some time ago, and Yogini, who is a 3D artist, did some more games also about mushrooms again. And now the pieces are coming together, so engineering background, Tartu Art School, 3D, game jams, and other stuff. And I started to experiment with VR, AR. Actually, I took some courses from Tartu University as a guest student, the VR course, and after that I started doing some experiments. I don't show the earlier ones, but some of the, it's very dark here. Mini games, we also offer these mini games as an entertainment purpose for the promotional events. So they have online leaderboard, very short games, competitive games, and engaging games. Then also architectural visualization. Here, actually, I use SketchUp and Twinmotion. And this can be viewed in VR or embedded in a web page. And you can check out the stuff from the web page. But then I got into training simulators. I was interested in the AR solutions and started with experimenting with that and recognized that I would like to do this kind of stuff next years. But first, when I go to our own prototype about past researches and benefits and shortcomings in industrial setting of AR. Starting from the methods, there are different methods how to deliver or how to use the AR simulator, and our prototype is falling into the programmed instruction. Basically, it's replacing the paper manuals, what can be very long in some cases, but there are some other methods. Application areas, these are from past researches or systematic reviews of researches. Like the most, the AR is used for assembling, but also disassembling, for visual instructions, maintenance, repair. Here's, I don't know if you see those, but our findings, the quality control, diagnostics, safety management, and so on. And what are the benefits of using AR in industrial setting? This is based on 60 research papers. The research was made by Martins and our scientists in 2020. I can say it's in 21. And based on 9 researches, what actually measured it, the average time saving compared with traditional methods was 28%. And even more, the error rate reduced almost half. Some researches measured it, but there are a lot of researches what just mentioned that there is, but they didn't provide any numbers. Also reduced training time and time saved by trainers who train those, for example, new employees. Some more benefits, mostly related to ergonomics or cognitive workload. But the challenges, and this is something what have been mentioned several times today also. I will leave out technological disadvantages because this is changing. Every year new glasses will come out, smaller, better visual quality and so on. But what is maybe the most concerning problem, what don't go away, is the privacy and data security related to IP protection and threat of system and network compromise. And from the user side, the data collection, the biometric and behavioral data. And I remember in one research it was mentioned the anxiety of people who are using the AR solutions, workers in the factory, etc. So they had anxiety of being monitored or even replaced in some point. So this can be also a challenge. Then adapting non-tech savvy users. Probably this is also something what will go better during the time. I didn't find any data for Europe, but according to surveys made past a couple of years ago in USA, almost 1/5 of the population have used virtual reality, and 13% of households own a VR device. And regarding the working age, like from 18 to 64 years old respondents, you can see that like 94% of users are below 54. Then the high cost of customization, so like development can be very costly, and ergonomic issues. But this is maybe something also what will be better devices and during the time, and not so big problem. In the researches, some of the researches were like 8 years old, 10 years old, and they were using the first HoloLens set, and this might be coming from there. So some use cases. In electricity, so the AR is helping the electricity technician to perform specific tasks. Then in logistics, AR can help to navigate or with the label detection in the warehouse. Machine operations, work instructions, more work instructions. By the upskill grew up, they started with military services, but moved to different industries, and they have been working with Boeing and General Electrics with jet engine wiring and windmill turbine wiring. By the way, upskill was acquired by, I don't know if anybody guess by what company. You don't believe it, but it seems logical. TeamViewer. in 2021. Yeah. Maintenance, changing a belt in a conveyor line, 25% faster than with the. It's about training. So basically, in many cases, you use the AR at first, and then you might not need it anymore. In a car industry, for locating the faulty or components in general, and for service instructions, product training and familiarization for new workers to introduce the product or machine. And now about our own attempt, the badge machine. It's quite a simple machine, but it's a very good use case to show the potential. And this is the machine that probably most of people understand. It's not very domain-specific example. Right now we use Quest 3, which is not very good for these kind of things, but still it is usable. So you can make badges. It has 10 steps in the process, and this AR simulator, in every step, it shows what you have to do. So there is basically no feedback. So you can see what you need to do. You can also replay if you miss something, and then perform these tasks, and you have this kind of badge after 10 steps. So we use Quest 3, developing on Unreal Engine. Models have been made in Fusion 360, which is engineering software. We have had our first. Oops. How can I go back? Can I go back? Okay. Okay, I don't remember what I wanted to say, but let's go to the next slide. So what we want to try next is to port the same thing on X-Reel. Actually, just got the X-Reel. If anybody wants to try or haven't tried it, then I have it with me. You can try it later. I'm not really sure yet how it works out. The one thing is that X-Reel has SDK for Unity only, not Unreal Engine. And I asked the developers, they said that it's never going to be so, only Unity. Probably missed a lot of information about, but you can later on, you can ask about training simulator and devices. So right now we had a first testing. We are making a new upgrades, and then we make a test in a bigger round with people who can try that machine out. And this can be a base project for future trainings also with different machines and maybe even more complicated machines, hopefully. And more about future developments, what we need to consider is using sensors of the machines, for example, to predict failures, or AI was mentioned a lot of times already. So how to give the real-time feedback for the user. And one is also about the quality control and the digital twins, how to detect misalignments or defects during the production. What AR can do, so as you saw, it saves time. It can save the training time. Even more, maybe the biggest benefit, what affects all the product cycle, is the lower error rate. So in general, lower production cost and competitiveness of the company who is using it. So yeah, if you have any ideas, or I don't know if the slides are shared, I can share them. You can write me, Siim @VRtikal. And yeah, thank you. That's all.
Great. Yeah, we'll figure out the slide sharing afterwards. Thank you so much, Siim. It's our token of gratitude and a little donation for charity on your behalf.
Thank you.
Until I don't see any questions now, but I wanted to ask for your projects, like do you have any pilot projects happening or any clients? Because you probably want some.
Not yet. Yeah. This project is for finding a client so that they can see what these kind of things can do.
But do you have any like which industry, which like because you could do a lot of stuff in AR. Right?
Whoever deals with producing anything. So it's related to machines, and that as I have mechanical engineering background, it kind of helps to understand what the clients need.
Mm-hmm. Okay, probably could talk to a few people here who could maybe give you some leads. Mm-hmm. Can set that up later. Cool. Any other questions at the moment? Okay, great. So great. Thanks so much again, Siim. We are gonna go ahead. Is it your turn finally, guys? Dr. Uli Futschik. But please, will tell us about VR history, and I'll let her explain everything. Very excited. They basically moved here from New York, like to Helsinki, but pretty much here. Yep. Very recently, so I don't know if you'll get into that, but that's really exciting. Glad to have you.
Okay, so I'm not just clarifying, I'm not talking about the history of VR. I'm talking about how you can use VR to teach history or to make people more aware of history. So how to actually use this tool in an educational way, but also emotional, because I think you connect better to the history if the emotions are involved as well. So, and I will talk about the Tuskegee Airmen, which is one of the VR documentaries we did. Which button is the forward? Big one. Good. So before I go into the project, I'm Uli Futschik. This is Jürgen Geertz. Together we are Koncept VR. We just moved from New York to Helsinki 3 months ago. Weather is much better than people told us, so we're happy so far. And Jürgen Geertz has also started one of the waves of VR, especially the cinematic VR waves, when he actually put the first fully spherical rig together. So that enabled people to actually film fully spherical. And in a small package, so people could get started with it. And it was GoPros, of course, in the beginning, and worked pretty well. We are doing this since 2011, 2012. We're filming in VR. And that means we had a lot of clients since then. Just to show a few, we worked with World Vision, which is a humanitarian organization. We like to work with museums. We worked with MoMA, we worked with Märt, we worked also with the Frick collection. And all kinds of different experiences. So this is just an overview of what VR can be used for, or VR movies, VR documentaries, because we're talking a lot about what you can do with computer graphics, with games, but I also want to tell you what you can actually do with filming in 360. So the first one, for example, is from the New York Times. That's editorial 360. They had, in the very beginning, a series where they had every week a 360 video, and they also had the larger editorial pieces. And we consulted with them, we gave them some tips, and we did some post-production for them, which was this piece that was actually a piece from Fallujah, so from the Iraq war. 360 VR documentaries is another very good one, which I'm going into more later. Immersive fundraising, it's very effective because you get people to the cause instead of just talking about the cause. So we're showing them the need of people, say in Kenya, in Zambia, in Honduras, wherever it is. One of the things that I think is maybe the most known about VR is tourism, destination showcases. We have done some of those. We love doing those, of course, because we can go in those places. This is a museum showcase next. We also did some experiences with branched narratives where people, for recruiting, for education, for onboarding, and a lot more. So we're just going to move on to the next slide, or we're not getting to the main event. Since 2020, we have been working with the World War II Foundation, which is an organization in Rhode Island, and they're producing regular TV movies about World War II. Tim Gray, who is the founder of the foundation, has done hundreds of veteran interviews. So he has a whole library of people who were in World War II, who he asked questions about World War II, and who, unfortunately, most of them are not with us anymore. So this is a very important topic to keep those memories alive. And 2020, he asked us to start doing VR documentaries for the World War II Foundation. So why is VR a good fit for documentaries and for history documentaries in particular? So one of the things, if you're really into history, you sometimes go to those places, right? You travel around, you try to be in that place where stuff happened. Not everybody can do this, especially if we want to reach more people, if we want to reach more students. This is the way of doing it. Sorry, went back. With VR, we can not only put them in the place, we get them also in the scale, we get the context of everything around. So you actually able to connect to that place, which instead of an abstract black and white image, you actually have a colorful environment around you that's alive. So it makes your brain connect. This is not some story someone told, but this is actually something that really happened. Goals for our experiences are usually very simple. We want it to be accessible for everyone. So we try to be tech agnostic. We try to make it in a way that you can see it on the internet, can see it on the headset, which we love if you can see it on the headset, but it's not the only way you can see it, because again, not a lot of people have that available. We wanted the experience to be also educational, but at the same time, connect with the emotions of the viewers. There are some studies that show that VR actually helps you create memories more similar to real-life memories. So this is a great way to just teach as well. And of course, we always want people to be immersed, which means they have total focus on that one topic. And they're really connecting to the place, to the people they see. There's a lot of emotion going on. And the most important part is don't break the immersion and emotion as well. And just a side note, because we talked, there was some talk about audio earlier. This is a very important part here as well. We need the audio to don't break the immersion. We did, for the World War II Foundation, we created so far 3 documentaries. Our first one was Omaha Beach, and that is about D-Day when the Allied troops, so it was not only Americans. All the movies are from the view of Americans, of course, because we were based there. When the Allied troops landed in Normandy and made the first big push against Nazi Germany. So there was, that started basically the end of World War II. And Omaha Beach was one of the beaches, so each beach had a code name. Omaha Beach was one area of the beach of one beach in Normandy, and it was one of the hardest fought beaches. There were the most casualties on this area of the beach, and we have 3 veterans that were there, so we hear their voices, and there were a lot of the soldiers on the beach were around 20 years old, so very, very young. first time out of the country. Haven't seen anything. They were in England for a short time, and now they're in Normandy, and they're fighting, and they have to see their friends next to them, and they see how they die next to them, because a lot of people, especially in the first waves, didn't make it on land. And you hear it. So we have people in their 80s, 90s telling those stories. And the moment they tell their stories, they're 20 years old. And you hear it breaking in their voice, how much they're still affected by what they went through. So that was our first documentary. It's just about one day. Then we move on to the siege of Bastogne. So Bastogne is a city in Belgium, and in the winter of 1944, the Germans thought we can make one last push, maybe divide the Allied troops and get a better position for negotiating. And so basically anything that was left from the German army was thrown in the Ardennes again. So that's the second time they're going there. And at that time, the Americans that were holding that area were there to rest. So there were a lot of and to be replenished. So you had very tired soldiers and very new soldiers in this area. And Bastogne was seen as one of the major crossroads for this campaign. So they sent the 101st Division. I don't know how familiar you are with Band of Brothers, but this is the story, basically one part of that story as well. And so the 101st Division was sent to Bastogne to hold the city. And they were encircled for a whole month before, well, no, Patton broke through earlier, but it was still a whole month before they actually were relieved. So this is a story about 1 month and a whole company. And then finally, we went to the Tuskegee Airmen. And for the Tuskegee Airmen, those were the first African-American pilots in the US military. So we need to go back to the 1930s, 1940s to the US, and it's a very segregated country, especially in the South. There are no equal rights. They're fighting for their rights, and they were fighting to become pilots at this point. So this tells the story about how this company was founded, tells where they went, talks about the obstacles they faced, and there was another obstacle after another obstacle after another obstacle. But there's also they were also proving themselves, especially in the place where they were stationed last, which is where they're known for, which is Remitali, Italy. And I go a little bit more in that on the next couple of slides. So place, I said place, we're doing those in VR because you can put people in the place. So the first part, one part we filmed was where the original airbase was, where they were trained, where the airfields were, where they learned to fly, where they went to school, because as a pilot, you don't only fly, you also have some classroom lectures. So we went to Alabama, one of the best places, of course, for an African-American company at that time. Tuskegee, Alabama, that's where the name comes from. That's why they are the Tuskegee Airmen. We see one of the airfields on the top. We have the school up here. So this was one place we felt we needed to film because that's where their story really started. Then the second place we filmed was Ramitelli, Italy, which is in Molise in Italy. So somewhere in the middle, somewhere above the spur, if you don't know where exactly that is. And there is, of course, not a lot left from that time. You sometimes see something on the ground, like metal crates. You have this one building there, and everything else is now field, mostly tomatoes and wine in this area. And we just try to find those places where, of course, we did as much research as we could, but of course, we are not historians. And we just try to find, this could have been the place where this could have happened. We are not claiming that is the place that this happened, but it gives you an idea how it would have been, how it would have looked. And the last piece that it's not exactly a place, but we felt it's, we are talking about fighter pilots. We would like to include the plane they were actually flying. And we found out there's a plane in Dallas, and there is an organization, and we can actually rent this plane for a day. And we were filming this plane. We were filming it on the ground. Before we filmed on the ground, we've actually filmed it in the air. So that's why it's now being cleaned, because it makes a lot of mess after you you have the exhaust basically on the side. So everything on the side is dirty. So you see us cleaning no, you don't see me cleaning, but I was support personnel in that case. And here's one of how this looks if you're in the air. We had a camera on the wing outside, and you could look towards the airplane in the VR headset. Basically, this is not exactly, it's a little bit smaller than an equirectangular, but it's almost an equirectangular. So this is one ingredient for our documentaries, the place. Next ingredient, the people, of course. Without the people, this whole thing is nothing. We want to hear from the people who experienced this. We want to hear their how they remember it. And then, of course, there is no 360 video at this point. We were not working with Tim when he did the interviews, and we don't have 360 interview videos. So what do? We're in VR, we want it in 360. So we do a gallery. So that is one of the solutions we came up with. We have the Tuskegee Airman interview talking, and next to him is the picture, how he looked at that time. And all around, we have all the other Tuskegee Airmen. And I think it's really important that we can see the face of the people who are talking so we can connect to them. So I would not leave that out just because it's not 360. Next ingredient is archival footage. A lot of documentaries out there are mostly or only archival footage. So it's only black and white. And in the US, you can find a lot on the National Archives. There's also an organization for the Tuskegee Airmen or the Library of Congress. So went through all this, found as much material as we could. And then we find something like this picture, for example. This picture is from the airfield where the pilots were training. That's where they got their first training on. And we take this picture. And we have this picture before we get on location, because this is the location, so it still exists, and the building still exists. So what we want to do is connect those to the past with the present. So we're trying to weave it in a way where it looks believable in this place. So there's another picture, there's this tower in the back, so we line up the tower, and we have now the 1940s on this airfield. Another way we create the pieces. So here is actually, this is actual footage from North Africa, where the Tuskegee Airmen were also stationed. And actual video footage. So this is actually film from the 1940s, color film. I was like, yes, this looks great. We couldn't go to North Africa. It's not in the budget. It's a smaller part of the history of the Tuskegee Airmen. So we tried to pick the pieces that are really significant to travel to. North Africa was not one of them. So we had it painted in. So our friend Chiara paints in 360 in equirectangular format, so she knows how that works. I give her the pictures, and she created me the rest of the field, and we have a 360 again. So here we have 360, a regular video, which is really great because we're actually, can I start again? Yeah. So what we see here, we're moving actually from the right to the left. You see how the buildings are moving in the back. So we want to put this into the 360, but obviously if we keep it static, it will not line up with the background. So next step, there we go. Next step, sorry. This. No, nope. It did play? Okay. So now we track the regular footage. We track it in a way that the background then lines up. We're actually creating the building in the background as a whole. And we onion skin it. So we leave the background there so you can actually see more of what was there than just looking at the regular video. And then, of course, the next step again is putting that. Is this playing by itself? No. Yeah, okay, now it's playing. And then we're putting it, so this is the other airfield they trained on. So we're putting it in, there are no buildings left on this airfield. So we're putting it into this airfield. You can see the floor looks kind of the same as where we were filming. So we are trying to figure out what area they were, kind of. So we're trying to also guide people in the 360 going from one side to the other. And one last example how we put all this together is here is the background in Ramitelli, field in Ramitelli. Here's the plane that we filmed on the ground. And then there is archival video. And all three of them make up this picture then. And as I mentioned, this work was done for the World War II Foundation, but they're not only a foundation, they also have a museum, the International Museum of World War II, that was mentioned like 2 weeks ago by National Geographic as one of the museums, top World War II museums to see. And in the museum, they have the VR corner, so people coming there, and it's free for school children, for any student, it's free to go in there and watch and go in the museum. So, and again, all ages, of course, we try to cover that. With the Tuskegee Airmen, we had a lot of success in the film circuit, yeah, film festival circuit. No, I missed the middle word. So we have touring this, I think, for, I don't know, more than a year. And yeah, had good responses to this, as well as to the other two pieces, basically. And that is how we use VR to talk about history. And thank you, everyone, for being here. And if you want to watch anything, you can go to our website. We have a lot of our projects on the website. They're hosted on YouTube, so you can go there. MetaQuest TV doesn't work anymore, so sorry, we need to go over YouTube at the moment.
Great. Yeah, that was going to be my first question, actually, where I can see this. Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Uli, Dr. Uli, I should say. Here is, yeah, thank you for coming. But I think we're going to have some questions as well.
Mm-hmm.
So someone is asking, do you use real-life footage only, or do you add elements in post-production, like historical objects? So I don't know if that means like 3D or 2D elements.
So
or
we haven't
anything.
added any 3D objects. It's not interactive. It's a 360 video, which means you can look around, but you don't have any interaction. So we make it easy for people to actually concentrate on the concentrate on the topic versus figuring out if they have to do something for it.
And do you use any? What about sound design? Because you kind of have to figure out what.
Yes, we are using find sound effects. Of course, we have and layer them as we need to. For the plane, for example, we were recording the real plane because we had the opportunity. We just asked the pilot to ramp it up a couple of times. Music is very important for us, so we have that actually composed. That's specifically composed for each of those pieces.
Super cool. And do you have any like specialties in history? Is like World War II your thing, or would you be like?
No, it's
not. I don't know. You can do stuff around the world, I guess. Italy, whatever. Like, you know, there's a lot of facets of history. I guess.
No, it's not World War II only. But we had this great collaboration with the World War II Foundation, so that was a nice. It's a nice partnership.
Thinking that maybe now that you're in this part of the world, maybe there's something else that's, I don't know what you could do here about, but some Viking village history. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe brainstorm with the rest of the cool. Somebody's asking about stereo. Is it binaural sound, surround sound?
At the moment, it's stereo. We like to have ambisonic or surround sound, not binaural. So we would like to have. Didn't make sense at the moment to mix it in a spatial way.
Cool.
In that way, that it is more expensive to produce it, to do the sound work, and the budget is limited.
Got it. Anything else? Your audience, great. So I think thank you again so much. It was super interesting. You can talk to Uli and Jörgen, of course, off camera. So we can have a little break now. I think we have about 20 minutes. So 3:20 we'll be back with defense. Stretch, get some food, drinks, and thanks again. Hello. So we're back with defense track. It's gonna be super exciting. Have seats, enjoy. Raida from VRKiwi is here. He's got an introductory slide, so I will stop here. We have a Slido somewhere. I hope it's open on your phone. If you have questions, put them in during the presentation. And we'll ask them in the end. Enjoy.
Hello, everybody. I'm Raida. I'm from a company called VRKiwi. We make mixed reality-based situation awareness systems for armored vehicles, manned platforms, unmanned platforms. And I'm one of the co-founders and the CPO of the company. And just a little bit of context, why in the defense domain and what are we doing there. So, to operate in defense, you need some sort of defense background. And this is me from another era. I served 15 years in defense forces, and I had 3 combat deployments to Middle East and Africa, which translates to a bit less than 2 years of combat experience in real-world scenario. Then after joining the industry side, I went to Villem Robotics. I was their head of training and did a lot of experiments, trials, a lot of client interaction there. And at some point we started our own company, VRKiwi, and today I will show a little bit what we do, where military is heading with the AR, and just to show what we do as a company, a small video.
Our primary focus and sole focus is on that of the operator and user experience. And we're taking the opportunity today with the Estonian Army to field test some of the new modifications and improvements that we've made to our general core system.
So even in a cramped space, I could basically see everything that the video feed was offering me. Even the side cameras and the rear cameras, I only had to tilt my head a little, and I would already get the full view of what I was trying to look at. The goggles themselves, like half of it, the lower part of it, I could still keep doing the same thing that I did without them as well.
So this is another day in the office for us. This is quite common to do those type of interactions with the end users. And this is very crucial to get all the real feedback from the guys who are actually serving today. So, but about the fog of war. So in military, it's a term actually, and it's quite often used also in civilian world. So the fog of war is this uncertainty and confusion, which is basically like chaos, which is really common on the battlefield. And also the information might be incomplete or misleading. So this is where we see that AR technology can help to reduce the fog of war. In general, if we look at applications, potential applications for AR in defense domain, then training, rehearsal, simulation. So the next speaker after me will show you some bits and pieces from that domain. But in principle, this is a whole area itself. Then maintenance and logistics, as some of the presenters have also pointed out, you could do those guidance on industrial equipment, you could do vehicle maintenance, you could have digital twin, so you can fully operate the platform and get full guidance in the system. Now more again closer to what our company does, the situation awareness. So most basic level, we bring this see-through armor effect. You have cameras, you have people inside, we get rid of the screens, we use only headsets, you get live video feed from the vehicle, and we enrich this video feed with smart digital overlays. So we can put different information on top of the video feed so you can get more effective decision making. Then command and control. This is all another domain where you could have AR as a complementary item. We have our own virtual command station. So in the virtual command station, you can have, again, different inputs. It's a virtual space, so not limited to screen size. You can be very creative with all design aspects. So, but what are the problems and how do you reduce this fog of war, especially in the land domain? Our main or core expertise comes from the land domain. So armored personnel carriers, infantry fighting vehicles, main battle tanks. This is the domain we are looking at. And what are the problem areas there? So in case you all have not been in an armored vehicle, then this is what it looks like. Very big problem is that your view is heavily obstructed. You don't have windows for obvious reasons because you need armor that protects you. You cannot be outside of the hatch because bullets are flying, shrapnel is flying, it's dangerous. So you need to be down in the hull of the vehicle. And one aspect is that, okay, how do I understand better what's happening around me? Then another problem is dispersed data presentation. So quite common today that you have one monitor that shows you a map, you have another monitor that shows you vehicle data, and the third monitor that shows you some camera view, which is quite limited, maybe only moving with the main gun of the weapon, for example. And then lack of collaboration. You have different operators in a vehicle, you have a driver, you have a gunner, you have a commander, and maybe if you have dismounting personnel on board, they have a squad leader. So key people, for example, 4 people need to collaborate, need to interact with each other, and if we enrich their, let's say, this virtual space with different collaboration functions, we can make the crew altogether more effective. Then, what's another domain of problems? It might be a surprise and not a very popular thing to say here, but a lot of video is still analog. It's not digital, because analog is cheaper probably in that sense, and digital was not so reliable. So still average armored platform that you would see today is analog cameras. So to have all those smart overlays, every pixel correlated to the real world, good luck. That's the reality. And then we see more and more the rise of the AI, obvious like human detection, or you recognize threats like drones flying above you. So you need to have scalable solutions that can utilize all those developments that are happening as we speak, basically. Then there's another very big area that we need to look at, and this is today we are sitting in those armored vehicles ourselves. Already we can optionally be in those vehicles, but in the future we don't want to be in those vehicles at all. So we are currently already in this transition phase also on the ground domain from crewed vehicles to optionally crewed to uncrewed systems. All the very new top-level developments are focusing already optionally crewed or uncrewed concepts. And it is quite tricky because traditionally, if you're the driver of the vehicle, you sit there, you have your wheel, you have your windshields. This is one type of experience you're having. But now if you go away from the platform and you need to remotely operate it, it's a completely different experience. Or maybe you have never, ever even been in that platform. You're literally just an operator. You're in an operation center somewhere, your shift starts, you sit down and start to operate the machinery. You have maybe never seen it. It's thousands of kilometers away. Again, a different type of experience. So this is how we have also mapped out the problems that we are solving with AR technology. And this is the commonality. We can have the same goggles, the same interfaces for manned platform. So you are sitting there, you get really nice unobstructed view from the camera, you get those digital smart overlays on top of the video feed. Now if you go to the optionally manned or unmanned scenario, the experience is exactly the same. Yes, it's not preferable to have a big wheel while being somewhere operating remotely, but then you take like an Xbox or PlayStation controller and use that. It's quite simple, quite natural. So this commonality of experience with a minimal learning curve, this is what defense forces are more and more facing. And everybody has realized the advancements in the air domain with drones flying everywhere. But I'm pretty confident we will see very big changes in the land domain. There will be ground robotics much, much more used. We have seen indications already from the war in Ukraine that they are already useful in the technology we have available today. So, but this is one part. I'm also part of a NATO science and technology organization, a member of 2 different research task groups, where we look at what AR can do for, let's say, NATO, how NATO standardizes AR, how to structure it. And with the next video is a German army experiment that shows what's already been trialed or tested.
Zu seiner Ausrüstung gehören über 40 Kameras, die bei dieser Untersuchung besonders wichtig sind. Es geht um Augmented Reality in Kampffahrzeugen, also die computergestützte Erweiterung der Realität. Konkret heißt das zum Beispiel, dass wichtige Informationen zu Feindkräften oder Wegpunkten aus der digitalen Lagekarte in das Blickfeld übertragen werden. Die Bundeswehr forscht zu dieser Technologie im Rahmen der NATO. Die Science and Technology Organisation der Allianz bündelt Ressourcen und bringt Experten aus Wissenschaft, Militär und Industrie zusammen. Sie sorgt dafür, dass alle NATO-Partner von Forschungsergebnissen profitieren. Zentral bei allen, auch den heutigen Tests, sind jedoch die Soldatinnen und Soldaten. 2 Fahrzeugbesatzungen aus unterschiedlichen Truppengattungen mit jeweils 3 Probanden probieren die Augmented Reality Anwendungen aus.
Einer von ihnen ist Christopher. In seiner Heimatdienststelle ist der Oberfeldwebel Kommandant eines Sanitätstrupps.
Für meine Truppengattung finde ich das sehr sinnvoll. Ich kann alles, was ich in die Karte eintrage, auch im Blick ins Gelände sehen über die Kameramonitore. Ich kann mir Routen und Wegpunkte setzen, ohne dass ich den Blick abwenden muss nach draußen.
Ob Feind, Freund, neutrale Kräfte oder Zivilisten. Alles wird direkt ins Sichtfeld der Soldaten eingeblendet. Doch die Truppe testet nicht nur das System, sie ist direkt an der Entwicklung beteiligt. Bei den Versuchsfahrten ist wissenschaftliches Personal an Bord. Es bespricht mit den Soldaten, wie Augmented Reality sinnvoll dargestellt werden kann.
Zu den Symboliken. Bei mir sind sie zu voll, zu prägnant, zu deutlich da, verdecken sehr viel vom Hintergrund. Uns reicht entweder dieser Objektrahmen an sich, so wie es jetzt eingeblendet ist, oder den Objektrahmen sogar nach weg und einfach nur zum Schriftzug das taktische Symbol dazu, das Einheitszeichen.
War das besser, ehe ich die Transparenz geändert hatte?
Ja.
Also Transparenz lieber voll lassen, ja?
So just a short glimpse of what's being tested, trialed, and it's already important because experiments as such, they bring really valuable real-life feedback, and with this information we can develop more or better interfaces that are more useful. So for example, a few things that were mentioned there also in this video. This is our UI. Trine, our designer, is sitting there, so if you want to compliment her. Just why I wanted to present this is that you see this object detection or threat detection in your field of view based on AI detection models. This needs to be fully implemented into the design of your interface. Modern interfaces should already take this into account. And the thing that was also mentioned in the video, the challenge sometimes is that you are looking live world video, but overlaying synthetic data. And the synthetic data is always more vivid. It will clutter a little bit of the live real world. So it's a big challenge. Like here, why we have those drones popping up? Because they're a threat. These are priority. I want to know where they are. Why are the symbols on the bottom there? This is not an envelope. In a NATO, this means an infantry unit. It has a distance indicator, and I have pointer arrows on the sides of the screen indicating something is outside my field of view. So you have to make smart decisions what to place on top of the real world view and how to project this all so you can really be more effective. With the NATO, I mentioned two different research task groups. So first of all, we are developing a StanRec. It's not at all a normal word. It's a STANAG, NATO STANAG, so NATO standards, STANAG's recommendation. So we are about 10 countries represented in this research task group, and we make a recommendation for the next NATO standard. How and what to standardize with the use of AR, for example. And this is exactly what it is. And the other one, it's very, not saying too much, the name of the task group, but the idea is that we are trying to find out those human factors with the use of AR in different scenarios. Those are all military-related scenarios, and they're like 2 full years of research work in these groups, and then there's a publication. Normally, those publications are not like real public. They are with restricted access. So a publication which is not published for everybody. But in your respective countries, if you are interested in such topics, then try to find people who are responsible on the government side, because you need to be appointed by your government to be a member in that research task group. Nobody can just go there from a street. So because you are all experts in this domain in one way or the other, and this organization needs experts who have real experience with products that they are making and selling. We need scientists who are doing studies and research on those topics, and then this is where this all comes together. So, in general, what can I say? We see, and the AR has proven potential already in military use, in all military domains. All the domains mean ground, air, sea, so we can bring all this information together and make it very effective for the users, because the more effective information we have, the better decisions we can make. Then key challenge, baseline systems must evolve. As I mentioned, analog video feed coming from the camera, yes, we can translate it, we can convert it, there's all tricks you can do, but it starts to add latency if you're running a live system, and yeah, it's the reality in the market versus technological readiness or availability, there's always a gap there. So the baseline systems must be evolving a little bit more. There's a lot of things that are stuck in this conceptualization phase at the moment, but we need to move towards full-scale production phase because now the technology is quite ready. What you saw on those videos, first it was trialed almost 10 years ago with terrible latency, very low resolution head-mounted displays, and then everybody tried it and said, doesn't work. But now technology has changed quite a lot, and now we can already say ourselves that it works. And actually what is AR, VR, or extended reality, what everything brings, it's like a force multiplier. And every military is thinking how to do as much with less or more with as much. So every military has this challenge today. And if we implement technologies like AR, it can act as a force multiplier. So in general, let's reduce the fog of war with AR. And thank you.
Thank you super much. We have a traditional piece of marzipan. I don't know, Martin, do you ever want to talk about the connection between marzipan and Estonia? I don't know where he is. He had a really good story, so I'll try to present it. But really, we are donating actually money for the charity fund instead of getting a useless trinket. So this was your certificate for having spoken. But mainly, so thank you. It was super interesting, and I'm really glad that that in a way the VR AR technology is getting its use in something that truly matters, such as our safety and security. Having a Ukrainian wife, so I have a bit of connection there too. Good, we have 4 questions already. What is the latency in see-through armor when driving in a vehicle? In milliseconds, please.
Yes, milliseconds is the way to describe it, not days or weeks. So in our system, glass-to-glass is 30 milliseconds. What we have concluded is anything between 20 and 80 is usable. If you go more than 80 milliseconds, it starts to get a bit worse. If you go over 120, it starts to get much, much more worse. If you're close to 200, then don't use that system. It's not a live system. You will get nauseous and it doesn't make sense anymore.
Yeah, that's actually another comment here, that if you drive more than 50 kilometers per hour with see-through armor and have useful overlays, how do you get the latency low?
That's our secret sauce.
Sweet.
But our systems have been used driving 100 kilometers an hour. Sitting in the same platform, having the goggles on. So we have tested with almost 20 different armored platforms, from main battle tanks to armored personnel carriers to anything. But we also do some cool stuff with civilian cars. They can go faster. So.
And just a side question. So I remember last night you also mentioned about the pilots and airplanes, but for those fly faster, right? Or is it a bit easier to track stuff in the air, or how would you?
Different challenges. You're not maybe so concerned about your immediate proximity, like on the ground. If you have a tree next to you, you better know where it is. But up in the air, a few meters here and there is not so accurate. I'm not a pilot, but I guess so.
Yeah. All right, I'll read this now. I hope it turns into a question. A drone with comp vision identifies enemy infantry behind a wall. Can an outline of the enemy be placed on the HUD of a friendly operator? So I guess can you scan the drone that sees someone behind the wall, kind of synchronize that to you, and then you see an outline? And
Technically, yes. It's also called a cursor on target mission. So if one sensor detects something as a target, then this target can be handed over to another asset, completely different angle, different field of view, and in principle, it can also be projected there. Not a trivial thing, but it is possible.
Good. A few more. It's nice to test AR solutions in a German forest, but are there any AR solutions being developed on the use for frontline in Ukraine right now?
Our systems are also there, and there's a lot of FPV stuff there, so headsets, equipment. I mean, AR system, a lot of it is software, right? So the cameras, they are rugged, they are military grade. The headset is inside the vehicle. Maybe it doesn't need to be so rugged, so military grade, but it can, just the cost goes up. But yeah, they are used more and more in real combat, not just in this scenic forest.
Good. And what's the resolution of glasses?
Full HD for both eyes, up to 120 hertz.
Awesome. Good. I think that's it for now. Thank you so much. Oh, one more.
One more question. What's the average price of replacing driver with remote driver? Because the sky is the limit.
A price of replacing a remote driver.
That's a good question. Maybe there are companies who literally do this, but I don't think the price question there is relevant because you still have that driver for that platform. So yes, there is more happening, but you can imagine those platforms are very connected already anyway. So there is not so much extra cost. But when we talk about the reduction of cost, then actually the key driver will be swarming or fleets of systems. Until we have one operator per platform, or I drive it, he shoots the gun, he's the commander. If we copy the same structure, it doesn't make sense in the long run. We need to have one operator operating 100 platforms. Then it scales. Everything else is sort of, yes, getting the human away from the threat, but there should be something more. I hope it answered. This is possible. One Estonian company actually does it, Telearmy. They have also a rental car service where the car drives to you remotely.
Oh, that used to be Elmo or something? Or
Elmo is the rental car business, but now they are also in the defense. So they're called Telearmy. And they have literally like a proper rally chair with a wheel and big screens. So if you have that infrastructure where to house all those drivers like that, then they can operate on civilian cell phone networks. They have done 5,000 kilometer distant drives and everything, so they're pretty good at it.
Good, for next year. Great, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All right, who's next? Is it without us? Great. Are you ready? Where are you?
I am.
Oh, cool. Please come up. I'll let you introduce yourself all the way from Lithuania. Looking forward to it.
So, hello guys. I am Vytautas. And as you heard, I am from Lithuania. And after 10 years of building cloud computing business, in 2022, I made a risky decision. I started a deep tech technology company focused on edge computing with one mission: to tackle the most complex and the biggest challenge, defense preparedness. But before we dig into that, I want to tell you a story that words alone cannot capture. So please allow me to show. Guys, could you launch the video? So what you have just seen is actually not a movie. It's a representation of elite drone pilots' skill set. These guys must not only fly through a very harsh and challenging weather conditions, through rain, through snow, through the forest, into the building, but they also must scan, identify, chase, and eliminate their target with a perfect precision based on their instinct. Actually, one of these pilot tests is flying a 30-centimeter drone into a 50-centimeter diameter pipe, 5 meters deep, and then detonating at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. That's actually not luck. That's a mastership of a human controlling a machine. And actually, modern warfare is no longer about who has the more troops or who has the more hardware. It is about who operates faster, smarter, and cheaper. And in this context, we actually have a solution. But the sad story is that to train one of these pilots costs somewhere between 50 and 100,000 euros. For European readiness, we need at least 300,000 of these pilots in reserve. Easy to calculate, it ends up being somewhere between 15 and 30 billion euros. Now try to multiply that on every military domain. Infantry, cyber, engineering, logistics. It's not scalable. Actually, it's not feasible at all. But there is a solution. Once we integrate simulation into drone pilot training, the cost curve drops dramatically. We can achieve 30 times the reduction of the cost per pilot training with equal or often even better real-world mission preparedness. So basically, it sounds like a very easy challenge. But where is the moral of this story? It shows that not only, this is effective training system, but that simulation and extended reality technology is critical to modern defense and to our preparedness. Cost, both in terms of money and in terms of time, is very, very important. But that is only the tip of the iceberg, what extended reality technology brings. The true power of this technology really unveils because it transforms the learning itself. Traditional training focuses on technical skills, how to fly, how to shoot, how to operate. But in a defense, isolated skill set doesn't matter. In defense, what matters is scenarios. What matters is the context, stress management, decision-making, and adaptation. And with extended reality technology, we actually can create numerous scenarios where we can push the limit, try what-ifs, even try different decision-making models, and not sacrificing lives, and not exaggerating budgets. This changes everything. Because, look, like in gaming, you rarely pass the mission from the first try. So in simulation, you have an environment where you try, where you fail, where you adapt, and where you grow. As Sun Tzu had said, victorious generals first win, then go to war. Simulation is how we win first. And actually, if it is done right, it scales seamlessly, both vertically and horizontally, from local squads to nationwide programs, from one specialized role to another. And all of this is actually a concept that is called tactical synthetic reality. This concept is built on 3 foundational pillars. So let's start with a digital twin. A real digital twin in defense is not only a 3D environment. It's actually a living module of real-life physics, inertia, behavior, and environmental realism. Everything from the terrain to structure of buildings, from the weather conditions to mirror reflections, must be the same as in reality. But that is not enough, because if we create an environment which does not have adversary, we just have the sandbox. So for training, the environment must fight back. It must think, it must adapt, it must deceive, it must vary just as a human would. And here comes the multiplying force of AI. Because generative artificial intelligence can create limitless scenarios, limitless missions, limitless acting methods. And it can do it like this. It is far beyond of what a human can do. This is the first pillar. And the second one is the hardware stack. So if we train in a simulation for a real world, the simulation must feel as one. So it's very important to have a one-to-one replicas of the hardware stack, because we are not only training mentally, we are programming our muscle memory. So everything matters, from form to ergonomics and size of the hardware that is used for training. Doesn't matter if it's a helmet, a headset, a backpack, a weapon. Everything matters. At the same time, hardware must be highly portable and modular, meaning a tactical unit must be able to put all of the simulation stack into a van, drive from point A to point B, start drilling the mission in minutes, not in hours, and even without internet connection. Because that is what makes tactical synthetic reality tactical. Finally, the third pillar is immersiveness. And here is where we push the boundaries of human perception. Fidelity here is not cosmetics. It's actually psychological trust. Because if your brain doesn't believe what you see, your reflexes won't either. And this immersion actually required by tactical synthetic reality is ultra-high fidelity and more than 6 degrees of freedom. You must track everything, from elbow to ankle, from ground floor to the rooftop. No war is won alone, so collective presence is also essential and inevitable. Trainees must be able to see each other, to speak with each other, and to coordinate their actions in a digital environment. And actually, we have created a system based on these 3 foundational pillars. We call our system Train Like You Fight. Today, I have brought a modular part of this system, which is like exact replica of what elite drone operators use in the field. So, do we have drone pilots here today in audience? That's sad, because they would recognize the goggles, they would recognize the controller, they would recognize the pouch. The only difference, here you go. Yeah. So you can just show everybody, or put it on, whatever. So basically, it's the exact replica of what you see in the field. The only difference is when the system is launched, you are not piloting the real drone, you are working in a simulation. But the simulation is indistinguishable from the reality, because it's a digital twin that actually has the full flight physics. It has even more than that. It has the drone inertia, it has the jamming, it has the interference, and all of the environmental factors at once. And this sort of system actually is happening and being trained on right now. So picture this. A tactical unit loads an edge cloud box into a van alongside with a generator, quickly puts all of the remaining portable and modular parts of the training. They go to the critical infrastructure object, whether it is a power plant, a bridge, or maybe a border post. They start drilling the mission as if the enemy is actually attacking the spot they are in. They are working with the real terrain, though they are working on scenarios and situations that have not yet appeared in the real life. And this is not some science fiction that is happening right now here in Europe. And actually, the results of this system are fascinating. In a research study conducted together with Lithuania drone training schools, we have seen that Train Like You Fight system delivers 30% better technical skill readiness than conventional simulation systems. What is even better, it cuts training time in half. And what is best, it increases the situational awareness and mission readiness of the trainees by 80%. And this is, not an incremental advancement. That's a fully transformational change, because it is critical difference between learning to fly and learning to survive. But as we moved on further, we stumbled upon very paradoxical results. We pushed the immersiveness a little bit more. So the same simulator, the same training, the same hardware, we just swapped FPV goggles with virtual reality headset. And interesting results appeared. Pilots who trained with virtual reality glasses actually performed 26% worse on technical skills. But at the same time, they performed 22% better in situational awareness and mission readiness in missions of attack and defense, where it is huge chaos. So in other words, more immersiveness creates less perfected pilots, but better real-world operators. So what do we see now? All of these systems are already being used for drone operators, for tactical operation units, for MRO engineers. We see the next big wave of extended reality adoption in defense with a steepening curve very quickly. But it's not only about the training, it's about a paradigm shift of creating a new type of infrastructure where defense, extended reality, artificial intelligence, and edge computing intersect. In 5 years, we are going to see an integrated, federated, synthetic battlefields of air, land, and water. And these guys will train in shared digital spaces. In 10 years, that will morph into a converged metaverse where a real-time data feed will be collected from sensors, operational feeds, and satellite images. It will merge defense and civil intelligence into one circle of readiness. So, actually, this is how everything is, changing. And everywhere in life, timing matters. And the time is now. All extended reality stakeholders who hold the knowledge of the technology have an exceptional environment, not only to reap the revenues, but also to help the mission of preparedness of Europe defense. Now let's fast forward to 2035. Critical transport hub is under attack. Civil lives are in danger. Fast reaction unit is being deployed. The mission succeeds. The bad guys are eliminated. Nobody died, civil lives saved, transport hub is secured, deterrence restored. But the thing is that the real victory happened not on that day. It happened months ago in a simulation, where individuals became teams, where coordination became instinct, where every failure actually was experience for preparing what is waiting for us in the future. Abraham Lincoln once said, you know, give me 6 hours to cut down the tree, and I will spend 4 hours sharpening my axe. Tactical synthetic reality is actually how we sharpen Europe's defense axe. Because when the time will come, we will be ready. We will know the adversary. We will know the battlefield. We will know the terrain. We will actually know the outcome because we have already been there. The future battlefield is actually being defined today by synthetic environments, immersive platforms, and federated networks. And those who will master these technologies first will not only defend better, they will shape the future of conflict itself. Europe has the vision, Europe has the talent, and Europe has the technology. Now we need to have the courage to take the lead. Thank you. And remember, best way to predict the future is to create one.
Thank you, Vytautas. You're a very powerful presenter.
Super, thank you.
And also on this very crucial theme and topic. So a few questions from the audience. How did you measure the KPIs shown, and how far is your system POC, MVP, other videos or visuals?
The system basically is operational. It's deployed in several European countries, and also it is being used right now in the Ukraine. Regarding the KPIs, basically all of the tests done were in the simulated environments of specific missions. So we evaluated how one or another, impact the end results of these pilots.
So 80%, I think there was something about better understanding of combat awareness.
So basically 80% means that these pilots succeed with missions from the first time, 80% more often than the pilots who...
Okay, cool. Next question. If Koncept is train as you fight, shouldn't the simulator being using FPV glasses, not VR glasses, as the tech behind video transition is different in both?
Yeah, definitely. But that's why we tried, using VR glasses. And the lesson, basically, what we learned there, if you really want to train, well, you must use a mix of technologies for a different subset of skills. It even, in the end, doesn't really, matter that you fly only with FPV goggles, but like a subset of situational awareness, reaction, stress management is better trained in virtual reality than in FPV goggles. Though when we are talking about technical skills, which you cannot lose at the same time, you must follow, the tactical synthetic reality principles.
Interesting. And do you know why is it better in virtual reality? The kind of the situational awareness?
Probably, look, you have much more wider field of view of the things. You get more stress under situations than you get, with the glasses. And that pushes your limit and boundary, what you can tolerate.
Cool. I also wanted to ask how big is your team currently? Is it based in Lithuania? Or
it is based in Lithuania. Some of the people are in Ireland, in UK, in France, and the team size is 12 people.
Cool. And how long have you been active as a company?
So from 2022.
Oh, nice. Good timing. So you basically made, I think there's few people that, and in Ukraine it's a lot of people who basically changed their whole life when kind of the big offensive started by Russia. That's very cool. And what's the company stage and funding? Was also a question here.
Company.
Are you raising?
How to answer company stage?
Yeah, is it like seed or
No, we are not raising.
Public
no, we are not raising right now. One day we will go public for sure.
Okay, cool. Very good. Yeah, Dave just left, but he can, I think, watch the video in the end. Cool. Any more questions, everybody?
What do you mean?
They're trying to open the...
Oh, no. So you won't be able to start the glasses because this is just a modular part.
Yeah, guys.
You know, for a full simulation, you need edge cloud unit with a low latency network integrated for the simulation to be streamed into the glasses.
Excellent. And I just have another question. Is it like, where can you study this? Is it like a drone flying school? You said there's one in Lithuania?
Oh, there are many in Lithuania already.
And probably in many NATO countries as well. Just there. Then you can't just go there as a gamer, right? And I want to
look. Eventually, you will be able, because Europe understood one thing. You know, the real war is drones.
Yeah.
Firstly, we need drones. Then we need people who can operate. So these schools, at least in Lithuania, are being already opened up for school students.
So there'll be like a few hundred graduating every year, or you said 300,000 that Europe needs?
300,000 Europeans, if we are following European example of how many FPV pilots they are preparing and how much do they have. So that's the number we need to have.
Okay, got it. Okay, cool. Let's continue the conversations a bit later. Thanks again, Vaidas. That was awesome.
Super. Thank you.
And next up, we have Martin. So please come on stage. So he's, can I say about your personal background? You have fourth kid that just was born.
Yes.
And it's in general awesome that he found a way and then time to come here from Pärnu. I'll give you the slides. So it works like this, that we'll run a quick, so Threadline is the name of the product, also the company, or both? Okay, he'll get into it.
Clarify.
We'll watch the video at first, then we have some slides, and then we'll have a kind of a conversation, okay?
Yeah, let's start with the video. All right, that's enough of the video. So, hello, my name is Martin. I'm currently the Chief of Operations in a company called Dominate Defense Solutions. And before I go into the slides, I'll give you a bit of background for context for once we get to the slides. And I only made 11 in the car on the way here. I don't really like to do long presentations. I like to have a conversation. So think about a lot of questions that you want to ask me. But for context, I've been building businesses for 15 years in very different industries. My first one, because I've been a breaker my whole life, is a dance studio, which is now the biggest dance studio in Pärnu County. And then a co-working space, a youth and innovation center, a few startups. But mainly, last 10 years, I was in the video game industry. And we built quite a large team. We had 21 nationalities, 60 people strong team. And we made games as a subcontractor. And the games we made during those years, our clients sold those games for a bit over $300 million on the game industry market. So I guess we learned how to make good games that people like to play. That company went bankrupt, made a big mistake that business owners often make. I put all the eggs in one basket, had one partner that we made a game together that the whole company was working on. Something happened to the partner's wallet and funds stopped coming through. So company went bankrupt, but at a very interesting timing. I talked to a friend in March this year, and because I knew I'm going to get a fourth child in June already, I was kind of thinking about different things than creating products for entertainment. And things moved quite fast. I visited Ukraine in February or March, spent a week there, talked with a lot of military units, and then kind of had this eureka moment that we could actually use our skills and put them to a good use. So the main problem that we understood that we can solve, because I would be completely useless if you put me on the front line, but I have some other skills. And the issue is the live training time and task efficiency. If you take a squad or two, take them to the polygon for a weekend, actual time and task is about like 8 to 25% of the time. And that actually doesn't give you too many repetitions. And our solution is like taking our skills from the game industry, and after talking to a lot of, let's say, future end users in Ukraine and now also in Estonia, we understood that we can create a simulator, and in a simulator you cannot train physical cognitive skills like handling a weapon or giving first aid, and we decided we're not going to do those. And instead, we're going to create something that is highly configurable for training, let's say between dry training and live training, or theory and live training, where the trainees can get in their repetitions. And finally, we can maybe use it also for preparing for a mission. And here's an example. We went to a boot camp in Ukraine for that 1 week. And we had 3 weeks before that, and the person who invited me asked, what can you create in that time? And that was actually the video that you saw, was the demo for that boot camp. And we looked at different like interesting operations that were on YouTube, Reddit, and there was an operation called Operation Shovel by a company called The Chosen Company, and it was, I think, 23 November, a bit west of Donetsk. And what we did, we know how to create virtual environments. We took all of those YouTube videos, we found the coordinates, we got the height map from Google Maps and some other places, and we created a one-on-one replica down to the trenches being the exact same shape, and in 3 weeks created that exercise. And this is basically the height map for a station satellite of this specific location next to Donetsk. I also put in a few pictures, but basically, let's not waste too much time on that. You saw the video, we can make things pretty. And the outcome, because again, you're not training these cognitive skills where you need to actually go into the forest or onto a field and train specific outcomes. The outcomes that we train are basically, all are built around the OODA loop, the observe, orientate, decide, act loop, to be able to familiarize yourself with different types of patterns and having a lot better pattern recognition. You can train your brain to understand that, even if you are only using a keyboard, a mouse, and a monitor, and you get 50 repetitions in. Once you are in the same situation, you will get better situational awareness, like Vitautas talked about. And we also yeah, actually, I don't want to talk too much about that as well. The one important thing, I'm trying to think what was important when we were in Ukraine and we were talking to the military units. And one thing that was important for them is that it actually opens up the schedules of the polygons. If a portion of the repetitions can be done in, let's say, a military academy or just some like remote location, if they only need a laptop. With their calculations there, we talked to the 3rd Brigade, Hartia, and some others. They could free up about 8% of the polygon schedules, which right now they're having a tough time with the mobilization and a very limited time, sometimes 2 to 6 weeks of taking a chef, a physics teacher, a lawyer, and giving them the basic training. Within the 2 to 6 weeks, sometimes they cannot even find the live training opportunity in the schedule of the polygons.
Can you please explain what's a polygon?
It's like this big area that the government or military owns that has different configurations for live training, like a configuration of trenches, a configuration of like broken buildings, etc. This 35-30-30 we are not in a place yet where we can get our own data and do the calculations. So the closest we got a bunch of case studies and research from US, where they were using VR headsets and other virtual training solutions. And these 35% higher skill improvement, 30% reduction in training time, and 30% faster response times were something that they found were kind of averages. Now, one of the very cool things that we are bringing along from our experience when we were making games, especially like shooter and competitive games for our clients, we always did analytics as well. So we're really experienced in creating data for after-action reports that is light, that is configurable, and in our experience, what the instructor can see, both lifetime and as an after-action report, is literally for every single user, every session, every decision that they make, even from inside the ODA loop, from a cue, which is, for example, hearing a drone, to how fast they reacted to that. We can get all of that data, and we can also consolidate that data over 100, 200 different sessions. Where this can help is if there is a, let's say, a 3-month basic course, and they have their theory, they have their dry training and live training. If we create this digital twin of the exercise they're definitely going to do, which right now we're actually preparing for one client in Estonia. Before they go to the live training, we can already identify the basic bottlenecks, or where across 10 different squads the trainees have the most difficult time reacting in a certain way or making a certain decision that would save their life or help with mission accomplishment in that situation. So all of the heat maps and the objective readiness scores can then be exported in a lot of different forms that would be important. Now the last slide before I'm super happy to answer all types of questions. Who is familiar with simulations for military probably have thought that there's VBS, there's ARMA and so on. So we actually created a competition matrix. And the matrix basically is on the x-axis, it's a participant scale from solo to battalion. And on the y-axis, it's a decision horizon from micro-tactical decisions to theater, strategic, and operational campaign. And most of our competition is in the right side here, meaning that what they are focused on is simulations for, let's say, a battalion. And within that simulation, not a lot of infantrymen, squad leads get to actually do repetitions for what they need to train themselves in. So how we are positioning ourselves is exactly in the middle, where there is a lot of free space within the competition matrix. So our main focus will be squads, squad leads, fire teams, team leads. Basically, the 8 to 25% of the time on action that they usually get when they go to live training, I think we can get that up to 50%. Because imagine if you have done something in a virtual environment that looks exactly the same and has exactly the same rules and like the win condition, you have done it 50 times on a monitor. And then you finally end up in the polygon, you're not going to have the issue that I've heard so much about, that it's like dealing with a bunch of kindergartners. Like, you need to go here, you wait here now, here's your rifle, don't do anything with it. A lot of that is taking up time there. I don't know how many of you play video games or have played video games. I brought the example that if you have played Counter-Strike, one of the most popular levels or environments in Counter-Strike is Inferno. People who have played Inferno at least 100 times. I bet if we create a real-life replica, they can go from one base to the other with a blindfold without touching any of the walls. if you have some TV series that you really, really like and you have watched a lot, like Friends, whoever is a fan of Friends, I'll ask, where is the toilet or the bathroom in Monica's apartment? You'll know. You go past the fridge to the left, it's there. This will have the same type of effect. I think that was my last slide. I'm open to questions. Thank you.
Excellent. We got a bunch here. First one is, well, XR. How do you see this component in your application? I guess you had some results from like a US Army, and that was based on VR training, right?
VR and stuff on a monitor as well, and also the speed.
I'm just curious how big you think the difference is, if any at all.
Yeah. Thing is, our original goal was actually to go full VR. And then when we talked to Estonian Defense Forces and the military units in Ukraine, the main reply we got is, yeah, put it on VR. We can train 10 guys. But if you put it on a laptop, we can train 10,000. So the procurement plays a huge role there. Even if VR might have 10-20% better results, the accessibility to that type of training is so much more important. And laptop you need with a headset and a computer mouse, it's a lot easier to get than something with a VR headset. So in the future, we are planning to also include VR, AR, XR. Like my own dream, because I'm a nerd, is this like haptic vest, full body suit, Omni treadmill that you can run on, like full set. But right now, it just doesn't make sense.
Perfect. Also, just to clarify that in this association, we embrace everybody who does anything that could be in VR or AR at any point in the future. So.
Oh, thank you.
Very good. Yeah. Cool. So how modular is it? What pipeline for Commander to add some terrains and like generatively filled? Any AI elements? I guess asking about configuration options.
Yeah. Okay. So configuration there is on like two different verticals. One is the configuration of the mission. So what is the exercise? If it's a 5-minute drill, how many enemies are coming from what side or what type of enemies are you under artillery threat and so on. So that's one type of configuration. And the other one is, yes, the environment. For now, we are making environments, let's say 80% manually. As we go, we are building a system that uses procedural generation inside of Unreal Engine, but also are kind of like North Star in terms of the technology is that you can take a bucket of mixed data, and the mixed data can be drone videos, photos, satellite images, LiDAR, cloud point data. It can even be like a voice message from someone on the front line explaining what happened yesterday. And that mixed data bucket will go into a blender where we use both the AI tools and also tools from the Unreal Engine plugins. And basically what the blender does is two things. One, it parses data into different areas, like what the height map is going to be, what the terrain is going to be, how many enemies, everything that it can get from there. And the second is annotation. Because we have already, and we are building this 3D asset library in Unreal Engine, once 1 times 1 kilometer square has its height map, then its materials, is it like mud or grass or whatnot. Based on the annotations, it can also populate the 3D elements, trees, rocks, houses, so on. So that's basically where we are moving towards, and like every week we are closer to that. So finally, there's a bucket of mixed data, and ideally in 24 hours, you can also already play the simulation in that environment.
Great. Following up on that, talking about the product roadmap in general, so saying the video is from March, it's super cool, but what's new and what do you work on right now the most, and what's also related, I guess, what's the main challenge to introducing the solution to the troops?
Yeah, the main challenge was that I don't understand the client, but now we have a CEO who has 14 years of military experience and also experience in DevTech. So we are 4 founders all super strong in our own respective areas. So that one is covered now. That's how we already have can't tell too much, but we have planned something that in Q1 we will go to a military unit and 2 squads will train for a certain exercise on a field. One will train in the simulator with a digital twin of the same field, same exercise, the other won't. So we'll do A/B testing on how that's gonna turn out. But in terms of the pipeline, the video was from March. Then in the summer, not many people did a lot. And then end of the summer, I was contacted by potential investors. Now we are basically trying to think what I can say and what I can't. I think I can say we're kind of like funded for a while. So we have been operating for 10 days. We started on 1st of October. We're 12 people full-time, 4 people part-time, and we really know what we're doing. So we're gonna move super fast with this already in Q1. I think publicly people can also see what we have done already.
Cool. And the team, besides military people, is it your best people from your gaming company basically hired back?
Yeah, 10 out of 16 are the elite, the creme de la creme of my past company.
That's super cool. Let me see. Okay, I'll read the question because I'm not entirely sure. So can it be used for specific mission training? I believe yes, but recreating terrain, buildings based on satellite drone data. Yeah, and how fast can this scene or training could be created? I guess that's the question.
Yeah, the 24 hours is our benchmark that
turnaround time, yeah.
Yeah, that we are trying to achieve. But we don't know how tech is going to advance. Maybe the AI tools and compute will be so powerful that it can happen in like 2 minutes some year in the future. But the 24 is something we have done our R&D on, and we know we can hit.
Nice. And just tack onto that. So there is updates, I guess, from the front line as well. At least when I talk to some people, they have some news every month about how the Russian drones are now doing something different again, or Ukrainian ones. So I wonder, do you actually have drones, or are they like in the product roadmap? And do you have like how often do you expect to update what you're offering based on what's actually happening, like on the front line?
We actually have paid military consultants who are on the front line in Ukraine. So we talk with them every single day. We're very up to date with what's going on because the war is changing every single day. About drones, yes, they're there as a threat. They are physically accurate, their movement, their sound, everything. But we're not focusing too much on drones because drones are such a huge thing right now that there are drone simulators left, right, and center.
Yeah.
And we didn't want to go into an area where we need to use our skills and really fight with our elbows and like put a lot of time into it. We found this place where we can get like most bang for buck, where we can really make a difference very fast.
Very good. Yeah, sounds like you have a direct line.
Yeah.
All right. You heard the last presenter on AI-based drone simulator, FPV simulator. Do you see some integration possibilities there?
I mean,
I wonder if he asked this question or something.
That's actually kind of what we were thinking. That
or VRKiwi, this. I guess he could consider a lot of anyway.
Yeah, we were thinking that let the people who know how to make drone simulators like focus on that because they are good at that, and we won't. And maybe one day we can buy one of those, integrated into our system.
Or the other one, yeah. Cool. I guess the last question. Let me refresh. It was basically the kind of music that played during the trailer. Do you listen to that in the office like nonstop?
Well, we work remotely, and I listen to everything because I have 4 kids. Like,
right.
From Cocomelon to drum and bass.
Yes, fair enough. Good. Good. So, great. Thank you so much. That was wonderful.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. I also have a little. Yes. Something to eat on the way.
Nice.
And yeah,
I'll split it between the kids.
Yes, and we do a little donation to actually my Dream Day charity fund on behalf of every speaker. So.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, we have a short break now until what is that? 4:50. Yeah, Thank you so much, Martin, for coming. It's wonderful.
Yeah,
thank you. We ready? Hello, everybody. So we're almost ready to close the day. And one of the good things to discuss is the future. And the future meaning the new people that come into XR. Why would they do it? What are the cool industries? Should they go study somewhere, perhaps? Should they meet kind of the people who are building these industries? And how would that all work also internationally? Maybe share some lessons. So we have here Jeremiah from Austria. He just shared he's from Iowa, so that's cool. He'll carry out the panel and do the introduction. So thank you all. Let's play.
Hey, thanks for being here. Thanks for all the interesting talks so far. I've been very inspired. I'm originally from the United States, but I've been teaching in Austria for the past 25 years, specifically at the University of Applied Sciences Upper Austria, and working in the Digital Media Lab. And as you can see, if you know a little bit about Austria, Vienna's there on the right, the only really big city. Linz is the third biggest city in Austria, and Hagenberg's just about 20 kilometers north of Linz. I think we're the smallest town in Austria with the university. There are 2,000 inhabitants in Hagenberg and about 1,500 students. And it's one campus of our university. And my department got started in 1996, which is kind of an interesting year because that's also the year that the first cave, some of you might remember the cave, this actually cave automatic virtual environment. It was installed in the Ars Electronica Center in 1996. And this was the second one in the world and the first one that was actually publicly accessible. So we actually had, for many people, this was their first experience with virtual content in general. It was a very small space, as you can see here, and only one of these stereoscopic glasses were actually tracked. Yeah? But it was an interesting virtual experience for everyone. And many of my colleagues, the people that I work with, their first job was creating content for the caves in the Ars Electronica Center. And so we've been working with the Ars Electronica Center for quite some time. Again, many of us worked there before or have left and gone there and worked in the Future Lab for quite some time. I don't know if you've heard of the Ars Electronica Festival. We just finished that a couple of weeks ago. Can highly recommend attending it. And over this time, from 1996, up until around 2015, we were doing projects with the Ars Electronica Center. This project is one from 2015. It was a multiplayer VR experience. So we integrated both non-VR players with VR players in something called Deep Space in the Ars Electronica Center. This was the first real large-scale student project that we did in 2015. And what's also interesting about 2015, and it's going to explain where I'm coming from in this panel later today, we have Palmer Luckey, who was one of the founders of Oculus, who basically said that virtual reality is going to become mainstream. It's only a question of how good it needs to be before the mainstream is willing to use it. And I would say, based on the things we've seen today, based on the experiences you've had over the past few years, it's already pretty good. But I don't think it's mainstream yet. And we'll see this a bit more in the discussion today, but I think we have to own the fact that it's not mainstream, and that's okay. We have all of these niche areas that are very, very interesting. There's a lot of potential for innovation. But as an educational institution, and as institutions, we have to ask ourselves, what are we preparing our students for? And so over the last couple of years, I've actually looked into where our students are working. Yeah? And there's 4 basic areas. You don't have to agree with the terminology with me, but immersive training is a really big area, in Austria at least. So this is an example of a training simulator for forklifts, very successful company called 7Sim in Austria with our students. We have immersive education. So this is a MetaQuest being used to learn how to play the piano. It's a company called Magic Keys in Linz. We have immersive experiences. So a lot of our students or graduates now are creating content for immersive museum installations, amusement parks, etc. And then this is a pretty new topic. We've got a couple of companies in the field of immersive therapy using virtual reality, for example, for various therapeutic purposes. Yeah? What we don't see here, at least in Austria, is VR gaming. And we had a lot of inspiring talks this morning about that. And I think it's awesome what you're doing in these countries. In Austria, we have not been very successful with that. And I think we need to look at what we can do to make that more successful. So for the talk that we're going to do today, sort of what I'd like to focus on is 2 main issues in the panel discussion. And one of them is basically, what jobs are we actually preparing the students for? Yeah? We're giving them a very large set of skills. Typically, we have used games as a didactic model to educate because it requires all these different fields. You need developers, you need UI designers, you need sound designers, etc. But we also know that we're not going to put all of our graduates into the gaming industry, but they'll be able to use their skills in other industries. And so the question is, if we're preparing our graduates for a future where we don't necessarily know what's going to be done by AI, what's going to be done by humans, etc., what jobs are we looking towards? And what are we actually preparing them for? Like, are they going to be doing animation, or are they going to be doing all of the hardcore computer graphics development? Those are things that we're continually asking ourselves. Yeah? And the sort of other thing that we're taking a look at is how can we provide an infrastructure for this type of education? And that has both a technological component, like simple ones like what headsets should we be buying, yeah? What software should we be using, what game engine should we be using? Because this is something that is very difficult to determine. There's a lot of things that if you haven't worked at a university and you don't know what the administration rights are for the students and such, lots of concerns that a normal developer wouldn't have make it very difficult for universities, yeah? And also licensing and those types of things. But also in terms of the curricula, or the content that we're actually teaching. As you know, it's a fast-paced industry. Things are moving along quite quickly. And trying to keep up with every single game engine, with every single framework, with every single headset, trying to deal with this idea that students are often fascinated by the latest technology. Yes, I want to work with the Apple Vision Pro, and 2 months later, that's not cool anymore. Now I want to work with some other VR headset or some other technology or some other game engine, yeah? And without getting distracted. And also, how can we sort of instigate a little bit of an interest in industry-related projects? Because the students that come to our institution are very creative individuals. They have great ideas. But those great ideas are often, let's create another lightsaber demo in VR, right? And so we're sort of having this challenge of finding challenging tasks for the students that are related to things that are needed in industry, but at the same time allowing them to sort of explore their own creativity. Okay, so that's basically where I'm coming from when it comes to the panel today. And I have 5 other representatives from universities in, I believe, Finland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, of course, and I'm really looking forward to that. I've also tried to provide just a little bit of a segue to our next presentation, which is about sort of an XR visualization framework. And I would ask our next speaker to go ahead and come up onto the stage, and he'll tell us a little bit about what the sort of goals of that are and how we might be able to use it for these types of purposes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, hello, I'm online. Okay, excellent. Hello, everyone. It's been a long day. Glad you're still here with me. Without further ado, let's get to the point. Hello, my name is Jussi Salonen. I come from Helsinki XR Centre. Very quick introduction who we are. We are one of the Europe's leading extended reality hubs, and nowadays also doing emerging tech. So XR is still our main dish, but we also do AI, Internet of Things, drones, blockchains, everything that's somehow connected to emerging tech industry. Practically, in a nutshell, what we do, we are a research and development unit of Metropolia University of Applied Sciences. So we do lots of research and development. It's in our name. We have currently something like 30 or 40 projects in our portfolio. So we have a pretty good understanding of overall how extended reality is being used in different verticals. We've done healthcare, we've done construction, we've done education. We kind of have a very good overall window to see what is this and what is being applied in where. We also have our own developer hub, which is basically an in-house incubator for pre-seed startups. Roughly 40 teams at the moment, but take the number with a grain of salt. There's maybe half of them are active and actually doing something that could be a working solution or actually has some sales potential. The third thing we do is we have services for organizations. In a nutshell, we do consultation. We help companies to understand what is extended reality. We onboard them, We basically give them a 30-minute presentation, like this is XR, this is the vocabulary, this is what you should know about this industry. And then we take them to our showroom where we have Apple Vision Pro, we have Varjo headsets, we have Quest 3s, so we can give them a hands-on tour to the industry landscape. This is what it means when you have a high-end headset on your face and you see, for example, human anatomy example. And this is, we can actually open the eyes for the people, because it's one thing to give a presentation about the technology. People are, I kind of get it. And then when you slap them on with a high-end headset and you can actually hold a human liver in your hands with photorealistic visual fidelity, that's when people are, aha, now I really get it. And that's when they are actually interested. And that's when we get the window of opportunity open to actually kind of and sell the idea that you should be interested, you should start doing experiments, you should start to onboard your organization into these technologies, even if you're not going full on, but start doing small things. Start illiterating yourself and your stakeholders who are close to you in the opportunities of these technologies. So that's in a nutshell what we do. You could kind of think as we like to talk about ourselves as we are kind of an embassy of extended reality in Finland. So we are also kind of an ecosystem support, and that's what we do. But yeah, a little bit background for the mind map tool. This has been done as a side branch of Baltic Sea region game ecosystem development project. Wonderful word by European institutions. Basically, we're a consortium of 13 project partners, mostly universities, game hubs, and different kind of invention centers, incubators. And the mission was very simple: find ways to support Baltic Sea regional gaming ecosystem. Gaming startups are having hard times. The funding is down. The gaming industry is super competitive at the moment. The market is saturated. Even if you make a good game, how do you stand out? So we were tasked with this, at how do we help these guys? And as a solution, we set ourselves on the course to create tools and methods that somehow enhance their business opportunities and upskill these gaming startups in some critical skills. And just a few of the results, there's like a bunch of them. You can find them more from the BSG Go website. But a few of the examples is like the League, which is basically a knowledge exchange platform for these players of the consortium and basically anyone who is who wants to tap into this shared knowledge and best practices in this area. Then there is the Spotlight, which is an easy to read, kind of a gaming magazine, once per quartal, or I don't know if it's once in a month, but for investors, that this is the best games that we recommend. Skim it through and you'll get a good overall understanding what's happening in the industry. Sustainability Nexus conference, well, it is what it says it is. It's basically an event where the industry players discuss about sustainability and cross-pollinate the best practices of DEI and sustainability matters. And then there's, of course, the XR mind map, which is the topic of today for us. And this is basically XR upskilling tool. So, what is XR mind map? Educationally, it's an easy-to-use tool designed for rapid learning and flowing user experience. Technically, it's large visualized database, just a collection of tons of information that's been displayed in a format that you can very easily skim through to create yourself an overall understanding of the themes and topics. And if you find something particularly interesting or down to your alley, you can just zoom in and okay, I want to learn more of this topic. And practically, it's fun and easy compared to traditional books or, for example, videos, which provide also learning experience, but different kind of experience. How it works, you just follow the link, open the XR mind map. It's basically a mirror board. Practically, it is a mirror board. And you'll get a really good overall understanding of what are the topics, what are the key themes in XR. Because everyone in this room knows that learning XR is actually hard. If someone asks, what is XR? Oh, sit in the chair, take a good position. This is going to take a few hours. Because you got the tech stack, you got the design part, you got the actual business, you got the networks, like who is doing this in where. It's a big topic, and there's a need to communicate it more effectively in a way that people can actually get an overall picture. Okay, now I understand what are the key components and the basics. So the map works in a way where you got the key topic, you just zoom in with your mouse scroll, and then you zoom back out to get an enhanced working. There's actually a video going, so. You go to a section, you get pictures, you get like this info box that you can read through in 30 seconds. Okay, now I understand the concept. And if the concept is interesting, there's links for articles and videos. And this is like curated material where you're gonna learn the actual topic in more in depth. But if you just need to get a quick overall understanding, how is this part of the big picture, you can do it in very rapid succession. There's actually a QR code, if anyone of you want to try this. There's few posters in the wall, and there's leaflets, so you can also just take the photo and maybe skim it through later if you want. A small disclaimer here, this is not meant for cell phones. Obviously, the idea is that you do it with your laptop or with your computer, and with the mouse, it's gonna be much faster and much easier. But just to get a glimpse of the kind of a design element, how this is supposed to work. Zoom in, zoom out, understand something, okay, I got enough of this topic, move on to next one.
Have you tried it in VR?
Not yet. This is a wet dream of mine that we would have some kind of an immersive three-dimensional representation of it. Working on it. If you know a company who could port this into 3D, hit me on. I'm interested. Yeah, this is just a quick overall look of what you're going to find from the board. There's this Y-axis because there's a lot of people out there who don't know anything about this. And we have constantly visitor groups, and I always ask from the visitors, like, do you know where the term XR comes from? Maybe 10 to 15% raise their hands. How many people have had a headset on sometime? A little bit more, maybe 20, 25%. So there's lots of work just to illiterate people on the basic concepts. So they need to know what is extended reality, where does the term come from, what are the benefits of it, because there are lots of benefits. Obviously, we in the room know them, and they are specific for each industry branch. There's like doctors do better operations when they are trained with this kind of tools. Military training is faster, it's more accurate, you get to situational awareness. Industry people are gonna learn faster how to operate the machines. You can have remote assistance. All the stuff we've seen today. So there's a bunch of these use case and benefits in an easy, fast bullet point type of a fashion. So just in case you thought this is just games and entertainment, guess again. We're going to onboard you on this. You're going to find lots of use cases for different verticals just to give you food for thoughts, like, okay, I didn't know they're using that for automotive industry. I didn't know they're using it for sports, etc. Then there's the 101. Explaining basic concepts, key terminology, glossary, what you should understand. There's the technology stack. What are the main headsets? What's the difference between headset and smart glasses? Overview of XR hardware and from the big picture, like the metaverse stack, what is it infrastructure level on a global scale, and what is it if you want to have your own home headset, standalone headset, or if you want to have your PC VR, what kind of an PC you're gonna need for that. So big picture and small picture at the same time. Also, there's a link, for example, a very good resource called VR Compare, which is a website where you can compare every headset that's ever been published. They literally got like plus 100 of them. And you can compare them by price, by certain technical aspects, how popular they are. So the idea is not to put all the information in the mind map and explain it. Instead, you explain the key concept in a short, fast manner and offer the link to even a better resource to dive deeper. Then there's peripheral technologies, such as wearables, such as 3D printing. Technically not XR, but so much overlap, so much potential when these things are brought together. This is like machine vision, wearables, etc. Then there's obviously the XR design. huge one. Many people who have, for example, game development background, they already know pretty much of the tools, Unreal, Unity, but they don't, if they haven't dived into immersion before, they lack the understanding that how different it is than any other format before. Which kind of menus you need? Does it pop up when you turn your wrist? How do you use the joysticks? People are used to mouse and keypad, and they are not used to joysticks or using your hands as interaction. This needs to be addressed in design. So overlaying this principle. Next, we got resources. This is a kind of a collection of tools that you use in XR design. Which software for what content? What are the gaming engines? Which kind of specific software you're going to use for the part of pipeline creation? There's data banks, there's asset libraries, there's GitHub recommendations, stuff like this. Could be useful even for developers who are already onboarded to XR, but kind of want to check out, oh, maybe I find something useful here that I haven't heard of before. Then there's obviously games. This is a niche inside of extended reality. Actually, I think games is less than 10% or something like 5% of the global market of where the money is flowing. It's actually industrial and enterprise and other fields. But because BSG Go project was about XR games, hence we have a separate section for that one too. There's tips for XR game developers. There's like best practices, some common rule of thumbs for XR game developers. Then we have networks. Who is doing who, especially in Europe in XR? This one is still a little bit under construction, but I hope to see eventually here a kind of a list of European countries and research facilities, universities, companies, who is doing XR. And if you need to find that kind of an information, you can just log onto the board and go check under that country, okay, this one. And you're going to find some leads where to continue the search. Then we have XR business, overview of the business landscape. What's the potential of the extended reality? We know it saves time, we know it saves money, but we're going to explain that to the people who are more business oriented. Yeah, as it says here, platforms, gatekeepers, what's the role of Meta, Apple, how the kind of an economic system and distribution, who are the key players and why you should pay, what you should know if you want to do business in this new area. And then lastly, there's the big buzzword metaverse. What is it? People who turn their gaze into XR will eventually bump up into metaverse too, and we're kind of trying to give some kind of a definition and explain what it is on a wider perspective. So why it matters? As you all know, extended reality is a very large topic. It can be easily overwhelming to non-technical people. Yeah, there's so many subtopics that it's kind of it's really hard to start from nowhere. And also, it's hard to find good learning materials. Where are you going to go? To library, buy a book? At least a few years ago when I started in Helsinki XR Centre, there were no books. My colleagues, when I asked how do I onboard myself to this topic, they go to LinkedIn, follow the industry leaders, thought leaders. I tried to, is there a good book for this one? No, there's no books. When the book comes out, the data is already outdated. So you kind of need some other method to learn this. Yeah, the next one is that, as mentioned, almost all XR companies and startups, they struggle with sales because their clients don't understand extended reality. So this is one side way how this could be useful is that you have a discussion with potential customer and they're like, oh, we don't understand this topic well enough. Good, send them a link to this one and say like, I'll call you in 2 weeks. Do your own research, and then when you actually talk in same terms, you understand the key concept, you have a much more fruitful ground to continue your negotiations. And lastly, XR is the user interface of tomorrow. It's pretty obvious for us who are working in the field that we are witnessing the next big technological disruption wave. Like what happened with the internet? what happened with the cell phones, it was not the first 10 years. It took us, for example, in cell phones, 40 years ago, we started with the suitcase that you can do one thing, make phone calls. It took us 10 years to get into a position where you have a log, and now you can do two things. You can also send a 160-character message. Now you take exactly the same time span, 10 years, and we've come from the log into a device that literally has 100,000 functionalities. You got a thermometer, you got a camera, you got your bank, you got your route planner, you got your email, all in one. And just the camera functionality alone suddenly made every single person who owns a cell phone into a content producer and a content distributor, and created eventually this whole new branch of industry called social media, which has quite a lot affected our lives. So we are on the verge of something similar happening, and the impact potential is huge. And this is something that we need to communicate, and we want to educate people on that. Be aware, the change is coming. Yeah, last slide. Few pointers like who is this tool for? Well, basically anyone new to extended reality. If you don't know what it is, adventure around 30 minutes in here, you're going to be wiser than when you started. Obviously, for game developers, they are the main group. Quick way to upskill your team. Regardless of your team members, if you're a technical person, go to tech stack area. If you're a designer, go to check the design area. Find out the key pointers, how XR design is different than traditional game design. If you're a CEO or an investor business developer, go to business development. That's your area. Educators, free. By the way, the tool is free and open for everyone to use. It's already kind of a soft launch, but we are planning to launch it by the end of the year, and there will be a LinkedIn post and everything. It's also usable for example, academic institutions as kind of an additional learning material. Just in case you don't have your own study branch or you don't have resources to launch your full-blown XR design degree program, you can send a link to students and say that, hey, check this out and do your own research in a way. Business owners and investors, once again, key characteristics, value proposition, consumer versus industry and enterprise market. Get yourself onboarded how XR works from the business perspective. And for specialists who already know most of this stuff, you can still find value in the resources section and in the network section to kind of expand your own expertise. That's it. Any comments and content recommendations? I will be happy to hear them. Please approach me in LinkedIn, send me an email, come grab my sleeve after this part. I will be really happy to hear any comments on this to further develop this tool. Thank you. Oh yeah, questions.
Thank you, Jussi, and thank you for your tireless work in bringing more people into the XR fold. Really cool. So here's a little token of appreciation from us.
Thank you.
Yeah, I would like Mike, if I could have Mike. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's actually after me. Sorry. So yeah, thank you, Jussi. Yeah, so we mentioned about bringing it to VR, which would be cool. It'd be also cool, I guess, if we got to know the ways the XR map would be used, or mind map, because then you could kind of develop it more in a more specific way for these people. I think we should proceed with the panel now. We're 5:30, but doesn't make sense to wait, right? So we need some chairs on the table, on the stage, sorry. Let's do that.
While we're setting up, I do actually have a question. Just really quickly, I do have a question. You mentioned that, for example, the educational institutions, the people working, that's not complete. I think it's awesome that you used Miro for the technology that's very common for projects to create their own sort of website or whatever. That's awesome. But how can changes be made? Is there like a contact person that we would contact, say, hey, we'd like to add this?
That's a very good question. That is one of the bottlenecks we were very aware when when we started the project, we were thinking of that which platform will we use, and there was a budget issue, so we had to go with something that is easily accessible, and we had to start with something, and we very quickly realized that we're going to be married with the Miro. So sadly, it's not open source in the sense that anyone could kind of modify it, but if you got any improvement ideas, I will be the contact person. This has been a one-man project, so.
Okay. No, but I think it's actually a good choice because it's a tool that people are familiar with. They don't have to learn a new user interface, and particularly for like non-experts, I think it's a really good choice. But it's just a question of how can we support the project to add information to it. Like, that's my specific question.
Thank you. Actually, I would love to get support for it in sense. Two most important things at the moment for me is good content. What is it missing? If you find that there's a tool that is super useful, it's not mentioned on the board yet, send me a link in LinkedIn or in email. I will add it there. Also, like networks, if you have an institution, if you have a special like a research center who is obviously doing a lot in XR domain and it's not mentioned in the board, send it to me and I will edit it in. Also use cases, basically anything content-wise, or other ideas like how to enhance the readability and the usability and the value it creates to all the readers. I'm happy to receive comments. I'm happy to give you a 20-minute, 30-minute phone call or Teams call if you want to dive deeper to it. But as a small disclaimer, my limiting resource is time. I simply don't have enough time to do all the changes I'd like to, and that's why it's kind of still a little bit a work in progress.
Yeah, it's clear that you don't scale. On the other hand, there's quite a bit of content there, and I think that's something that we can all have a look at. I think it's a great resource. We're going to start with the panel. We have some chairs up on stage, which is awesome. So we can just go ahead and proceed there. And there are 5 other participants in the panel that I would like to invite onto stage, if it's possible. So Vladimir and Kertu and Edmunds and Ermo and Eero.
You get the spotlight. We are from Estonia, we're shy people, so we go to
yes,
the
yes. We have to stare.
Yes. So I don't know, I've got something coming out of the speaker. One of the things that I'd like to start with, I have a really difficult last name. As you saw, my name is Jeremiah Diephaus. It's a Dutch name, but it's not easily recognized. And I know you guys all by first name. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the last names. I would probably mangle them. But what I'd like to start off with, and maybe with Vladimir on the end, is basically I'd like you to tell us who you are, where you work at, and this is the tricky one, and the rest of the people have time to think about this. I'd like you to tell us about a passion project, really briefly, something you're working on now or you recently worked on that you think could be interesting, just to give us an idea of what type of stuff you're interested in. Okay?
Okay, hello everyone. So you didn't give me a lot of preparation.
No. It's more fun this way.
So thank you first of all, for being still here with us in the Friday evening. Happy to have you here all, and a co-panelist. So I'm Vladimir Kuc. I'm professor of digital manufacturing in Tallinn University of Technology. I put a merch on so you can recognize me. And so I was the head of industrial VR lab for last, 8-9 years, and founder of it actually. So that was second research lab in Taltech from point of view of VR AR. Now I think there is 1.5 left, so one is mine. And I'm not the head of the lab anymore from September. But during that time, we had a bunch of projects related to industry, defense, healthcare, and so on. Now I'm more focused on my spin-off company, which is from the defense company as well, from digital twins perspective, but I will not cover it much. It's academic panel, right? About passion projects, what are my projects related on in university? So I have one project. So basically what I was dealing mainly was remote operation of robotic system. And you saw today a humanoid robot. That's from our lab. And I thought, okay, we can control robots from VR remotely. But in Estonia, not many industrial companies are using it right now and will be using it like it is. So I thought how to bring the impact more on the humanity side, how to bring more value to people. So tried to get projects on healthcare domain, but using the same tech, so controlling from virtual reality robotic systems. Because of some personal motivation from relatives, but in general, and the project got granted, and now we are running a project for this half year already, and it's next 3 years. It's granted by Estonian National Research Council. Yes, it's correct name in English. Yes, it's using this robot assistance for people with with spinal cord injuries. So basically, this robot humanoid perspective is actually the spinal cord injuries trauma person can actually control this robot through VR, gestures, voice, and different means, or see what robot shows and do something what couldn't do. So that's I'm really passionate about, because this way tech can really impact and help the people. That's sorry, awesome. I spoke too much.
No, it's fine. It's awesome, and robots are cool. I really enjoyed seeing the robot walk around, and it's something I think in Europe we're still not really comfortable with. If you go to Japan, for example, you have a lot more examples of it. But it's interesting to see, like in a public space, interaction with robots, and the project sounds very exciting. So thank you for the introduction. Kerttu, would you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I'm probably the newest here on board, and in VR and in academy.
That's one way of saying that we're all old. Thank you very much.
You are experienced.
Experienced, thank you. That's a much better term.
Yes, it is. And when I came to Tartu University, I wanted to do AI. That's what I went there. But then I realized that this is what I don't want to do. I learned that. And I found computer graphics and virtual reality lab. Now I am working there, and I help to teach VR. And hopefully, as a result of my little research, I will make our virtual reality course a bit more, I don't know, upgraded, interesting, useful to the industry. I don't know, all industry people almost left, so I don't have anyone to ask feedback from. But yes, my passion and the direction is VR, how to make it better and how to produce some content that is maybe not first-person shooters.
Yeah, we talked about that a bit before. We'll probably come back to your sort of approach specifically with Godot as an engine a bit later, because I think that's a really exciting approach. Okay, so Edmunds, would you tell us a bit about yourself?
Yeah, I'm Edmunds Jansons from Vidzemi University in northeastern part of Latvia. I would say that particularly in the field of VR, my passion is to see how we can test different sides of virtual reality applications in terms of education, to see how all kind of approaches can be used. I wouldn't say it's certainly a single area that we would be aiming only, but it's in general terms, it's serious gaming, and see how we can use all kind of teaching materials and approaches for the trainings that are needed. Personally, for me, the most benefit, as I see, and what I'm most passionate about, is to give the users and the developers the opportunity to think about how they can commercialize what they are doing. Because one thing is trial and training, the other thing is building it to last. And sometimes you can see that you have the passion in the eyes to make it work, but you don't follow up with the needed steps to actually make it something viable and make it into the market. There's a very small amount of people who actually go for a spin-off, and this is where I really find myself in a position to give them this opportunity, to bring them to the boat of going as and start as an entrepreneurs, to follow up with their passion. So to sum up, I find it good to enable people to try and strive for something better.
Okay, great. Emo, would you tell us a little bit about sort of your focus? It's a bit different than some of the previous ones, so it should be interesting.
Yeah. So, hello, I'm Märt. I'm a visiting researcher at Baltic Film, Media and Art School. And why you're saying that it's a bit different is that what we focus on is more on the cinematic virtual reality, which is the 360 video, and not developing, using game engines and developing interactive VR. But you asked about a passion project. One of my passion project, which I do with hundreds of people is building an European university, Film EU, which is a European university focusing on film and arts. But on a smaller scale, my real passion is to lure students into doing things in 360. So that gives like more imminent results, seeing the spark in their eyes and get someone, lurked into our gang.
That sounds really, really cool. We talked about you actually wore multiple hats, and including the one that you have on now, but I mean, you've got other hats as well. Maybe you can tell us about those hats.
Yeah, there are many in my pockets here. So, I think I'm presenting XAMK here. We have many of my fellow XAMKs here, XAMKians, let's say, Southeastern Finland University of Applied Sciences. So I'm working actually in the research and development there in many XR projects. So not teaching myself at the moment, at least. And in there I have a couple of passion projects. You asked about them. So at the moment I'm in a project leading in Palotar, which is like a fire safety augmented reality mobile application that we're making. We just started to make it. Another one, it was virtual shelter. Maybe that was a kind of an interesting project because we have this kind of a civil defense shelters in Finland, more than in anywhere else in the world, I believe. Basically, in the cellar of every apartment building, there's one. So it was for training those people who are actually, if we would need to use them in those situations, how to deal with the air ventilation and whatnot. So that was an interesting project done with Unreal Engine narrative, like a kind of a cinematic take on it, but then also having like a gamified situations where you have to choose from, like in this very tough situations when you're facing, let's say, like a bombing. But yeah, that was a kind of interesting. We used metahumans and motion capture and whatnot. But yeah, other hats. So I have my own company. We're making a shooter. Not that much shooter, but it's basically like a surfing saber shooter, like a kind of a rhythm game, cinematic again. I have a background in cinema, so I tend to do like a cinematic stuff, I would say. And it's called Rise 99. It's about resistance in the future science fiction game. Yeah, I also am in the board of directors of VIVR, Finnish Virtual Reality Association. Yeah, so those hats.
Great. So we've got to know you all a little bit, and I'm going to try to mix it up a little bit so you don't all have to answer the same question. We're going to try to answer ask some different ones. I'd like to direct the first one to Edmonds, actually, because you're very involved in the education as well. What was mentioned in the previous presentation, I think, is a really important aspect, and that is that XR is incredibly complicated. So you have game engines and computer graphics and networking, all these breakable parts, I'll put it that way. There's a lot of points of possible frustration. Yeah? So when you get students that may not be very experienced with it, where do you start? Yeah? Where do you start? How do you build a basis, I'm going to call it, of patience, so they can get to their first XRX application?
Well, it really depends on the person that we attract, but we tend to have people who come from diverse backgrounds in terms of education. So it can be either as regular IT bachelor with some specialization in VR, but also we have seen that it's very important to have people from creative industries. And how do we start? We actually find that the first landing batch or the target is to give them the first impressions on where and in what ways we can get the most out of the VR XR environment. So what kind of options are there in the market? Where can this technology can be used in a practical manner? As I mentioned before, we are focusing on serious gaming, so there's no shooters for us. But the main start is that we land on the same idea that we are looking for productivity approach of XR. And by that moment, we already start to give them this glimpse of what is needed. So it means that the difficulty is growing by the course. course by course. So we start with this very narrow entrance of where can we apply, and then we start off with the basics, modeling, and how to add the environments, and how to continue also with the user interface and human-computer interaction. So it's a pace, but we are striving to give them this sense of community, of a team. So they go into this task together, the ones who are more skilled, the ones who are less skilled, but they have their backs covered. So it's a teamwork, yet we give them opportunity to follow up with their ideas. They have to define them, and then they go and create the things that can be actually run. So it takes some time, but we see that people enjoy that teamwork on their individual goals in the furthest.
But I can speak from experience, the last 2 weeks before a mixed reality submission, that's one of the courses I teach, are the most stressful 2 weeks of the entire semester. Because again, there's just so many things that can sort of go wrong, yeah. Ketu, we talked a little bit about sort of an interesting approach to teaching VR, specifically with a particular engine. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about that approach that you've been attempting.
So the headline was, as I remember correctly, XR...
Challenges in XR education or something
yes.
like that. Adventures, sorry.
Adventures,
yes.
exactly.
Yeah.
So one of the adventures has been teaching or helping to teach a virtual reality with Unreal Engine. We also have people coming to the course from very different backgrounds. We have very good educators who are, some of them professional in Unreal Engine, but it's not easy for all students to get familiar with Unreal Engine and start creating VR content like in one semester. We only have one course.
Okay.
And right now it is based on Unreal Engine. This is how it is. It's a fact. But for example, industry wants Unreal Engine. Industry wants Unity. We don't use Unity there. We have another course for that where you get familiar with engines. But I have a bit discovered that it would be easy to teach at least on-board VR students with Godot, because we have Quest 2 headsets. They are still totally valid. And you can run Godot editor in the headset. So you are free from computer, you can code. It's a GD script, it's not blueprints or anything. But you can switch between game mode and editor, and it's so fast. Like people who go to web development say that, because it's fast, it's easy, I can get feedback immediately. Well, there it is. And it's very convenient, but there is no point to teach it because nobody wants Godot.
I don't agree. They just don't know that they want it yet. We talked about this a bit before. And our undergraduate students, again, they want the industry standards. They want Unity, they want Unreal. But typically, once they've matured a little bit and they've discovered Godot, they're really impressed with just how quickly you can develop something and how simple it can be. And I think specifically for VR, I think it would be quite interesting. I don't know anyone who's currently using that in the curriculum, and that's why I found it so fascinating that you talked about that before. How many in the audience actually have maybe even opened up Godot before? Like, I know I'd heard about it. The first time I opened it up was when Unity said they were changing their licensing model, and we were evaluating new technologies, and I was really quite impressed with it. But in the end, as a university, you're also trying to sell a certain program to potential students, and they want the industry standards, and so you have to teach them those things as well. But I really think for a first semester course in game development or VR, that Godot would be very suitable. And so I'm very curious to hear more about your experience, maybe later on, a year later, to see sort of how it's progressed. But I think it's a good choice. Ermo, you have another sort of interesting position because you have a university or a department rather where there really aren't any developers, right? And where you still are probably being encouraged to use these tools like Unreal, like maybe Unity in some cases. How do you go about it at your university? Is there support from developers from other programs, or do the students just have to sort of find their way through these sort of tools if they're going to work with this type of technology, or what's the support look like at your department?
In general, we don't use actually the game engines because what we teach is the main thing is storytelling. And 360 gives the opportunity to think in spatial terms, how to tell the story in 360. And that is basically what we do because we don't have specialized courses or curriculums, for VR or 360, but we integrate those into different curriculums, whether it's cross-media students or the integrated music arts and whatever the third one was. So we, and basically the thing is that we don't use the engines. And how do we do the teaching is basically the problem-based learning in a sense that we do give them the basic knowledge, how to use 360 cameras, how the process is, what to think about, the theoretical parts, of course. But there is so much information online, and there's no point of wasting time in lectures telling how to do exactly which button to push and when and where. So they have a problem, they need to create something. And then they get the basics, and then they go out and do it.
Okay. But in terms of the content production pipeline, basically knowing what you need to pay attention to, what needs to be done when, that type of stuff, is that ever addressed? Because even if it's tool independent, in terms of, again, 360 is, in terms of camera and directing, is in a totally different environment, right? And so how do you go about imparting those skills?
Well, before we send them out to do their stuff, then of course we go through all of this. How to direct there, what to think about that, what it's like, what is the motivation of the viewer to look somewhere or to turn their head,
Guidance.
and what about lighting and the sound and so on, so on, so on. So we cover all that. So they have to think about those things before, then they need to write a script and so on. So that's the way.
Okay. Coming from the Austrian university scene, I don't want to badmouth it because it's a great university scene, but we're not really great at cooperating between individual universities. And Eero, you were involved in setting up sort of an XR organization in Finland, right?
FOV,
But to what extent, because I think in some ways it's actually easier for an external organization to foster cooperation than the universities themselves. To what extent has that been possible? Like how well are university programs integrated into this network, or was that one of the purposes? Maybe it wasn't even one of the intended goals.
Oh yeah, well okay. So we have members of Helsinki XR Centre here. So back in the maybe few years ago, like 10 years ago maybe. So Fever and Metropolia, for instance, came together, and then they founded Helsinki XR Centre, for instance. And we have like these kind of hubs, few of them. Now I guess these days 3 in Finland. So yeah, it has been one way to organize, more like an XR startup scene, I would say. But then, considering the universities so I believe that we have like just one master degree at the moment in XR, or like not a master, but like the Metropolia level, like this kind of a candidate level degree. But yeah, I don't know what to say really. It feels like it's a little bit like satellites here and there. If you're asking specifically Finnish landscape at the moment.
Again, I don't know much about the Finnish landscape. I talked to Keta a little bit about game jams as an opportunity, and I've seen some XR jams in various countries, and that would be like one sort of activity where I could imagine that you could get university students involved to a certain extent. I didn't know if there were any type of those activities.
Yeah. Okay, so, well, maybe my background is in Aalto University also, and I was there organizing a VR hub. So I think like most of this kind of stuff that we're talking about today is like, I'm trying to kind of see everything through that background, basically, and those experiences running that VR hub, which was like basically trying to incorporate XR, introduce XR in all the curriculums a little bit at least. So that was like only at that particular, working mostly on that particular Aalto University where it was. But I think that was kind of an interesting trial. We had like basically like this dedicated space in Aalto University where people would come with their questions related to XR. And then we had like weekly events, or like open doors events. And then there were like these micro courses that I was organizing about, let's say, 360 cameras, how to use them. And they were actually quite popular. It's kind of a maybe 2-3 hour take on the subject. So yeah, that way kind of I think there's like two things. Like, are we talking about XR as a study subject that you try to teach like game engines and how to design XR, and then there's another thing which is how to use XR when the study subject is something else. And it's kind of I had quite an interesting take on that, like when you're trying to introduce XR in other curriculums as part of it.
But ideally, and I think that's the goal of sometimes of these XR jams. Game jams are a little different. Game jams are about people who just want to make games, but I think in the case of the XR jams, it's often about like taking people who have maybe a use case or a problem, and then people who have some knowledge of development as well, and trying to bring them together to create sort of innovative XR solutions. I haven't been involved in an XR jam so far, but the results I've seen so far are sort of in that general direction. So I think it's a good point that you make that you're separating, but I think that those two things could maybe be addressed together in like an XR jam.
Yeah, and it's an interesting medium, like VR, let's say. I think it takes some lessons from like a narrative filmmaking actually, and then something from, well, games, of course, interactivity there, and then embodiment of theater and dance, and then computer sciences and UI, UX design there. So it's kind of really like putting all of this together, melting it.
Okay, we haven't talked for a few minutes. Vladimir, back to you. And I think from what we've discussed so far, you have probably even a nearer connection, a closer connection to industry than the rest of us. You've been working with digital twins and those types of things. How do you manage to get students closer to sort of industry-related projects? Because again, I mentioned before, oftentimes they come with their own ideas, which they're often very game-related. How do you get them interested and involved in more industry-related research?
So, I mean, from teaching perspective, we have some courses, but we are mechanical industrial engineering department. That's I didn't mention. So our main use cases are manufacturing and this kind of use cases. So part of it come from our own needs, let's tell. So we had some projects with ABB, for example, on assembly line with AR applications. We have robot control. Did some guidelines how to assemble things, like easy for everything. Not easy, but it's still okay from developer perspective maybe. But from so guidelines to replace PDFs and this kind of things. How to bring students closer to it. From XR course, we only launched the first XR course in Taltech. Actually, this spring. It's a pilot course with 14 students. But our main use case was there still robot control. However, we spoke with some other groups to bring use cases like electrical engine to see visualization in the self-driving car, for example. When you drive there, you see how engine works. But it needs some connection dots, some real data from industry. So next year, maybe we'll do more. But the course, another course, which called production digitalization. We take real manufacturing use cases. We first digitalize them when regular simulation tools what are being used in industry. It's visual components or Siemens, and then we bring this to VR. So we take some part of this assembly line, let's tell, of baseball pads or Lego or injection molds, depends on the use case, and put them, and we give a choice to students, usually to animate, or to replace a manual person operator in the simulation by their own, so they can assemble something and do. So, and so far, I don't know, they liked it somehow. But It's changed in COVID time, this course. We had real companies giving us use cases, we agreed, but then we found a way and we used Discovery, how it's made channel to give these use cases to students. But if they have their own companies or they work in manufacturing companies, they can bring use cases from companies. Because this course is in master level industrial management, which means they already work in the companies usually. So, yes. Let's tell this way.
Yeah, it might be more of a problem for because we attract them, of course, with game-based projects, and of course they want to create games.
Yes.
But we do a lot of R&D work as well, where the same skill set is necessary. Like one of the companies we worked with is a company called Pool 3 in Austria, and they do these forklift simulators and lots of things like this. And they're doing game development essentially. They're doing level design for everything that they're doing. It's very clearly that, but they don't have crunch time. They have a nice work-life balance. It's actually an awesome job, but you still have to get the students interested in the fact, hey, what you're doing, it may not be the first-person shooter, but it's the same skill set, it's the same content, and it's the same amount of fun because you're still designing levels, you're still getting doing play tests, all these types of things. But changing that mindset is something that takes a while in any case.
So yeah, I mean, we don't teach gaming, but it's all game elements. I mean, we had a game studio based on our lab before and so on, but we try to give them some real life use cases to bring in, but they get the skill set that they can use whatever they want later. We teach Unity, yes, 3D. Just historically, we started to do Unity because other lab did Unreal Engine, and that's the main reason. We use a lot more and more web XR right now, so we can launch applications in the browser. So we're agnostic to hardware more with that. We use Oculus or Quest. Meta Quest, not Oculus. Or we use tablet-based, so we try to get more on that. And I think WebXR is more industrial thing rather than Unity or Unreal Engine nowadays. So if we speak about more connectivity with real data. But interest of students, so as you saw robots, so we tried mainly to attract students with robots, but then add XR elements there so they see that they can combine stuff together. But I mean, I think for Estonian universities at least, students already work in the bachelor level and on second year at least, or third year, they already all have jobs, most of them. And it's very hard to motivate them to proceed with that's.
But it's also good that they have jobs.
Yeah, of course.
It's a good sign for the university that you're targeting the industry correctly.
Those might not be jobs in the field. They might be like waitering somewhere.
And statistically, they rather drop out and then lose a job. So let's tell this way. So it's good constant process there.
But I was really impressed. I went to University of Tartu 2 years ago for the first time, and I arrived on a Sunday, and I had a tour on Sunday evening. And it was September, it was a Sunday, the labs were full. And particularly what was going on, there was a robot programming competition that was going on in the robot lab. And it was just really inspiring because on Sundays at my institution, nobody's there. So it was very, very impressive. So there's definitely a lot of interest in these subjects. By the way, I have my phone here as open. If you want to ask a question as well, you can, and I will pay attention, and I will ask them. And in the meantime, I'll ask another one of mine. And this is a very almost political question, but I'm going to do it for the fun of it. Pretend I'm giving your department 10,000 euros, and you can buy yourself a headset for students, for work, or whatever. What headset are you going to buy, and why? And I'm going to start with you, Eero.
Well,
or you can buy multiple ones as well, because I can take as many for 10,000 euros.
Yeah, I think we were. Well, it's going to be Apple Vision Pro because in some we don't have. But and the new one probably pretty soon. So at least that one definitely.
But why the Vision Pro? I have one. I wouldn't recommend it, but we'll see why you want it.
You would or you wouldn't?
I wouldn't.
You would not. Okay.
I wouldn't recommend it. Yeah.
Well, I think still it is. Well, we have Vario in Finland, so it's kind of in pair of that maybe when it comes to fidelity or, but yeah, I think it still is. It's not perfect in any means, but like it is a good example of like what you can do with very, very high fidelity with immersive films, for instance. it is showing a little bit of glimpse to that type of, a little bit more passive type of entertainment in the future, I would say. I'm interested myself now looking into also the means of creating immersive video, namely the 180-degree stereoscopic films. And I think there's something to be said about that format. Sometimes it might be a better choice than 360. It depends on a little bit on what's the story probably. But so I think the rest of the money would go to some gear now for filming also for that headset. So filming immersive video, I would say. Other than that, I guess maybe I would wait for a bit and see what's the next wave of headsets.
Okay,
if I can.
Cool. No, I think if you're talking about cinematic experience, the Apple Vision Pro does have a lot of plus points for it, and that would be. I'm going to ask you as well. Would you go with the Vision Pro as well? What would you choose?
You said 10,000 was the budget.
10,000 is the budget. You can spend anything up to 10,000.
Okay, I would buy then 20 pairs of Quest 3s.
Okay.
Because one of the problems is that how to engage students at the early stage when we start the VR topic. To all of them have the experience, and as we don't have many sets, then it takes time. One watches, then the others are waiting, and you can't go on with a lecture and so on. So 20 pairs of Oculus Quest or whatever is equivalent to that could bring this kind of good enough image to experience 360.
Yeah, the problem is always it doesn't make a difference how many headsets you buy. There will be some point in the semester where you're going to need 2 more. So it's a good idea to have at least 20. I know we have, I think, 15 Quest 2s and then 10 Quest 3s, and it's never enough. It doesn't make a difference how many you buy. But I think 20 is a pretty good number for 10,000. For 10,000 euros, it's a good deal. Edmund?
Well, I'm in similar position, so to say. That basically plentiful of third Quests would be just appropriate, because it's nice to have a single headline headset to try, but eventually you find yourself in a position that it's needed in quantity. Yeah. We have had, I would say, a quite large number of second Quests, and they're good, and they're still not legacy. They will be there and usable for some years, say 5, 6, maybe even. But what we see with the trend of going more on the direction of AR, that this augmented virtuality through Quest 3 is giving some brief perspective on what it will be like. So for that reason, I would say that third Quests would fully cover this need for the next couple of years. But otherwise, of course, for the need of test, I would also opt for Ray-Bans just to see how they work. And this is a sphere and field that we have somehow, well, I wouldn't say forgotten, but haven't positioned ourselves towards that. And this is true. This is going to be the next higher wave of first AR, and maybe after this wave, VR will come back. So I would say that it's a mixture.
But just out of curiosity, do you have like a lab technician that handles these Quest 3 headsets? Because my ideal situation would be anyone interested in XR should just buy their own headset. Because the software maintenance, making it possible for them to connect on a lab computer, having multiple accounts, all these things, in my experience, is a nightmare with the Quest. I think the price and the quality of the device is awesome, the price point. But the reality of using it in a university situation is less than ideal.
I totally agree. I mean, the fact how you can manage the user accounts is just awful. I mean, it always takes a single person who is like the master of all Google of all Meta accounts, and this is quite a nightmare. So if it's possible, then of course we suggest the students to get themselves a headset. If it's not, then of course, well, they can look for these options.
I don't know how many times I've had to do a factory reset of a headset because they've logged into it and then left the university. And it's a lovely situation now. Okay, Kento, what would you choose? You have 10,000 euros. What are you going to do with it?
I would have trouble because we have around 30 Quest 2 headsets. We give them out for the whole virtual reality course semester, and every student has one until the end of the semester. The bad part is that it's Meta.
Yeah.
So they are using their own accounts there. And who maintains the headsets? Well, me. And I prepare them, I repair them, I swap them if needed. And yeah, factory sets, no problem. It takes 1 minute. But 10,000, right now, I don't know where I would put it.
You can save it. You can do it like Eero. You can save it for the next technology.
I would wait for one certain company to bring the product already on the market, and then I would maybe get it to see how it is. I'm sure you know who I'm talking about.
My first mixed reality course that I taught with the Quest 2s, this will make some people laugh. This is a beginner mistake in teaching. Is that I had 20 headsets that were out there and everyone used them and they put them back in the boxes. And the next time I went to teach, I realized that they didn't pay attention which controllers went into which box. And do you know how long that takes to figure out which goes it? Because the battery might be dead in one as well. And then I even got to the point where I started to try to remap them. And you can reconnect, you can repair them. But 20 headsets, oh God. I know, I learned that lesson. You have to use stickers. But why don't they say that? That should be on the mind map. That's got to be on the XR mind map. Put stickers on, yeah.
But
the thing is,
we have exactly the same problem.
Yeah.
We are now exploring two devices, two softwares called Arbor XR and Manage XR, which you can it's like a software that you can hook on 20 devices, and they can be like Quest 3s, Apple Visions, XR, like Varios. They can be separate devices, and you can manage them all from one interface and give different user profiles. This is for visitors. This is for our in-house developers. This is for students. You can create these kind of free profiles. Should make it remarkably easier, but we don't have them yet. We are having negotiations, so we're getting an introduction in next 2 weeks. So I would be wiser how expensive these solutions are and how much benefit do we actually gain from them. But if there are any best practices, stickers is a good one. I'd be happy to hear.
Stickers and Excel sheets.
Yeah.
The best practice is that they already have stickers. They have serial numbers inside. Just track them.
Yeah, this is the thing. I don't get that. But we have inventory stickers as well. But the IT department gave inventory stickers just for the headset and not the controllers. And now I have learned that lesson very, very painfully. Yes. So 10,000 euros. What are you going to spend it on?
Yeah, but first we use stickers. And the Notion, actually, on each headset is a QR code. When you take it, it goes, your name goes, you book kind of it, and it goes there. And then when you return it, you scan and it goes. So we automated it a bit.
You're writing this down, right?
Yeah, but we also investigating the management part, and we didn't find any, let's tell, not pricey solution. If you find, if it's this one, then please share. Yeah, one PhD came out with this idea. So and we put it into Notion so it goes to the table, so you can track who took it and who takes it. But I did hard reset just 2 weeks ago. I went to a demo to UK with Quest 3. I needed to show demo. I put this lab account and it asked for some phone number of some students. I oh no, and I didn't figure out who is it. So I did hard reset and that's it. So I did it. Even I pushed everyone to do these accounts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to get into the details, but you guys know, if you want to actually unlock developer settings, not only do you have to do it in the headset and then the Meta app on the PC, you also have your phone paired to it as well.
Yes.
It's just lovely to develop for. But it's a cool device, and sometimes it's worth the extra effort, I suppose.
But 10K, I don't know, we have so bunch of different headsets. We have older Ray-Bans, we have Apple Vision as well, we have Vives. I mean, we don't use HTC Vives, they're just legacy. We have Meta AR glasses, which is very old, before Meta company became Meta. And Quest 3s, I think. Or maybe one Vario, because that's the same price. But Vario, because we don't have it, just because that. Or wait for something else.
Can I add something?
You can add
straps.
Head straps.
Let's say Kiwi design straps, or I think that's if that extends the life cycle really. it's kind of a ridiculous, but it does, and it's like it's just much more easier, more comfortable. Let's say like you put with the glasses, especially if you can put it right here, and then you
got the wheel at the back. I have 5 head straps for each of the Quest 2 and the Quest 3s, and I use those for exhibitions. But the reason that we don't buy them for all of them, not only because it's a certain expense, but because they don't fit in the boxes anymore. And I know, like, yes, then you can buy bags. The bags are awesome, but I'm a little bit worried that the bags will disappear because I think it's just too easy to carry at that point. It's too easy to take out, and I'm a little bit worried about them disappearing. And when they're in the boxes, they just seem like, I don't know, I don't want to steal the box. The box is uncomfortable and all this type of thing. But maybe, I agree, the head straps are incredibly important. And whenever we have a public exhibition, we're only using the elite head straps or something along those lines.
Especially if it's like first timers.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like amazing stuff. You just put on the battery, it extends the lifetime 3 times, and that's it. The problem solved. Like, we don't carry cables anymore, right? 2-3 batteries, that's it. It carries the whole day.
But if you have PCVR or something, I'm mentioning, and this is also for the XR mind map, the Quest 2, you can get cables that allow you to have a second charging port, and you can actually use that all day. It charges it enough that if you want to have an exhibition, PCVR, you can use the Quest all day. The Quest 3, in my experience, regardless of what type of cable you use or charge, it doesn't charge fast enough, and so it will not last an entire day. So I tend to use the Quest 2s for exhibitions if possible, simply because they're more reliable, yeah.
Actually, there is some kind of a solution. You can buy this additional block that is giving enough amperes so that it actually stays on. But you need to search the internet, search for Amazon, you need to know exactly there is a gadget like this, but it's a very, very niche.
Needs to go on the mind map.
Yeah. Also, other thing, what is very useful is this charging docks, where you just place the headset and the controllers. It makes life easier when it works.
Yeah.
Because sometimes I bought it for my home, for my Quest 3. It regarded a surgeon level accuracy to get it in the right position, or it didn't charge. It took me like 3 minutes to 5 minutes to get it into real position. I had to return it because it didn't do this. It's a single function device. Make charging easier. It didn't make it harder. So that was the problem. But at the same time, you kind of need something like this. We've stumbled in our showroom to the problem that when you put the Quest 3 on the table, it goes into sleep mode. Guess what? The controllers do not go in sleep mode. So they consume batteries all the time.
Yep.
And now some of our employers take the batteries out.
Yep.
Some of us don't. When you come to the showroom, you're like, why don't these work? Oh, there's no batteries. And nobody mentioned me that we have this new practice. So there's all these kind of small life practices, best practices, like have some kind of rules of thumb, or kind of this is the house rule. This is how we do the everyday maintenance to keep things running smoothly.
Yeah.
Have
Well,
your own document, because everyone has different way to solve these practical things.
we as a film school, we have a lot of different technical stuff we need to lend out to students and so forth. So we have all those protocols set that when you get the stuff from the store, then, okay, you need to have this, and when you return, have you done this, and then the technician goes and puts into charge if needed, if that's the protocol, and so on.
I would love to copy-paste that one onto mind map if you're willing to give away this secret sauce of yours. An example of best practices, do your own this kind of a list.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's definitely a good practice to get into. Again, I think the account issue is the biggest one, is that they've logged in and it's sort of locked and you can't remove them from it without doing a factory reset. That's a bit of a problem. I actually have a question from the audience, so I want to get to it since somebody's taken the time to ask it. And it's, are you aware of any proper business schools in Europe that have XR tracks? The tech seems to be ready, but money's not. Perhaps we should work with business schools. Or are there any cooperations you have? For example, we work quite a bit with at a business school, it's a logistics department, and we've done visualizations for them in the past. Do you have any cooperations with business side programs, either at your institution or other institutions? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I mean, I don't know how many of them are there, but we work with Manchester Metropolitan University a bit, and they are purely business school, marketing, and this kind of stuff. They deal with cyber sport, with just user consumption with some business ideas in metaverse, but they all use XR, yes, quite actively.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, I can add. So in our university, as we have also social sciences and tourism as one of the fields, this is where we give the students opportunity to have the first introduction to VR and to feel what kind of possibilities would it give to use these devices in their industries. I might say that this is quite an eye-opening for them because mostly you have students who regard their study field as something very undigital.
Yeah.
And in this sense, when we show what are the opportunities, their mindsets also can change a bit. So it's one of the ways how we can proliferate, or so to say, these headsets in other fields.
Mm-hmm. I think tourism is a really interesting one as well, and something that is not really common in Austria. It's a very touristic country, but there are very little, there's very little in the way of XR or VR projects. So it's a very fascinating way to do it. Are there any other cooperations with sort of business-related programs?
Well, the Helsinki XR Centre Metropolia has like incubator, and the Helsinki XR Centre is kind of an incubator program itself, but also there are like this kind of startup incubator programs also running. So there's like this exchange of knowledge and mentors, I believe also. And then there's also we have like a living gaming intelligence network, LGYN, in the same premises. So there's a little bit. They have like a well, it's mostly like game from the game perspective, but they have a special course also about game business also. So that comes to my mind. And of course, students are, I think, in some also free to take whatever courses they want, and they can be some of them can be business.
Yeah, I know in Austria they recently just started in Vienna a program for game business. So you can actually study a business program with a focus on the games industry. I don't know, the games industry is quite diverse, and I think a lot of people get into the business side without necessarily having studied a lot of business before. But I'm curious to see sort of how that affects the gaming industry in Austria. We talked about sort of hot topics a little bit, that every couple of years, there's like a new topic. A couple of years ago, it was things like blockchain, etc. But even with like XR and games in this sort of field, like at the moment, my students are all interested in horror games. I don't know why. Horror is the current hot topic. Everyone wants to do a horror game. What are the hot topics at your institutions at the moment? Things that students are coming with, I want to do something about this. Yeah. Maybe start with, because we talked about this a little bit earlier this morning.
Well, I don't have that much about the student knowledge about that, but in R&D definitely we have a larger and larger portfolio in safety and defense and this type of thing. I think it's in the zeitgeist, and we have seen it here also today, probably a little bit, but projects related to
safety and defense. Yeah. No, I definitely can see the safety thing. We've had some quite a bit of interest in like catastrophe disaster scenarios that you can then do in VR, and you have like a planning table, and you can move the fire trucks around and all this type of stuff. That have been for also collaborative environments, so there are multiple VR users. That's a topic that's quite interesting. Austria tries to be a very neutral country, so there aren't a lot of defense projects per se. But definitely in the field of like catastrophe management, we've seen some in that as well. What about in terms of film?
Well, not only film, but as we are a creative school, we have like arts and media as well in creative. Then I would say actually that the mental health is gaining more and more popularity, and topics around that or vaguely even touching that, but there's always some kind of element of mental health. That's something I'm
particularly since the pandemic. I've noticed that's a topic that students are very concerned about. It's something that they often suggest. It's also one that I'm very careful to get involved with, because I know that you really need experts in that field to really even to do the topic justice. But if you have that type of cooperation, then that can be very beneficial. So I think there's a lot of potential for that. And I assume that you actually have like partners from the fields of psychology or from
social sciences and maybe society. Yeah, I think it's a really good point also.
Yeah.
In Vizim University, what we have seen, there are, of course, the general topics, training and education examples. So by the cover of topics, it's very versatile. But by the way, what students would like to use as tools, we see that there is more and more emphasis on the use of AI, both in text to audio generation, the other way around. Also, there are questions about how to deploy automatic scenery generation. So things like that can make the prototyping faster and also to deploy the end product. And on this note, we have already worked on a separate program, also a master program for a joint master program for XR called Grace, that is aimed at gamified XR training and giving students more action in terms of also how they are taught. So it's not only the end product, which is in a gamified manner, but it's also the study experience, which is gamified. People want to have some game effects, so they collect the badges, they collect the upgrades, so to say, and they are emphasized by what their results are. This is something that we're doing together with Saxion University in the Netherlands and then St. Pölten in Austria, near Vienna. So this is going to be something exciting. So I'm also inviting everyone to join the new batch that's going to be open this winter.
Okay.
So please, it's open.
Okay, thanks for the invitation. It's awesome. Keto, do you have any hot topics at your institution?
Luckily, I had time to think because you mentioned this. I think we are lucky. We have a big variety. And I can speak, of course, more better about our virtual reality projects. And I checked 2 years, very big variety. They do everything. Of course, most of them are games, like almost all are games. We had one very cool psychology student experiment for human trajectory tracking, but it was also gamified. And 6 different project, 1 year, 7, 6 other year, all very variety, including horror, range, hand tracking, wizard, some monster fighting. Of course, there are other courses in game development and jams and computer graphic projects. There, maybe it is some, but I think also there is a variety. Variety is cool. We are lucky.
You showed me the list, and it's really quite various. And like I said, I have a slightly different experience where, for example, when it comes to games at the moment, board games are really in, and also mixed reality board games. So I have 3 projects this semester that are about a multi-user mixed reality board game. And I think it's awesome. But on the other hand, why are there 3 of them in this semester? Like one would be cool as well. But it seems to be just the zeitgeist that basically is currently going around, this idea of combining the analog with mixed reality. What's your hot topic?
I mean, our students mainly coming from engineering background, so I mean, they still work with robots, like controlling of robots with gestures through VR, like Globe Robot Dog or something like that. But the last topic maybe was but usually I'm still agnostic to topics. The main important, the student will be interested to do it. So we're not limited only to engineering use case, like what we do with healthcare and so on. I think the last topic what came out of engineering in June was defended was connected to maybe board games, but it was not a board game. It was game plans scenarios doing for a rugby game.
Okay, cool.
So I think the student was a captain of the team. And they do it always on paper with something, like not paper, like schematics. And this was like gamified to show positions from the seas of player, how the position of other players change. So that was done. So it was just interesting. But from hot topic, I can't really, probably defense as well. I mean, I'm in that field. From company perspective. But
yeah, but I think the planning tool is a really cool use case. It gives you a lot of interesting sort of user interface options. And it's also, I like these use cases that also people that are not in the field of XR can understand and appreciate. And I think that we need to search for those use cases, because otherwise it's not going to be apparent why they actually need this or what type of sort of added value it gives to it. And once again, to point to the mind map, having these use cases sort of documented is definitely the way to go. So we're starting to run out of time. We have another interesting presentation. I believe it's sort of a live stream that we'll be getting in a few minutes. If there's any last questions from the audience, you can maybe raise your hand. You don't have to type it in if you're too lazy, the small group anyway. Just feel free to ask. And if not, I'd like to thank you guys for participating. I gave you a couple of ideas of what we might talk about, but I also put you on the spot, so I apologize in advance. It was lovely to meet you all, and I hope we can stay in contact. Thanks again for participating, and I'm looking forward to the last presentation today, and also to the conference or the festivities at the end of the day. Thanks very much for your attention. Thanks for staying, and we'll talk to you some more later.
So everybody's getting some very nice marzipan and a little token of appreciation from Eva right here in this corner. Thank you so much, Jeremiah. That was really, I think it's one of the coolest panels on XR education I've ever seen. So thank you all the participants. And
I will use the opportunity, maybe. So we have a conference in June, academic one, XRM 2026, so-called academics please apply. There's a lot of business cases.
June 26th, right on.
And EEVR is also helping us.
And I wonder if there is any like European XR platform that kind of connects the schools, such as all of you guys kind of doing a bit.
We tried to start a project with EFA, actually, that did exactly that. Unfortunately, the project was not accepted, but we'll try again at some point.
Okay, cool. Because it seems there is some good sharing to be happening, and also having, I ran like a VR game, educational game company, and also had 50, 60 headsets to fuck around with, sorry. So I felt a lot of the pain, and maybe have some suggestions if you want, but yeah.
We'll talk later.
Yes, good. We're basically doing Pico business suit now only. Cool. Okay, so we have a few minutes, 7 minutes till we get Sander on the line. We basically, as I mentioned in the beginning of the day, we couldn't quite make the Meta Ray-Ban displays to get them here, but we'll have some user feedback from Sander. If you have any questions, he's probably pretty excited about them. I'll just spoil it a bit. But he's also, I think, practical enough to see any drawbacks. And we'll see, we'll watch a 1-minute video at some point, but we can wait a bit. I think there's no big rush. I think that's it. Yeah. So, any final words, Eva? Because I think it's good to kind of give the goodbye, thank you very much speech now, and then do the cool final presentation rather than in the end. So yeah, I'll just wing it because it's sincere. So I want to thank you all for coming, and you can see the stuff online in a couple of weeks, I'm assuming. Any sessions, if you happen to be out or want to show them to somebody else or whatnot. Slides, we'll discuss. I think we'll have a folder where everybody just who wants to share their slides or rather is not against sharing it can share them. Obviously, any other contacts or any other questions or follow-ups you want to have, Eva or me can connect you. And yeah, that's it. Let's hope. Let's hope to have a nice conference again next year, and let's have networking events in between. Yes. Jürgen.
Big thanks to you guys organizing.
Aww.
This was one of the smoothest runs.
Thank you.
Like this, so thank you so much, and please keep doing it.
Thank you. And really, it's mostly Eva. I just showed up to talk and invite a few people. But yeah, it's great. It's great we're able to do this, of course, with all the participation. So let's maybe cue the video, and then I'll ping Sander as well. He should be online in a few minutes, and we'll have a kind of a. If you have any questions, you can just shout them to me. I think I'll be hopefully able to talk to him.
Daydream, I fell asleep amid the flowers for a couple of hours. on a beautiful day. Daydream, I dream of you amid the flowers for a couple of hours. Such a beautiful day. Daydream. Daydream fell asleep amid the flowers for a couple of hours on a beautiful day.
So these are glasses pretty much like this, except they have a display and they have a wrist controller. Can we try to connect on Zoom? Good, so we can, he's a timely guy, so why be 3 minutes early? Yeah. I don't know what else to tell you. They cost $800. You can't really buy them until December. You have to go to a store to get it, and you have to be in US, and they're only in like main stores. So, yeah. And I guess we'll find out if this interface they're pioneering is actually gonna be the next big thing or not. Ciao, Sander. Ma ei tea, keda sa näed. Kas sa üldse näed kedagi? Ei näe vist või?
Ma näen.
Oh, nice, ma olen laval. Okei. Nii. Sul on õiged prillid peas. Nii, sa kuuled meid, ma loodan?
Väga hästi kuulen teid.
Super. Tere kõigile, see on Sander. Tal on vist 8:30 hommikul.
Täpselt nii.
English, yeah, sorry, I forgot, we have an English conference.
Let's do it.
So let's do it. Maybe you can crank up the volume a bit. So it's very simple. We watched the video. Some of us are pretty hyped about the glasses. You've had them on for a week or something. Maybe you could briefly tell us. You could also start with telling about yourself briefly. We have about like 10-15 minutes. And then maybe let us know what do you think of the glasses and what are like the main use cases that you find.
Of course. First of all, thank you for having me. I'm really bummed to miss the event, but I'm grateful that you guys involved me, and I'm really excited to share my experience with the glasses, with the new Meta Ray-Ban display glasses. I myself am a tinkerer, futurist, and also a builder, mostly working in the world of media and entertainment. So I've been experimenting with almost all possible emerging technologies for all of my life. But what really stuck out with me, and maybe we'll start by just like sharing the big picture, then my experience, and then look at the hardware itself as well. I've got it laid out for you. But really, when I went to the store, like the first big thing for me wasn't even necessarily the lens within the glasses itself. The wildest part was actually the neural band, which I'm wearing on my wrist. Of course, like if you look at the overall as a package and you saw the intro video, what these glasses provide you that, for example, let me just move on to comparing it to some other options here on the table. Like what really differentiated this from having having access to, for example, the Ray-Ban, normal Ray-Ban glasses here that I also have in front of me. I'm not sure if you're able to still see me and the camera is live for you. Maybe I have to restart the camera for you. Yeah, jumping a bit. Let me just make sure that you get
froze.
A good view.
The voice is good though, and the neural band screenshot kind of. Now you're covering it up.
Let me just switch to this camera.
Oh, nice.
Like that, the big difference between these glasses and then the previous Ray-Ban Meta glasses, which you might have or have used before. These look very similar to the original Ray-Ban Wayfarer glasses. They weigh about 52 grams. The originals without the microphones, without the speakers, without the cameras are about 45 grams. And then the new Meta Ray-Ban display glasses are about 69 grams. So they still actually feel pretty light, and I'm just switching them up so that you can get a view of like how different they are from the glasses that you would wear day to day. So I think they've done a pretty good job, and definitely what helps them is that those big chunky frames are more in fashion now. So that gives them the permission to really use these glasses or embrace and put all of the technology in there. If you want to see, there's a really cool iFixit teardown video that shows you, that takes apart these glasses, shows you the lenses, shows you the display, the projection that's built into that. But talking about the projection itself, the first thing you notice, some of you in the room maybe have tried Google Glass in your life. It is a pretty small screen. It's about 20 degrees field of view. Compare that to something like, for example, the Vision Pro that gives you like 100 degrees field of view, or something like the Quest 3 that gives you 110 degrees field of view. So it's pretty narrow. It's a pretty small screen. If you put like a thumb or like your palm in front of you and put it as far as your hand can reach, that's roughly the size of the screen if you want to test it out yourself. It's super bright. So even when I look directly into the sun, of course, what helps is that these are transition lenses. So they actually go dark in the sun when they're exposed to UV light. And they turn up to 5,000 nits of brightness. It's unclear whether that's the projected brightness that comes out of the lens, or that's actually something that's perceived by your eye. But anyway, it's way bright enough. Even when I'm on the beach in the sun, I can perfectly see it. But let's get into the main action, which I think is really the neural band here. And the neural band is interesting in a few different ways. Again, this is not something that we've not seen before. I mean, if you look at the lens, we've seen Google Glass, now 12, 13 years ago. There was a similar band out there, some of you might know in the room, myoband, which was also using the surface level EMG that was reading your muscle signal. So what it's doing, and I'm going to take it off for a sec just to show you a close-up of what's in here. There are these diodes that are built inside the wristband, and those diodes are there to read the electrical signals of your muscles. And then when you put it on, it needs to be pretty snug, so it can't be loose because it constantly needs to track what your muscles are doing. And then once you put it on, you just slide it. It's a magnetic strap, and once it's on, you actually have to go through like a little guide to make sure that it's on your dominant hand. It is using a machine learning model that runs on this little device itself, tracking all your movements. It's not personalized, so it's general. You can give it from your hand to your friend, and it will immediately work on their hand. So it's easily transferable compared to something like Vision Pro, that requires a lot of setup for your eyes and hands to be adjusted. This one you can just give from one friend to another, put the glasses on, put the wristband on, and it will work out of the box straight away. What it does is basically track the motions, what your wrist muscles are doing. And the key motions that you're doing are not that dissimilar from Vision Pro. So I'm sure a lot of you have used and tried Vision Pro and maybe even have one. The motions are very similar. So one thing is that what you do is you tap and select things by just using your index finger and your thumb, and you get a response on your wrist. So I wish you could try it. Like you get a little vibration feedback saying, oh, you've done the right motion now. You can use your middle finger tap to go back anywhere you are. You can double tap to turn the screen on and turn the screen off. It actually turns off pretty aggressively. So as soon as you're not active enough, it will just turn off completely. So you can always turn it on by double tapping your middle finger. And the way you navigate it, there's two ways. You either navigate it by tapping, holding, and swiping, which is a similar way as you do on Vision Pro, but a nicer, more seamless way of navigating is actually using your thumb as a D-pad. So your thumb slides on top of your index finger, left, right, up, and down, and that's the way you navigate around it. And then once you find the app you want to go into, you tap on the app itself. So knowing now all of that, knowing there's a little screen, 600 by 600 pixels, which is about the size of your palm of your hand if you put it out there in front of you, knowing that there's this wristband that is now finally at scale that you can navigate those interfaces, what can you do with it today? Some of the things that I found most useful is messaging. The key apps on there are Messenger and WhatsApp. They're like predominantly shown as number one on the screen. You can also then use your voice to dictate. What's missing on the glasses is handwriting recognition. There's something you probably saw in the video and you saw in the demos was being able to just slightly move your finger following your handwriting pattern and the wristband being able to recognize the letters you're trying to type and obviously use then predictive AI to complete the word for you. That is not in the product yet. That will be coming later this year in the product. So at the moment, you just have to use your voice to dictate what you want to message on WhatsApp or Messenger. The other app that's available is Instagram, but Instagram is only messages at the moment, so you can't actually go through the feed of scrolling through Reels, even though I have actually Instagram open right now and I have a reel playing, which you don't recognize because we're having this eye-to-eye contact, but that's really the point of the glasses. Like I could be having the second screen here running while I'm still present with you guys. And then in addition to messaging, I use it a lot for calls, but also I used the previous Ray-Ban Meta glasses a lot for calls. Why? Because the proximity to your mouth and the microphone is shortest. So if you ever get a chance to try them for a call, it just sounds so good to be on the other side. I've been, cycling in the wind, or even, riding a bike in the wind, and people are able to hear you just perfectly fine, which is incredible. There's, again, on-device noise cancellation that's happening, and the proximity of the microphone allows you to really have a super clean audio in almost any circumstances. So calls is another use case. The other one that I use them for is first-person view videos and photos. And again, that's something that actually the Gen 2 glasses do even better. They do 3K video, while these glasses only do full HD video. Again, like so far, you haven't really seen much that is so special about the glass and the lens itself until we get to some of the key elements here, which are maps and captions. So captions is one thing where I actually have it running now. And while I'm speaking to you, I'm seeing whatever the other person is saying that I'm looking at, and I'm seeing myself on the screen at the moment. So it's kind of thinking that whatever I'm saying, it should be transcribed. Otherwise, if you're in a loud environment, let's say on a conference, you're in a meeting, the person you're looking at, everything they're saying will be transcribed on the screen right in front of you. It's so fast. And I built myself like real-time transcription translation services before, and it's so hard. Also following the structure of the language and doing it on device to show you a real-time transcription. You can also do the same thing for translation. So imagine you're in Spanish, German, French-speaking country, or a person, and you're able to real-time understand what they're saying. Maps is another useful feature. I use that a lot on my Google Glass now, 12 years ago, where I was navigating around when you're cycling, and in a larger city, you don't necessarily know where you're going, and taking your phone out constantly is actually pretty annoying and dangerous. So actually having maps running in the background has been very useful as well. But that currently only supports Meta's own map and only supports walking. So no driving, no cycling, and there is no other apps and supported currently on the platform. So it is still a very minimal product, lacking a lot of the ecosystem that you wish you had around it, but that shows you the different approach that Meta is taking. They're just trying to get the product out there to the people, and then they don't even have the SDK available publicly yet. They just have a waiting list for the SDK access, so that people can start building apps on the platform. And even the SDK today just gives you access to actually both of the glasses, not just the glasses that I'm wearing, but also the Meta Ray-Ban glasses, cameras, and microphones and speakers, so that you can run your own application on your device and you can just talk to the glasses real time. So that's the wearable devices access toolkit that Meta is releasing. So it is a pretty minimal product. The total package costs $800. So if you're into something, or if you're like a tinkerer on the bleeding edge, of course, it's very exciting to get your hands on it and start building on it. But if you're just a day-to-day consumer, I think like you would find a lot more value and a lot more refined product in the normal Ray-Ban Meta glasses that do not have the display and do not have the wristband, because I think it will take a little while for the developer ecosystem to catch on, to actually start creating applications that are useful. And of course, I wish that one day we would be able to use the glasses or use the wristband specifically to control anything around us. Like, it really feels so stagnant going from touchscreen, going back from the wristband to the touchscreen. Like, keyboards used to be a thing, and then we went to. Can you say that again?
Sorry. I was just. I got a question asked, so I'll get to you in a second. Sorry.
I'll finish up in 1 minute. But I think the big shift here really is less about the display. It's much more about how we went, from a keyboard to a touch interface that's on our phones, where we directly manipulate everything that's in front of us, to now just utilizing your wristband and basically tracking your hand motions before they even happen through the muscles. And you're able to control not just the interface, the digital interface to the glasses, but everything. Like turn on the lights, turn off the lights, turn on the TV, open the car windows. All of those things should be, and I'm sure will be, navigated by something like the electromagnetic interfaces on our wrists. But let's go for the questions. I've told you everything I know almost.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Sander. That was a world-class review. One question, does it have a gyroscope built in? Like, does it know the orientation of the glasses? Okay.
No, because at least like when I've tried that also, you know, the way it films a video is vertical. So even if I try to, you twist the glasses, it doesn't react to any of the gyro movement. And I don't think there was a gyro in the iFixit teardown either.
Got it. Okay, cool. And then
and by the way, it's running the same chip as the old Meta Ray-Ban glasses, so it's actually not that powerful, to be honest. Like it's a 2-year-old chip or 3-year-old chip now. So it doesn't necessarily. I wouldn't even have a power to run anything of that device. So most of the heavy work is offloaded to the phone, and it's basically just a projector showing you what the phone is processing.
Got it. And the data, do you just have one app on your phone? Yeah, the same Meta AI app, and it just syncs with your photos and pictures, or where does the map data live, if there is anything?
Yes. So all of the audio and video that you record and photos are stored on the glasses, and then you're able to sync the glasses to your phone. It actually does pretty nicely in the background. So if you put the glasses in the case, and the case is also pretty neat, to be honest. I think they put a lot of effort and design in the case. Like the case folds completely down like that, so you can put it in your pocket. It's very, very small, much smaller than, for example, the original. Like, look at that. That's the original case, and that's the new Meta glasses, display glasses case. But as soon as you put them in the case, and it knows that you're in a location where there's Wi-Fi that you've saved in a Meta AI app, it actually automatically imports them in the background. So I don't actually connect to the app at all. And I think that's one of the key things, keeping it as seamless as possible. So as soon as I take them out of the case, I put them on, they connect automatically, the app is running in the background, all the apps work, calls work, photos, videos work, I put them back in the case, all the photos and videos are downloaded to the phone in the background. So data leaves in the glasses, is transferred to your phone. But actually, the point is that on day-to-day, when I put them on and off, I don't open the app at all. I don't connect to anything. It all happens automatically. I think that's very, very important for this to be a seamless experience and feel like a standalone device, even though it isn't.
Any audience questions? Yeah? In the demo. Yeah, he covered that. It's not in there yet, but I guess it will be in some months. Yeah. Talking about the handwriting question about that. Yeah, he mentioned that.
I know people who've tried it. It's live. It works. It's not a mythical fake demo. It's actually real, but it's not yet in the device. And the main reason is that the machine learning algorithms that are running are general at the moment on the device, and it's not necessarily personalized. And with handwriting, like they need to have some sort of a learning element as well to understand and fine tune to your handwriting.
Cool. We good? All right. Thank you so much, Sander. You. You closed our conference with style. We're making a donation on your behalf. Don't have a virtual trinket for you. I think it's my Dream Day charity foundation. So that'll be a contribution.
Love them.
Thank you so much. Hope to see you here in person someday. And thank you really. Looking forward where this all goes. Cheers. All right. Enjoy the evening, everybody.